Wang Xian instinctively licked his parched lips. Jiang Yun paid no heed to his words. Instead, he retrieved his phone and began watching the recent recording. Indeed, he had meticulously prepared in advance. His aim was to gather evidence to exonerate both himself and Dong Taizhan from any suspicion. Swish! In the next moment, Wang Xian's expression abruptly changed as he charged towards Jiang Yun with alarming speed. He resembled a madman. Bastard! Hand over the phone. Chapter 455. Bitten by a mad dog. As Wang Xian lunged forward, Jiang Yun, having anticipated this move, swiftly tucked his phone back into his pocket. Dong Taizhan also quickly stepped forward, gripping Wang Xian by the neck and pointing a finger at his nose, declaring, "Don't move. If you dare to act recklessly, do you believe I won't throw you out of the window?" Faced with Dong Taizhan's fierce demeanor, Wang Xian clearly felt a surge of fear. His complexion noticeably darkened. Although the floor wasn't high, if he were truly thrown down, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. With your courage, you wouldn't dare. Wang Xian gritted his teeth, speaking defiantly. Despite his overwhelming fear, he maintained a facade of bravado. At worst, I'll pay with my life. As he spoke, Dong Taizhan surged in front of Wang Xian, one hand tightening around his throat while the other seized his wrist, forcefully pushing him towards the window. Wang Xian's body was pinned against the window frame. Should he loosen his grip at that moment, Wang Xian would surely meet a gruesome fate. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained silent. Evil begets evil. Furthermore, he understood Dong Taizhan, who had an elderly father at home. He would never act impulsively. He merely intended to intimidate Wang Xian. This was the most effective way to deal with a rogue. Have you lost your mind? Wang Xian trembled in fear. It is said that a coward fears the bold, and witnessing Dong Taizhan's genuine aggression left him visibly flustered. Standing nearby, Su Lily was taken aback, covering her mouth and remaining rooted in place, too frightened to utter a word. Were you not very arrogant just now? With your haughty demeanor, did you truly believe no one could rein you in? Now that Jiang Yun had secured the evidence, it was evident that Wang Xian and his accomplice had conspired to frame him. Even if this escalated, they would be in the right. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment, seeing Dong Taizhan about to relent. He deflated like a punctured balloon. I was wrong. Could you please just let me down? Let's discuss this calmly. There's no need for such extremes. If you really throw me down, you'll certainly end up in prison yourself. Brother, we have no grievances or grudges. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Huh? Has he conceded? Jiang Yun lit another cigarette, bemused by Wang Xian's sudden display of weakness. Su Lily rushed forward, eagerly chiming in, "Yes, yes. Now that the conversation has been laid bare, you understand our intentions. As long as you stand with us, once we receive the compensation, you'll undoubtedly get a handsome sum. We won't let you suffer losses." What a cunning calculation. So they had set their sights on Dong Taizhan? Jiang Yun remained unfazed, fully trusting Dong Taizhan, and thus was not swayed by their sweet words. Since Dong Taizhan had been by his side, Jiang Yun had never failed to treat him well, and all of this was noted by Dong Taizhan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly risked himself for Jiang Yun. Smack! Before Su Lily could finish her sentence, Dong Taizhan turned and slapped her. Having endured enough of this pair, he could no longer tolerate Su Lily's attempts to incite dissent. Dong Taizhan lost his temper entirely. However, this inadvertently freed Wang Xian from his grasp. Wang Xian collapsed onto the floor, gasping for fresh air, his throat trembling incessantly, clearly still in shock. He had come perilously close to losing his life. Everything felt surreal, as if it were a dream. Meanwhile, Su Lily cradled her face, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet she remained silent, only casting cold, accusing glances at Dong Taizhan, her eyes a tempest of emotions. Enough. Seeing Dong Taizhan poised to strike again, Jiang Yun spoke coolly, gesturing for him to stop. Dong Taizhan was now seeing red. If left unchecked, he might very well beat Su Lily to death. While it is disgraceful to hit a woman, all of this was of Su Lily's own making. Jiang Yun even considered slapping her himself. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's voice, Dong Taizhan finally stepped back, standing like a statue beside him. His gaze remained fixed on Wang Xian and Su Lily. Faced with his fierce countenance, the two dared not move, let alone attempt to seize Jiang Yun's phone. The commotion in the stairwell had attracted a crowd, and the corridor was now filled with curious onlookers, whispering amongst themselves. You too can await your judgment. Having engaged in such despicable deeds, I shall provide you with a fitting place to dine. Wang Xian and his accomplice had initially tried to seduce Jiang Yun with their charms, and when that failed, they turned to extortion. Jiang Yun had seen through all their machinations. How could he easily let them off the hook? The two exchanged glances, and just as they were about to speak, Jiang Yun strode toward the stairwell. The onlookers parted to let him through, their faces a mix of confusion and intrigue. Mr. Jiang, do I still need to be hospitalized? Dong Taizhan scratched his head and chuckled. Whatever was to be done, it must be according to Jiang Yun's wishes. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun waved his hand and replied, No need for such trouble. After all, we already possess the evidence. Wherever we go, we are in the right. Dong Taizhan let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to languish in a hospital bed. The thought alone was dull. As they reached the front door, they spotted Lu Qianqian hurrying towards them. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, she quickly halted, surveying him from head to toe before asking, Are you all right? I heard you were hospitalized. I thought something serious had happened. Jiang Yun nonchalantly waved his hand and instinctively glanced back toward the inpatient department. He was indeed fine, but Wang Xian and his accomplice had ended up suffering a loss. Not only had they failed to obtain money, but they also bore injuries. Next, they would likely face legal repercussions. Yet, upon reflection, he had inadvertently done them a great favor, for the pair were so impoverished they could barely afford a meal. Prison was their best destination. I'm fine. I merely encountered a couple of mad dogs and got bitten. Now that we have established a branch in the Northwest, there should be legal support, right? Jiang Yun inquired with a smile. Yes. They'll contact the legal department right away. By the way, have you received a rabies vaccine? I've heard rabies has a long incubation period, and once contracted, one can only await death. Lu Qianqian spoke with genuine concern, already pulling out her phone, evidently preparing to contact the company's legal team. Rabies. Chapter 456. The Barefoot Fear Nothing. Jiang Yun was utterly bewildered. But soon, he grasped that Lu Qianqian had clearly misunderstood him. After exchanging a knowing glance with Dong Taizhan, both burst into laughter. What I meant by being bitten by a dog is not what you think. Then, Jiang Yun briefly recounted the incident involving Wang Xian and his accomplice. Lu Qianqian quickly comprehended. Under her guidance, the company's legal team was already taking steps to address the matter. Jiang Yun, however, was disinterested in the details. He had only one condition. Wang Xian and his accomplice must not have an easy time. It is said that the bonds of friendship among classmates run deep, and though Jiang Yun had not intended for things to escalate this far, it was all the result of Wang Xian's own folly. He could blame no one else. Before long, Jiang Yun and his companions had departed the hospital. Once back in the car, Jiang Yun's gaze settled on Lu Qianqian beside him. By the way, how have things been progressing on your end? Is the construction of the factory going smoothly? Although assurances had been exchanged during the dinner gathering, the absence of any formal contracts rendered it unwise to place full trust in their words. Everything has been arranged properly. The location for the branch office has been determined. We are currently in the process of establishing the factory. Lu Qianqian spoke with a radiant smile. One cannot deny her exceptional capability in handling affairs. For many years, she had remained by Lin Shui's side, proving herself to be a formidable player in the business arena, as well as Lin Shui's right-hand woman. The rapid development of the Lin Group over the years could not have been achieved without her significant contributions. Well then, that puts my mind at ease. I've delayed here in the Northwest for 2 days. I must return to the capital as soon as possible. Jiang Yun continued conversing. Though it had only been a few days since parting from Lin Shui, thoughts of her lingered in his mind. After all, since their marriage, they had never spent time apart. Even a single day without seeing her left Jiang Yun feeling somewhat hollow, and he could only assume Lin Shui shared similar sentiments. Are you heading back? Lu Qianqian paused for a moment, her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she felt a twinge of regret. They had been so close to experiencing the warmth of Jiang Yun's presence without anyone being the wiser. Yet, in the end, reason prevailed. Yes. I cannot simply remain in the Northwest indefinitely, can I? Once you finalize the arrangements here, hasten back to the capital. This dreadful place is hardly bearable. Jiang Yun complained. While the city may have fewer dust storms, the sun remained relentless, and in just a few days, he could already feel his skin becoming markedly drier. All right. Lu Qianqian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Her gaze shifted directly to the window. Jiang Yun observed her for a moment longer, sensing a palpable change in her demeanor. In the past, though Lu Qianqian had held a disdain for him, Jiang Yun could hardly claim to have been fond of her either. Over time, this had placed Lin Shui in a rather awkward position. At that time, Lu Qianqian had been in her prime, always exuding an air of superiority. Her attitude toward Jiang Yun had never wavered. Yet now, she seemed considerably more composed and undeniably more attractive. Jiang Yun glanced at Dong Taizhan, a thought forming in his mind. With neither party married, their union could indeed be seen as a fortuitous match. Just then, the shrill ring of a phone broke Jiang Yun's train of thought. Lu Qianqian answered the call, her tone cool and detached. What is it? In the next moment, her expression shifted rapidly to one of distress. Her voice turned icy. How is this possible? What exactly is going on? I've only just left, and such a situation arises? You really are a bunch of incompetents. What good is the high salary I pay you if this is how you perform? After delivering a few sharp rebukes, Lu Qianqian abruptly ended the call. Jiang Yun, puzzled, inquired, Is there a problem? It's just some minor issues. I can handle them myself. Lu Qianqian clenched her fists in frustration. Why don't you all return to the hotel and rest? We'll go take a look at the factory. There are disturbances occurring at the factory, but I'm unclear on the specifics. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. They had only just arrived in the Northwest, yet obstacles seemed to abound. Most frustratingly, the locals appeared to hold them in little regard, making progress exceedingly difficult. However, considering the necessity of expanding their market in the Northwest, the pressure was mounting. We have no pressing matters, so I'll accompany you, Jiang Yun said, his expression serious. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared and felt compelled to stand beside Lu Qianqian, providing her with support. It simply wouldn't do to allow a woman to bear the weight of everything alone. Well, that's acceptable. Lu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Before long, the group made their way towards the factory. Half an hour later, they arrived at the factory entrance. As they approached, they observed workers seated on the ground, some even playing cards. Their tools lay discarded to the side, hardly a sign of industriousness. Due to Lin Shui's new initiatives in the Northwest, aimed at expanding Yunshui Group into the pharmaceutical sector, suitable factories had yet to be established. They had to build a suitable factory from scratch before commencing production and gradually penetrating the Northwest market. Everything had been meticulously planned, yet they had not anticipated such a disruption. Manager Lu is on her way, a man dressed in a suit announced coldly. Get up and resume your work at once. Otherwise, don't blame Miss Lu for terminating your employment. And I assure you, your wages for these past 2 days will not be dispersed. The crowd merely looked on, unimpressed, as one individual scoffed and retorted, "You don't scare us. If our wages are not increased today, we will cease working. Furthermore, should you dare withhold our payment, we won't just vandalize this factory, we'll destroy your company. After all, those with nothing to lose fear nothing. Let's see what you can do about it." These workers were clearly incorrigible. Lu Qianqian's assistant frowned slightly, his anger simmering as he regarded the crowd, yet he dared not voice any threats. If they truly provoked them, the consequences could be dire. Just then, the sound of screeching brakes signaled that Jiang Yun and his companions had arrived. "Manager Lu, you finally made it."
Chapter 457. A band of rascals. The assistant hurriedly approached Jiang Yun and his companions, his gaze landing squarely on Lu Qianqian. She shot him a cold glare and, with a tone steeped in disdain, remarked, "Useless waste." The assistant lowered his head, daring not to utter a word. Indeed, his incompetence had led to this dire situation. "What on earth is happening?" Lu Qianqian coldly inquired. Jiang Yun, meanwhile, lit a cigarette, his eyes surveying the workers present. Just moments ago, they had abruptly declared that they would demand a wage increase, or else they would cease working. I've employed both gentle and stern measures, yet none have proven effective. That I suspect they have been bribed by someone, deliberately instigating trouble for us. The assistant quickly chimed in with an explanation that Lu Qianqian, however, interjected sharply. Can living people really be stifled by such trivialities? The Northwest is abundant with labor. If they no longer wish to keep this job, we shall dismiss them all. Then we can simply contact new workers. Clearly, everything was within Lu Qianqian's calculated plan. She abhorred being threatened, and these individuals had crossed her bottom line. The assistant hastily added, "I have already spoken to them. Yet they ignored my words and insisted that we settle their wages for the past 2 days. Otherwise, they refused to back down, clearly threatening us." The assistant was seething with frustration. In the capital, they were not exactly the kings of the hill. But once it was known that they were affiliated with Yinxue Group, everyone in the business world treated them with a measure of respect. Who would have thought that upon arriving in the Northwest, they would be cornered by a group of ordinary workers? Is there no justice in this world? Damn it! I will confront them. After Lu Qianqian uttered this cold remark, she strode toward the crowd. Given that she had been tirelessly shuttling between the branch office and the factory, everyone recognized her authority. Yet her arrival elicited no emotional response. The workers continued their tasks as if nothing had transpired. Infuriated, Lu Qianqian approached a group of men playing cards and kicked the cards aside with a swift motion, admonishing, "This is working hours. Who permitted you to play cards here?" The expressions of the men shifted, and they hastily discarded their cards, standing up to encircle Lu Qianqian. Those on break also rose to join the standoff, creating a tense atmosphere. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Jiang Yun quickly stepped forward, positioning himself behind Lu Qianqian. Dong Taizhan and the assistant followed suit. "What? Do you intend to lay a hand on me? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, should you dare to touch even a finger of mine, I will ensure you do not fare well." As the head of the branch office, Lu Qianqian stood her ground resolutely that if she could not intimidate a mere group of workers, how could she lead the branch in the future? A burly man emerged from the crowd, his gaze fixed on Lu Qianqian. "Zhang San, these are the people you brought. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Lu Qianqian retorted defiantly. The man before her, Zhang San, was the leader of this group of workers, a small contractor. Typically, he was somewhat mild-mannered, but today his demeanor was evidently different as he appeared ready to confront her. Nevertheless, Lu Qianqian showed no signs of fear. If matters escalated, it would benefit neither party. Explanation? What should I explain to you? The wages you offered us are already lower than others. It is only natural for us to protest, Zhang San replied, arms crossed and impatience evident in his tone. That if you disapprove of us, then settle our wages immediately. We can leave right now. Do you believe that we cannot survive without you? The crowd behind Jiang Yun echoed in agreement. Their stance surprisingly unified. Liu Qianqian's face darkened with anger as she clenched her fists. Clearly, this was a band of scoundrels. Just then, Zhang Yun stepped forward, addressing the crowd with a calm demeanor. That if that is the case, then take your people and leave. That if you do not wish to serve us, we have no desire to see you here. The crowd fell silent. Before escalating the situation, they had meticulously plotted with Zhang San, solely to force Liu Qianqian into submission. After all, Liu Qianqian was an outsider from the capital, lacking any roots in the Northwest. United, they believed they could leverage higher wages. However, Liu Qianqian had been generous, offering salaries that surpassed the average wage in the Northwest. They had anticipated that she would be concerned about delays and thus would capitulate. Yet, they had gravely miscalculated. Who do you think you are? This is not your place to speak. Zhang San was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his cold gaze directed at Zhang Yun, chastising him sharply. Clearly, he did not regard Zhang Yun as a threat. You, Dong Tieshan's face turned ashen with rage, but as he prepared to speak, Zhang Yun gestured for silence. Outnumbered, engaging in a physical confrontation would undoubtedly be detrimental to them. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Depart with your people at once, or I shall call the authorities, Zhang Yun reiterated. There would be opportunities to settle the score with Zhang San and his cohorts in the future. He was unwavering in his confidence. With Yinxue Group as a powerful ally, it wouldn't be long before they established a formidable presence in the Northwest. A mere group of workers could hardly stand against them. Fine, we can leave. But you must settle our wages first. Additionally, you owe us compensation for breach of contract. Zhang San smirked, uttering these words. Breach of contract? Zhang Yun frowned slightly, glancing at Liu Qianqian, clearly unsure of Zhang San's meaning. We signed a contract at the outset that if we caused delays or abandoned the project midway, we would be liable for breach of contract. However, since the project is still ongoing, and you are forcing us to leave, you must bear the losses. With Zhang San's declaration, the others chimed in, their voices unified in protest. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose as a convoy of cars sped toward them, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 458. The Troublemaker. Kai Guoliang, what is this? The crowd turned to gaze behind Zhang Yun, where a fleet of vehicles had rapidly come to a halt, figures emerging from within. Boss Kai. Zhang San's eyes lit up, and he promptly called out, his gaze fixed on the leading man. Zhang Yun also scrutinized this individual. It was the same man who had pressured him at the banquet. It was precisely because of this person that Zhang Yun had been compelled to drink an entire bottle of liquor. Zhang Yun remembered him vividly. His name was Kai Guoliang, and he was involved in the medicinal herb business. The trouble they had encountered was instigated by this and Liu Qianqian, standing to the side. Chimed in, he has been scheming in the Northwest for quite some time, and he has a basic understanding of everything here. Zhang Yun responded with a calm acknowledgement. Let come what may, I will find a way to resolve this matter. I will not allow Kai Guoliang to have his way. Boss Kai, you must stand up for us. Zhang San approached Kai Guoliang, his face a mask of grievance. These people are making us work tirelessly without settling our wages. Now they want to drive us away. According to the contract, they owe us compensation. As he spoke, Zhang San positioned himself directly in front of Kai Guoliang, while the workers behind him nodded in agreement, all echoing his sentiment. Boss Kai, we are merely small fry, relying on physical labor to support our families. They are clearly pushing us to our limits. You must help us. The crowd's unity was striking, as they twisted the narrative to paint themselves as victims. Zhang Yun's expression grew colder, yet he remained silent, eager to observe Kai Guoliang's intentions. That it was too coincidental for him to arrive just as trouble had erupted at the construction site. Mr. Zhang, perhaps we should take our leave for now. The scene today has spiraled somewhat out of control, and I fear that this group of individuals may truly resort to violence, potentially causing you some trouble. Dong Taizhan wore a cautious expression, his gaze tinged with a hint of concern as he fixated on the crowd gathered around. Let us not forget that behind Zhang San stand numerous migrant workers. And Kai Guoyang is accompanied by a considerable entourage of bodyguards. Should a confrontation arise, even if 10 of me were present, it would be impossible to protect Jiang Yunjun. Lu Qianqian's expression also appeared rather grim. The situation had escalated beyond her wildest imagination. Yet Jiang Yun remained silent. Under the broad daylight, could the opposing party truly dare to engage in any outrageous behavior? Moreover, Kai Guoyang is a well-known entrepreneur in the Northwest. Surely, he would not wish to embroil himself in unnecessary complications, Mr. Jiang. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the tension as Kai Guoyang approached Jiang Yun's side. Did I happen to pass by here and notice some commotion? So I came to see what was happening. Did I didn't expect to find you here as well? A smile of flattery graced Kai Guoyang's face, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Passing by? Given that land prices are lower in the suburbs. Factories are often established in such areas. Not far ahead lies an industrial park. Who would come here for leisure? And considering the severe sandstorms in the Northwest, was he here merely to savor the dust? It was evident that he had come prepared, yet feigned an air of innocuousness, truly shameful. Although Jiang Yun harbored such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. Provoking Kai Guoyang now would yield no benefits. If the other party wished to engage in a game of Tai Chi, Jiang Yun would gladly oblige. Boss Kai, I initially planned to establish a factory here. However, our lack of connections in the Northwest has left us vulnerable to these individuals. They not only wish to delay our project, but also aim to extort us. Since you are here, might I borrow some manpower to teach them a lesson? What do you think? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zhang San and the others' expressions shifted once more. Their harassment of Jiang Yun had stemmed entirely from the benefits they received from Kai Guoyang. Long before the construction commenced, they had devised a plan to ensure Jiang Yun found himself in an untenable position. Meanwhile, Kai Guoyang had his own schemes that as long as Jiang Yun withdrew, he would retain his dominance in the Northwest pharmaceutical industry. Just as Zhang San prepared to speak, Kai Guoyang shot him a glance, prompting him to hold his tongue and step aside. Although his gaze remained filled with hostility, were stares capable of inflicting harm, Jiang Yun would have perished countless times already. Mr. Jiang, you may not be aware, but Zhang San is my distant cousin. Over the years, he has been diligent in his work and possesses a decent reputation in the Northwest. Kai Guoyang spoke with a smile, yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by a derisive snicker. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, a cold smirk spreading across his lips. Distant cousin. What an absurd joke. Seeing through the facade but choosing not to expose it. Jiang Yun inquired, so, Boss Kai, are you not planning to assist me? No. Kai Guoyang waved his hand, his eyes darting for a moment before he continued with a smile. How about this? You do not have connections with other construction teams in the Northwest. And Zhang San's efficiency is well known. Why not reconcile your differences? After all, Mr. Jiang, you're not short on funds. You could simply settle matters financially. What a clever calculation. Money can indeed grease the wheels of any situation. However, Jiang Yun was no fool. If he acquiesced to Zhang San and his cohorts this time, he would inevitably find himself manipulated by them in the future. Moreover, once the factory commenced operations, the process would span several months. If Zhang San concocted any schemes during that time, what would he do? Additionally, as he prepared to return to the capital, he would leave the mess in the Northwest to Lu Qianqian. Although she was competent, being new to the area, coupled with the difficult nature of the locals, Jiang Yun could not help but feel apprehensive that Mr. Jiang, will you consider my suggestion? Kai Guoyang pressed again. Zhang San and his companions looked down upon Jiang Yun, eagerly awaiting his response. Time ticked away, yet Jiang Yun continued to smoke, his face betraying no emotion, not a ripple of disturbance. Both Dong Taizhan and Lu Qianqian remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, resembling a powder keg ready to ignite. One misstep could lead to a violent confrontation, with dire consequences. Suddenly, A faint smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips as he muttered to himself, "No," in an instant. All eyes converged on Jiang Yun once again. Zhang San's expression soured to the utmost, his fists clenched tightly. They held the absolute upper hand, yet Jiang Yun showed them no respect. Such audacity was truly infuriating. "Boss Kai, since they show you no respect, you need not involve yourself in this matter, that we shall resolve it by our own means," Zhang San coldly declared, as the workers behind him brandished their tools. Advancing menacingly toward Jiang Yun and his companions, clearly preparing for a confrontation. If reason failed, then let action speak. Dong Taizhan, startled by the unfolding scene, instinctively positioned himself before Jiang Yun, pointing a finger at Zhang San's nose and shouting, "Do you dare act recklessly?" "Ha!" Zhang San chuckled derisively, his voice low and menacing. "What is there to fear? We are not like you. We are merely impoverished laborers, while you are the lofty capitalists. If it comes to a life for a life, we would consider it a gain." The crowd behind him echoed in agreement, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, Kai Guiyang lit a cigarette and retreated behind the crowd. He had said all that needed to be said. If Jiang Yun refused to resolve the issue amicably, he would have to endure the consequences that he had already instructed Zhang, saying that as long as Jiang Yun was left with a breath of life, he would find a competent lawyer for Zhang San, ensuring that all blame would be placed squarely on Jiang Yun. The entire Northwest would come to know Jiang Yun as a ruthless businessman who underpaid workers and drove them to desperation. When the time came for Jiang Yun's pharmaceutical company to launch, he would find no collaborators and no one would purchase his products. In the end, he would be left with nothing but losses. What should we do? Perhaps we should acquiesce to their demands for now. It is crucial to stabilize the situation, Lu Qianqian whispered to Jiang Yun, urging him to consider the option of appeasement. After all, even if they agreed to a wage increase, they need not pay immediately, thus buying themselves time. This predicament arose from their overconfidence and lack of preparation, leaving them caught off guard. Jiang Yun disregarded Lu Qianqian's words. Even in the capital, he had never bowed his head to anyone. How could he do so now in the Northwest? "Everyone, stop dawdling. Let us charge together. After all, the law does not punish the many. Even if we were to kill him, we would face no consequences," Zhang San bellowed, gesturing to the crowd behind him, that in an instant, they surged forward like rabid dogs, rushing towards Jiang Yun and his companions with frightening intensity. Lu Qianqian's heart raced, instinctively clutching Jiang Yun's sleeve, while Dong Taizhan swiftly positioned himself to shield the two, that the security personnel, who had previously maintained order, had already fled at the first sign of trouble. Just as Zhang San's weapon was about to descend upon Jiang Yun, a commotion erupted from the crowd. "How can there be reporters here?" The sudden realization stunned Kai Guiyang, while Zhang San stood dumbfounded, hastily admonishing those around him. If reporters captured their violent actions on film, they would lose any claim to righteousness. "Is this your doing?" Lu Qianqian snapped back to reality, glancing at Jiang Yun, her voice laced with urgency. "Otherwise, without some contingency plan, how could I extricate myself today?" Jiang Yun replied confidently. Lu Qianqian gave him a thumbs up, her admiration for him growing. Truly, he exuded a magnetic charm. In fact, while Jiang Yun and his companions were en route to the construction site, he had already contacted several local reporters, disseminating information that a significant event was unfolding at the factory. Though he could not be certain that the reporters would arrive promptly, he had utilized the extensive network of media contacts available online. Jiang Yun cast a wide net, sending the same information to various media outlets. Even if some were skeptical, surely a few would be willing to investigate. Now, it seemed his gamble had paid off. Jiang Yun had undertaken this course of action out of necessity. After all, lacking personal connections in the Northwest and possessing few reliable allies, he had no choice but to rely solely on himself. A throng of reporters hastily approached, cameras in hand, swiftly capturing the unfolding scene before them. Truly, a significant event was transpiring. One journalist remarked in astonishment. Is that Mr. Kai? Could this incident be connected to him? Following a shout from the crowd, all eyes turned to Kai Guoyang, a prominent entrepreneur in the Northwest. He had long been a sought-after interviewee. It was not uncommon for Kai Guoyang to grace the cover of financial magazines, solidifying his status as a formidable figure in the region. Thus, his unexpected presence elicited surprise among the onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, I merely passed by. Upon witnessing a conflict, I aim to mediate. Please do not misunderstand." Kai Guoyang quickly interjected, striving to maintain his reputation and avoid becoming an easy target for criticism. The reporters nodded in agreement, exhibiting no signs of skepticism. Yet Jiang Yun stepped forward, gazing intently at Kai Guoyang before casually stating, "Did I not recall you mentioning that you and Zhang San are cousins?" Kai Guoyang's lips twitched in discomfort. His previous statement was intended to compel Jiang Yun to concede, thereby positioning him as a peacemaker, thus accruing a favor from Jiang Yun. Little did he expect to dig his own grave instead. Jiang Yun pressed on. "Should I then conclude that Zhang San's arrogance stems from your backing?" Each word was a dagger to Kai Guoyang's heart. Jiang Yun aimed to corner him, turning him into a target of public ire. With so many reporters present, should they document the day's events? It would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar in the Northwest. As Jiang Yun had just arrived and begun his strategic planning, the murkier the waters of the Northwest became, the more advantageous it would be for him. "Mr. Jiang, one may indulge in reckless dining, but one must not speak frivolously. Furthermore, it was you who withheld Zhang San's wages. How dare you turn the tables?" Kai Guoyang retorted, establishing a confrontational stance against Jiang Yun. Zhang San and the others echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, you are the true heartless one." Chapter 460. The best strategy is to retreat. A mocking smile crept across Jiang Yun's face, with reporters in attendance. He felt free to voice his thoughts without fear of provoking Zhang San and his cohorts. The journalists had captured everything, and should these individuals resort to violence, they would have to consider their actions carefully. "In accordance with our contract, you may delay the project, but I have just cause to terminate your employment. Moreover, you have attempted to coerce me into raising your wages, which is an unlawful act. And now, you dare to threaten us? That constitutes premeditated assault. With such a litany of accusations, how will you defend yourselves?" Jiang Yun's arguments were compelling and irrefutable. The entire situation stemmed from Zhang San's disruptive actions, and they were the true victims. Exchanges of glances among the crowd revealed their uncertainty as they struggled to devise a response. They were a rough group, accustomed to trailing in Zhang San's wake, with little experience in handling such matters. Yet, Zhang San himself was no different. Ultimately, Zhang San turned to Kai Guoyang with a pleading look, evidently awaiting his response, with tensions at such a boiling point. He could hardly see a way out. Kai Guoyang's teeth ground in frustration. Everything was in place to compel Jiang Yun to yield. Yet he found himself outmaneuvered, with Jiang Yun now seizing the upper hand. However, with cameras recording the scene, he could not afford to tarnish his own reputation. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Guoyang coldly remarked, "Why do you look to me? Your actions are truly disappointing." With those words, he turned on his heel, clearly unwilling to linger any longer as for how the situation would unfold. He could not be bothered to care. As long as he remained unscathed, that was sufficient. "Mr. Kai," Zhang Sen called out urgently. But Kai Guoyang paid him no heed. That a pack of abandoned dogs dared to bark in his presence. Jiang Yun scoffed, then directed his gaze toward Lu Qianqian, stating, "Dismiss these workers immediately. They shall no longer be employed." Lu Qianqian snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement, taken aback by Jiang Yun's assertiveness. Originally, they had been in a perilous situation, yet Jiang Yun had turned the tables. No wonder he wielded such influence in the capital. It seemed his capabilities were no mere coincidence. "Mr. Jiang, you may terminate us, but can we settle our wages for these past days first?" Zhang San quickly interjected. The others nodded in unison. They had labored on the site for a week. and the foundation was beginning to take shape. Given the harsh conditions of the Northwest, they could not afford to have their efforts go unrewarded. "How dare you still demand payment?" Jiang Yun retorted. "I shall be suing you. You breached the contract and inflated costs, causing significant delays. I will seek compensation." Each word struck like a knife. Jiang Yun's declaration left the crowd pale and apprehensive. They understood that Jiang Yun was a wealthy businessman from the capital, well-connected and capable of hiring top-tier lawyers. Given their culpability, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if they avoided prison, they would likely incur substantial financial penalties. In an instant, the crowd became a flurry of anxious activity, rife with complaints. "This is all Zhang San's doing. Mr. Jiang, please calm down. We are merely laborers, harboring no ill intentions. Yes, it was Zhang San who promised us to stir up trouble." As the crowd turned against him, Zhang San clenched his fists in frustration. Suppressing his anger, he quietly began to retreat from the scene. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed his departure, and soon he vanished into the crowd. The best strategy is to retreat. "Zhang San, what more do you have to say?" Jiang Yun's voice cut through the air, directed at the spot where Zhang San had stood. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. As were the others present. "He must have fled. I knew Zhang San was heartless. He abandoned us here." The crowd erupted in curses, all aimed at Zhang San. Jiang Yun shook his head in derision. How could such a person command a following? To abandon his allies in times of trouble was truly despicable. The reporters, too, quickly grasped the situation, discerning right from wrong with clarity. "To Mr. Jiang, if you refrain from suing us, we can negotiate. We can resume work immediately, and wages can be lowered." The crowd pleaded, seeking Jiang Yun's forgiveness. After all, many had families to support, and a legal battle would spell disaster for them all. "Do you truly need money? The wages I offered exceed the average in the Northwest. Yet you ungrateful wretches dare to pressure us for more." "This matter is far from over," Lu Qianqian interjected, stepping forward with palpable indignation. With the situation having spiraled out of control, how could it be easily dismissed? Jiang Yun's eyes glinted with a cold light as he waved a hand, interrupting Lu Qianqian. With so many reporters present recording everything, he could not squander such a prime opportunity for publicity. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your plight, and I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Therefore, I shall raise your current wages by 30%. However, you must ensure timely project completion. Otherwise, you shall receive nothing." Offering a proverbial carrot after a slap was the art of management. The crowd was taken aback, their fists clenching in excitement. Not only had they avoided trouble, but they were receiving a raise. In that moment, praises for Jiang Yun erupted among the workers. "The Mr. Jiang is truly a benevolent man," and the journalists echoed their admiration. This is the essence of a true entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the matter has been resolved, let us not linger. Get back to work. Chapter 461. A dilemma. The crowd unanimously agreed and promptly returned to their respective tasks. "Why not take a seat in my office for a moment?" Lu Qianqian suggested. Jiang Yun glanced at the time before following her lead. The reporters present also chose not to linger, realizing they had no substantial news to report. They opted to avoid wasting time. The construction site quickly returned to a state of tranquility. That a few minutes later, the group had made their way to the office. Bang! Lu Qianqian slammed the door shut, her expression darkening considerably as she clenched her teeth, her hands resting firmly on the desk, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yun. "Why did we let them off so easily? I was just about to dismiss them all and had thought of a solution. After all, we have influence in the capital. We could simply bring in some people from there to assist us without delaying the project." It was clear that Lu Qianqian was quite agitated. As the general manager of the subsidiary, she had just established the factory, and already she was nearly bullied by her employees, with the threat of physical confrontation looming. How could she possibly tolerate that? Though Dong Taizan remained silent, his demeanor mirrored Lu Qianqian's, equally filled with righteous indignation. Hadn't he experienced such humiliation before? All right, both of you need to temper your emotions, that we mustn't let anyone overhear your words. I have my reasons for acting this way. Jiang Yun approached the door, ensuring no one was nearby, before continuing. We need to establish our authority in the Northwest. This incident could serve as a valuable precedent. The reporters were just here. If we had chased everyone away, no one would have spoken ill of us. However, such a course of action would not benefit us either. It is human nature for businessmen to pursue profit. As a prominent figure among merchants, Jiang Yun, while not always scheming against others, certainly had much to consider. The two beside him exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun's reasoning held merit, though they still felt a sense of indignation. Very well. Noticing Lu Qianqian's face remained frosty, Jiang Yun approached her side, gently patting her shoulder, his smile growing more pronounced. Let's put this matter aside for now. Given Jiang Yun's resolute attitude, Lu Qianqian ultimately acquiesced, refraining from further objections. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Yun and the others exited the office, leaving the situation in Lu Qianqian's capable hands. There was no need for everyone to linger unnecessarily, and he had already clarified the stakes involved with her, trusting she would not act recklessly. Meanwhile, in a black sedan, Kai Guoyang and Zhang San sat in the back seat, their expressions grim. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, with the driver not daring to breathe too loudly, occasionally stealing glances at the two through the rearview mirror. It was evident to anyone that Kai Guoyang was deeply agitated, resembling a powder keg ready to explode. Provoking him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. President Kai, are we really going to let this matter slide? I can't swallow this humiliation, Zhang Sen exclaimed through gritted teeth, lighting a cigarette, though he and Kai Guoyang were not blood relatives. Kai Guoyang's earlier statement in front of the reporters had merely been a tactical move that in their regular dealings. They often collaborated, sharing a rather dubious partnership. Kai Guoyang's fists clenched tightly, his breathing becoming labored as he spoke in a low voice. Let it slide. How could that be? I've suffered a significant loss this time. My reputation is tarnished. If I just let it go, how will others perceive me? I would become a laughingstock. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, ultimately pounding his fist against the backrest. What should we do now? Zhang San's eyes lit up that if Kai Guoyang intended to bury the hatchet, that would be a true disaster. Kai Guoyang hesitated for a moment, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, his expression darkening further as he struggled to devise a suitable plan. Do you have any good ideas? He suddenly inquired. Typically, Zhang San, who was brimming with cunning, had helped him navigate numerous business obstacles. Zhang San's eyes glinted mischievously as he rubbed his hands together, saying, There is indeed a way, but I wonder if President Kai dares to take the risk? A cold smile crept across Kai Guoyang's lips. All he wanted now was to restore his dignity and deal a harsh blow to Jiang Yun. After all, in the Northwest he held considerable influence. What was there that he would not dare to do? Stop with the useless chatter. Spare me the theatrics. Just tell me, what do you propose? Seeing Kai Guoyang's determination, Zhang Sen wasted no time to regather some people, and then, he said, making a gesture across his throat. Absolutely not. Kai Guoyang interjected firmly, his expression darkening significantly, that if they were to proceed down that path, they would need to engage Jiang Yun in a life-or-death struggle, an outcome that would surely lead to mutual destruction. As a prominent figure in the Northwest business circle, he possessed a broader perspective and was unwilling to wager his fortune and life on such a gamble. In contrast, Zhang San was less encumbered by such concerns. He had no family to drag down with him should things go awry. Are we truly going to let this matter pass? Kai Guoyang voiced his discontent, his teeth clenched tightly. I would love to continue causing trouble for Jiang Yun, but do I lack the qualifications to do so? After a moment's pause, Kai Guoyang frowned slightly before continuing. Let us wait and see. Once Jiang Yun establishes his own influence in the Northwest, I am sure many will come to resent him. At that point, we can unite with others and perhaps force Jiang Yun into a corner. Kai Guoliang had his own calculations. The Northwest Business Circle was a vast, untapped resource, not yet fully developed. Local businessmen were eager to reap greater benefits, and Jiang Yun's presence could disrupt the existing balance, placing him in a precarious position that if Kai Guoliang could seize the forthcoming opportunities, he would possess the means to contend with Jiang Yun. Though Zhang Sen wished to say more, the resolute demeanor of Kai Guoliang left him no choice but to nod in agreement. President Kai, I look forward to your good news. Chapter 462. Even drinking cold water gets stuck in one's teeth on the other side. While the two conspired against Jiang Yun, he had already returned to the hotel. He and Dong Taizhan were seated in the room, watching television. With everything settled, there was no need for him to worry excessively. Once the situation in the Northwest stabilized, he could finally leave and head back to the capital as soon as possible. For he found the harsh winds and sands of this place quite unbearable. Mr. Jiang, I just received a call from the hospital. They informed me that Wang Xian and Su Lily have already left. It seems they no longer dare to trouble us, Dong Taizhan said with a faint smile. Wang Xian and Su Lily had attempted to extort Jiang Yun, but ultimately, Jiang Yun had turned the tables on them, even acquiring evidence of their extortion, which rendered them incapable of further mischief. Not only did this save them a significant sum of money, but it also alleviated considerable hassle, an outcome entirely anticipated. While watching television, Jiang Yun chuckled. Mr. Jiang, shouldn't we take advantage of their misfortune? We could release the recorded video and ensure that Wang Xian and his accomplice face some repercussions, having already been troubled by Kai Guoliang's antics. Dong Taizhan lacked any better solutions that in contrast. Dealing with Wang Xian and his partner would be far more manageable, providing an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Jiang Yun shook his head, smiling as he replied, There's no need to go to such lengths. Wang Xian and his companion are not public figures to begin with. Even if this escalates to litigation, it would only result in them facing a few days of hardship. Clearly, their situation is already quite dire, so there's no need to further complicate matters. Ultimately, Jiang Yun still held a sense of camaraderie towards Wang Xian, as they were alumni and he did not wish to drive them into a corner. One must leave room for others. It allows for future encounters. Dong Taizhan sighed helplessly, refraining from pursuing the topic of Wang Xian further. I'll retire to my room for some rest, and if anything arises, just call for me. After leaving those words, he headed towards his room. Jiang Yun nodded with a smile. Having been by his side for such an extended period, Dong Tieshan's temperament has shown no signs of temperance. Rather, it has grown increasingly irascible, suggesting he is yet to learn anything worthwhile. There were high hopes placed upon him, with aspirations of cultivating him into a reliable aide. However, it seems that more time may be required. Meanwhile, within the rental apartment, as Wang Xian and his companion had just returned home, they were greeted by the sight of their belongings unceremoniously discarded outside the door. In an instant, Wang Xian was consumed by a fiery rage. He was already seething with frustration, as his meticulously crafted plan had been effortlessly unraveled by Jiang Yun, resulting in utter chaos, and, to add insult to injury, he had received not a single penny. Now, to find their luggage thrown outside only added fuel to his fury. What is the meaning of this? Who has dared to toss my belongings out? Wang Xian rushed forward, hastily inspecting his precious computer, only to discover that the monitor remained, but the main unit was rendered to splinters. Which scoundrel has stolen my graphics card? Wang Xian roared once more. His graphics card was the pinnacle of current technology and the most valuable possession in his home. Yet now, it had vanished without a trace. Su Lily's expression mirrored his distress as she retrieved her keys, preparing to unlock the door. Just at that moment, the door swung open abruptly. The landlord stood at the threshold, hands on hips, with a countenance as frigid as ice, while the corridor was littered with an appalling amount of refuse, resembling a miniature dump. Do you still have the audacity to speak? Delinquent on rent as it is. Just look at the state you have left my property in. Is this a place fit for human habitation, or a pigsty? Upon stepping inside, the landlord struggled to find a place to set his foot. as the apartment was infested not only with sizable cockroaches, but also swarms of tiny insects. It was clear that once Wang Xian and his companion were evicted, the premises would require a thorough cleaning. Truly, this was a stroke of misfortune. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have entrusted the apartment to Wang Xian in the first place. Enough with your nonsense. You took my graphics card. Didn't you? Return it to me at once. Or else, I swear I will make you pay dearly. Wang Xian's voice was laced with fury as he clenched his fists tightly. For him, the computer was his lifeline. And without the graphics card, it was nothing more than a heap of scrap. Su Lily stood nearby, her expression grim, yet she remained silent. Other tenants, curious about the commotion, began to open their doors to witness the spectacle. Such occurrences had become all too familiar. Countless tenants had faced eviction for failing to pay rent, ultimately leading to their ousting. You owe me 2 months' rent. Even with your deposit, it does not cover the outstanding amount. And considering the filth you've left behind, what is the harm in taking a graphics card from you? The landlord's tone was icy, showing no compassion for Wang Xian, nor any intention of returning the graphics card. This was all that he was owed. Moreover, the landlord even felt somewhat aggrieved. You bastard. So, you wish to play the strong-arm game, do you? Do you think I, Wang Xian, am so easily bullied? Wang Xian's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes reddening with rage. The thought of his graphics card being taken sent him into a frenzy. He charged towards the landlord, swinging his fist at his face. The landlord merely chuckled coldly, clapping his hands, and moments later, several burly men emerged from inside the apartment, evidently having been prepared for this confrontation. Before Wang Xian could react, 2 of them pinned him to the ground, raining blows upon him. A cacophony of wails erupted. The onlookers reveled in the scene, not one stepping forward to plead for Wang Xian's mercy. Day after day, he had immersed himself in gaming, even during the night, often shouting and cursing. They had long grown weary of his antics, and now they felt a sense of vindication. Enough! The landlord waved his hand dismissively at the man, and upon seeing Wang Xian bloodied and sprawled on the ground, he finally spoke. For today, I shall spare you. Now, gather your belongings and get out. Do not ever show your face before me again. Otherwise, the next time I see you, I will strike you down. Wang Xian, on the verge of tears, lamented his misfortune. Even drinking cold water felt like a struggle in his current plight. Outnumbered and outmatched, he dared not continue the altercation, ultimately packing up his belongings and, together with Su Lily, trudging downstairs. The surrounding tenants cast mocking glances in their direction, accompanied by a chorus of derisive remarks. Hurry up and leave. A person like you deserves to sleep under a bridge. You all will pay for this. I will remember each and every one of you. The tides may shift, but we shall see. Wang Xian pointed accusingly at the other tenants, coldly uttering a few words before delivering a kick to the door and dragging his luggage down the stairs. Su Lily, however, stood empty-handed, striding ahead with a face flushed with anger, clearly infuriated. Wait for me, will you? Are you blind? Can't you help me carry a bit of luggage? Are you trying to kill me? Wang Xian shouted in anger, venting all his frustrations on his Su Lily. Yet, she paid him no heed, as though she had not heard his outburst. Upon reaching the ground floor, Wang Xian cast his belongings aside, collapsing onto the ground in despair. He had truly become a vagabond. With not a single penny in his pocket, he had no idea where to go next or how to sustain himself. Grasping his hair in frustration, he muttered, All of this is because of Jiang Yun. If that damn scoundrel had given us our money, how could we have fallen to such depths? Ha! Su Lily scoffed, finally reaching her breaking point. She swiftly returned to Wang Xian's side, raised her hand, and before he could react, she delivered a sharp slap to his face. The crisp sound of the slap left Wang Xian momentarily stunned. Clutching his face, he stared incredulously at Su Lily, fury boiling within him. If he couldn't deal with Jiang Yun, could he not handle a mere woman? Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? Do you think I am made of paper? Pointing a finger at Wang Xian, Su Lily unleashed the pent-up resentment she had harbored. Enough of your arrogance. It's no wonder you find yourself in this predicament. This is all you are capable of. I S&T it. Before Jiang Yun, you were a meek little mouse, and now you dare to act tough with me. When those men insulted you earlier, why didn't I see you stand up for yourself? Wang Xian ground his teeth in frustration. Did I end that moment? Faced with overwhelming numbers and the landlord's hired muscle, engaging in a conflict would surely lead to a futile beating. However, even though he felt somewhat intimidated, he couldn't admit it aloud. Rising to his feet, he shot Su Lily a cold glare and replied, "You foolish woman. I merely refrained from turning them into a bloody mess to avoid incurring medical expenses." How absurd! Su Lily nearly laughed in disbelief. Despite the situation having reached such a low point, he still attempted to play the tough guy. How had she been so blind to choose such a useless man? Wang Xian, from this day forth, we are through. We shall be strangers from now on, and I hope you do not attempt to pursue me, or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. With those chilling words, Su Lily turned her back on Wang Xian, gathering her own belongings and walking away. Wang Xian erupted in a fit of profanities. It was indeed true what they said. In times of calamity, even birds of a feather will part ways. They were not even married, yet she had chosen to abandon him at his most desperate hour. Women, it seemed, were truly heartless and cold creatures. Go on. You'd best not ever show your face to me again. Just the sight of you disgusts me. Once I strike it rich, I will burn money for fun. You will be the one left envious. Wang Xian continued to utter threats, while passers-by cast disdainful glances in his direction. Yet no one paid him any mind, their hushed conversations continuing that a destitute man, ragged and homeless, still dared to dream of wealth. If he were to strike it rich, surely there would be no poor left in the world. After venting his frustrations, Wang Xian picked up his belongings and made his way towards the city center. His mind raced with plans on how to earn money. However, first and foremost, he needed to find a place to settle temporarily. If he couldn't even secure the basics of survival, everything else was mere fantasy. Before long, Wang Xian found himself dragging his suitcase to the city center, where he stood beneath a star-rated hotel. Taking in his surroundings, he realized the hotel was quite luxurious, yet oddly familiar. He slapped his forehead, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. Was this not the very place he had just dined with Jiang Yun? Just as he was preparing to leave, he caught sight of a man in a suit rushing toward him. Accompanied by two security guards that in no time, the guards restrained Wang Xian, each gripping one of his arms and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, the manager positioned himself in front of Wang Xian, his expression a terrifying shade of displeasure. What a clever boy! It seems that waiting patiently has indeed borne fruit. I've been here waiting for you for several hours. Truly, fortune favors the diligent. Though Wang Xian was seething with anger, he was, after all, a coward at heart, only daring to unleash his fury upon Su Lily, while refraining from confronting the manager before him. A feigned smile graced his lips as he hastily replied, "My dear sir, I cannot recall any grievances between us. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding." Suddenly, the manager's expression darkened, and with a swift kick, he struck Wang Xian in the abdomen, causing him to wince in pain. "A few hours ago, you and your friends were dining at the hotel. We overlooked your bill at that time due to your friend's injury. Now it has become clear to me that you were simply attempting to skip out on the tab. Luckily, I caught you. If you do not settle your debt today, do not blame me for being unpleasant." This was truly a case of misfortunes piling upon one another. Wang Xian felt utterly despondent, for he was now financially destitute, without even a place to stay, let alone the means to settle his bill. The only valuable possession he had left was his computer, yet even the graphics card had been taken by his landlord, rendering his computer little more than a heap of scrap metal. The monitor could barely fetch a mere 100 or 200 yuan. It was a drop in the ocean. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, I will take you to another place to have a chat. At that time, you will certainly regret ever being born. Faced with the manager's threats, Wang Xian capitulated entirely, though he could think of no way to escape. Very well. You are unafraid of boiling water, are you? The manager directed the guards. You too. Take him to the basement at once, and watch how I teach him a lesson, since he has no money to repay his debts. Let us treat him to a taste of my fists. Despair washed over Wang Xian's face, and he felt as if he had lost the will to live. But he harbored a grudge against Jiang Yun. He had hoped that encountering Jiang Yun would turn his fortunes around, liberating him from this miserable existence and allowing him to rise above. Yet, to his dismay, Jiang Yun had brought him nothing but calamity. How infuriating! Wait, you should seek money from Jiang Yun. That fellow is quite wealthy and a renowned entrepreneur, with numerous enterprises in the capital. He would certainly not neglect a few thousand yuan for a meal. Wang Xian made one final desperate attempt, fearing that he would soon be dragged to the basement, where he would be left unrecognizable. The manager scoffed coldly, raising his knee to strike Wang Xian in the stomach. With a dull thud, Wang Xian felt his insides churn, and his face turned a sickly shade of purple, the pain overwhelming him. Where do you expect me to find him? Do you think I have that much time? Take him to the basement immediately. I will make sure he pays dearly. After delivering this reprimand, the manager turned to the security guards for further instructions. That moment, a black sedan came to a halt at the roadside. Just as Wang Xian was about to be taken away, the window of the car slid down, revealing a middle-aged man who spoke calmly. Wait. Both the manager and Wang Xian were momentarily taken aback, turning to see the man stepping out of the vehicle. However, neither of them recognized his identity. The man was flanked by a driver and a bodyguard, exuding an air of affluence. The manager, sensing the change in circumstances, dared not speak further and complied hastily. Having worked in the hotel for so long, he was adept at reading people and could easily discern who was truly wealthy. Do you know Jiang Yun? Kai Guoyang approached Wang Xian, casually inquiring. Indeed, Wang Xian nodded urgently, as if he had found a lifeline. After scrutinizing Wang Xian, Kai Guoyang's gaze shifted to the manager, and he directly asked, "How much does he owe you?" "A total of 3,500 yuan. The manager responded promptly, bowing slightly. Kai Guoyang beckoned to the bodyguard behind him, who quickly returned to the car, emerging with a black leather bag. After receiving the bag, Kai Guoyang produced a stack of cash from within and tossed it to the manager without further ado. "You come with me." That he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Xian before making his way back to the car. The manager was overjoyed, initially believing this matter to be a lost cause, only to unexpectedly encounter a significant benefactor. To his astonishment, the wealthy man even covered the expenses for someone like Wang Xian. Truly a stroke of luck. Take care, boss. If you have time in the future, do remember to visit the hotel. I will surely offer you a discount. The manager waved goodbye to Kai Guoyang, watching the car depart before spitting in disdain, muttering, "This kid truly has struck it rich. How fortunate to have someone come to his rescue." After venting his frustrations, the manager made his way back into the hotel. As night descended, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan had yet to step outside. Resembling two sheltered maidens, their reluctance to venture out was not due to laziness, but rather the inclement weather. "Mr. Jiang, if you are tired, perhaps you should return to your room and rest." Dong Taizan had just awoken from a nap and found Jiang Yun lounging on the sofa. His eyes half closed, clearly fatigued. Upon hearing Dong Tieshan's voice, Jiang Yun shook his head and lazily stretched. "Let us go for a walk instead. If I fall asleep now, I may struggle to sleep tonight. They say that lying idle is the dream of many. However, I am not one to remain idle. This life is far too dull." Jiang Yun muttered to himself. Dong Taizan sighed in resignation. He felt the same way. "Mr. Jiang, when shall we return to the capital? There are numerous matters to attend to in the capital, and as the chairman of Yinxue Group, Jiang Yun must oversee the many enterprises under his control. It should be soon. Let us wait until we are certain that Qian has no issues before heading back to the capital." As they made their way outside, Jiang Yun spoke. "The Northwest market is yet to be fully established, and there are still many matters to address. Although Lu Qianqian possesses exceptional capabilities, she is still a woman. We cannot simply leave her here. While Jiang Yun was not one to excessively indulge in sentimentality, he felt a sense of debt and gratitude towards Lu Qianqian. Had it not been for her presence in the car, it would have been Lin Shui who had suffered the indignation. Lu Qianqian had endured considerable hardship, and how could Jiang Yun turn a blind eye? Very well. I will follow Mr. Zhang's arrangements. Dong Taizan quickly agreed that as they conversed, they took the elevator down to the hotel lobby. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught Jiang Yun's eye. It was Su Lily. At that moment, Su Lily was dressed to impress. Wearing a plunging V-neck dress that accentuated her curves, her bosom tantalizingly visible, she was entwined with a male companion. Her face adorned with a flirtatious smile. Engaged in lively conversation with him, it was evident that their relationship was not only intimate, but also somewhat suggestive. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the man beside her, who appeared to be of a similar age to Jiang Shan. However, the man's physique, looks, and demeanor paled in comparison to Jiang Shan's. His ostentatious attire, adorned with luxury brands, made it clear that he was not an ordinary individual. Isn't that woman Wang Xian's girlfriend? What is she doing with someone else now? Could it be that she and Wang Xian are attempting to manipulate another victim? Dong Taizan questioned, his expression one of confusion. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips. This woman was inherently untrustworthy. Who could say what scheme she was concocting? Nevertheless, Jiang Yun chose to ignore her. After all, their past was behind them. They were now strangers. Even if they crossed paths on the street, he would not deign to glance in her direction in the blink of an eye. The four of them passed each other. Su Lily was momentarily taken aback, her gaze inadvertently landing on Jiang Yun, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment, as if her secret had been exposed. Questions swirled in her mind. What were they doing here? Chapter 465. You are overthinking it. The mere recollection of the earlier conflict with Jiang Yun sent a shiver of trepidation through Su Lily. Although she had just parted ways with Wang Xian and bore an injury upon her head, she swiftly made the acquaintance of a businessman from Jiangnan through the introduction of her sisters. While this man was not remotely comparable to Jiang Yun, he possessed a modicum of wealth, sufficient at least to sustain her. Employing every charm at her disposal, she skillfully flirted with the man during the dinner arranged by her sisters, honing her craft to perfection. Fortunately, the heavens favored the diligent, and she successfully ensnared this lascivious man. Although he was already married, she had deemed him a long-term financial supporter, until she found her next quarry. She must not allow anyone to jeopardize her promising situation. After a moment's hesitation, Su Lily gently kissed the man's ear and whispered, "Darling, my sister suddenly wants to deliver something to me. Could you please head back to your room while I greet her at the hotel entrance?" The man playfully slapped Su Lily's backside and replied with a grin, "Sure, just hurry back." Observing the man's demeanor, Su Lily knew precisely what he desired. Truly, like crows of the same plume. Don't worry, take your shower and prepare the necessary tools. I will ensure you have a delightful time today and reveal my allure. Su Lily giggled seductively and made her way towards Jiang Yun and his companion. The man, filled with elation, rubbed his hands together. Captivated by Su Lily's graceful figure, feeling a surge of blood rush through him, nearly fainting from desire. What a treasure she was! After leaving a couple of remarks, the man hurried towards the elevator, eager to finish his shower and await Su Lily's return in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yun and his companion stepped out, they were abruptly called back by Su Lily. Wait a moment, upon hearing the familiar voice. Jiang Yun paused, an expression of disdain flickering in his eyes. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world for years, Jiang Yun had encountered all manner of women. Given his stature, many women would eagerly approach him. Yet, he found such women utterly repugnant. The lack of self-respect, the willingness to barter their bodies, it was truly disgraceful. In his eyes, Su Lily epitomized this type of woman. "What do you want?" Jiang Yun asked coldly. Su Lily approached them, lighting a slender cigarette and calmly stated, "I have severed all ties with Wang Xian. From now on, he is he, and I am I. May our paths not cross, even if you harbor resentment towards him. I hope you will not trouble me. After all, everything that transpired at the hotel was orchestrated by Wang Xian and not of my own volition." That Su Lily felt a twinge of apprehension towards Jiang Yun's status. Her fortunes had only just begun to improve. She could not afford to plummet back into destitution. Should Jiang Yun employ any underhanded tactics, the old man she had just secured would likely shy away from her as well. Hearing her words, a cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips. He appraised Su Lily from head to toe, then replied nonchalantly, "You might be overestimating your significance that I have no interest in your affairs with Wang Xian, nor will I meddle in your personal life. Even if you were to consort with a beggar, it bears no consequence to me." Clearly, Jiang Yun had discerned Su Lily's intentions and guessed her motives. Enraged, Su Lily bit her lip in frustration. How dare he insult her so? Even if every man in the world perished, she would never stoop to consort with a beggar. Was he jesting? Yet Su Lily could only seethe in silence. After exhaling a puff of smoke, she huffed disdainfully and strode towards the hotel. Her priority was to cater to that elderly man. Securing the money was paramount. She was still without a stable home, and the dress she wore was borrowed from her sister, after years by Wang Xian's side. Lacking even a decent outfit or jewelry was both laughable and pitiful as Su Lily's silhouette faded from view. Jiang Yun shook his head with a chuckle, lighting a cigarette of his own. This woman truly was amusing. Did she genuinely believe we would ruin her good fortune? Did she think I would waste my time on her? With Jiang Yun's current status, time was measured in seconds. How could he possibly indulge in such frivolities? Yet, he was taken aback to learn that this woman had parted ways with Wang Xian. Was it too sudden? Dong Taizan, perplexed, interjected, "What transpired in less than half a day to escalate matters to this extent? Could it be as simple as a financial dispute?" Wang Xian had taken a gamble, willing to risk everything to extort a sum from me. Clearly, he was in a predicament. Jiang Yun replied coolly, "Had he approached me directly for a loan, I might have considered assisting him. After all, we were classmates from years ago. I couldn't simply turn a blind eye to his troubles. But to choose such an extreme method, attempting to devour a hefty sum in one go, how could I tolerate that?" The mere thought of Wang Xian darkened Jiang Yun's expression once more. Dong Taizan, equally indignant, expressed, "Such a classmate is not worth keeping." "Very well. Let us first locate a dining establishment and enjoy a simple meal." Jiang Yun concluded, disinterested in further discussion about Wang Xian. "Agreed." Dong Taizan replied with a smile, "That I've heard the lamb soup in the Northwest is quite good. Shall we indulge in a bit of lamb palmo?" Having grown accustomed to lavish meals, he yearned for something simpler. Upon mentioning food, Dong Taizan licked his lips, nearly drooling in anticipation. That it was said that sleeping did not expend energy, but that was utter nonsense. After merely a few hours of sleep, his stomach was already grumbling. "All right, I'll contact Qianqian, that if she's available, we can share a meal and discuss when we might return to the capital." Having made up his mind, Jiang Yun promptly dialed Lu Qianqian's number. Once she agreed, the two of them sought out a nearby eatery. Though the establishment was modest and its cleanliness somewhat questionable, Jiang Yun cheerfully remarked, "Let us go with this." The place was bustling with patrons, indicating that its offerings were surely delectable and would allow them to savor the regional flavors of the Northwest. Chapter 466. A century-old establishment, excuse me. "Is there any seating available?" Jiang Yun inquired as they entered the modest eatery. "My apologies, but the dining area is completely full. That if you don't mind waiting, I can arrange a table for you outside." The proprietor replied with a broad smile. Such situations were common, and indeed, a few tables were available outside. The little establishment thrived due to its delicious food, reasonable prices, and commendable hygiene. "Mr. Jiang, perhaps we should find another place?" Dong Taizan suggested promptly, that as long as he could satisfy his hunger. He was indifferent to where they dined. "Not at all. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable." The presence of so many customers attests to the quality of the food. Dining outside might even be more pleasant. Jiang Yun replied with no airs, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Very well then. Dong Taizan nodded in agreement and ceased further objections. The proprietor promptly set up a table outside and brought over the menu for Jiang Yun's party. Please feel free to serve us a selection of your specialties, Jiang Yun said with an affable smile. Absolutely, sir. We will ensure your satisfaction, the proprietor assured, retreating to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, as the dishes were served, Lu Qianqian arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing the two seated outside, she shook her head in bemusement. Approaching Jiang Yun, she smiled and remarked, "What is going on? The esteemed Jiang is dining at a roadside stall." Jiang Yun gestured towards the packed interior and explained, "The place is full, so the owner set us up outside. That it doesn't matter where we eat as long as the food is good. Is it that you cannot abide this fare? Or do you believe dining here diminishes your stature, Ms. Lu?" Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun, unable to restrain her amusement. "You really are incorrigible. She is hardly a renowned figure, nor is she someone of delicate beauty or wealth. Since Jiang Yun can sit here, what is there for her to criticize? Spare me your sarcastic remarks that I have heard of this establishment before. Several times, I had intended to come and sample their signature dishes, which are reputed to be a culinary treasure of the Northwest. However, I never found the opportunity until today, when I can finally indulge." Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. She did not expect that the seemingly random choice of venue would hold such a significant reputation. "Did you notice the gilded sign on the wall?" Following Lu Qianqian's, she indeed saw a massive plaque hanging on the wall. What could it be? This was Jiang Yun's first encounter with such a place, and she felt a twinge of curiosity. The phrase "centennial-old shop" stood out prominently. Could it be mere self-promotion? Yet that plaque was no gimmick. It is said that this establishment has been operating in the Northwest for over a century. Never changing ownership, consistently managed by their family, and the culinary skills have not been passed on to outsiders so do not underestimate the owner. Their ancestors have been chefs for 3 generations. It is rumored that their forebear even served as an imperial chef in the palace. "Ha!" Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking her head. Such unverifiable claims were likely just idle talk. As she picked up her chopsticks, she nodded in agreement. The taste of the dishes was indeed delightful. It certainly lived up to their illustrious reputation. Jiang Yun exchanged a few words of praise. Just then, a scoffing laugh emerged from behind them, followed by a voice saying, "It's merely a hollow reputation, that if they were truly so esteemed, how could they settle for a roadside stall? Just look at the state of their restaurant. It's a complete mess. How could you possibly eat in such a place?" Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly as she turned to glance at the man who spoke. He was accompanied by several burly men, making him appear quite diminutive in stature. Furthermore, he had a shifty demeanor, with beady eyes that darted around, clutching a mala bead bracelet, giving off an untrustworthy impression. "Mind your own business and stop ruining our appetite. Get lost," Dong Taizan retorted sharply. Such individuals are everywhere. Clearly, they were envious of the thriving business and merely suffering from envy. But what does slandering others behind their backs make them? Heroes? Say that again. A hulking man behind the speaker pointed at Dong Taizan, shouting angrily. The others widened their eyes, cracking their knuckles, eager for a confrontation. What a pack of curs! Jiang Yun scoffed internally, signaling Dong Taizan to disregard them. This is the Northwest, not the capital. Jiang Yun had no roots here and wished to avoid conflict, lest it bring trouble his way. Better to err on the side of caution. After resolving matters in the Northwest, he planned to return to the capital swiftly. The shifty-eyed man sneered and chose to ignore Jiang Yun, leading his companions into the establishment, disdainfully stating, "There's no need to waste breath on such people. Look at their youth. They probably have no idea of the world's dangers. Someone will eventually teach them a lesson." Smack. Dong Tieshan's expression changed abruptly, that if it were just his own words, he could bear it. But this man dared to insult Jiang Yun. How could he tolerate that? In an instant, Dong Taizan stood up and strode toward the man, glaring at him fiercely. The man, however, showed no fear, instead smirking as he asked, "What is the matter? Did I step on your toes?" Getting anxious. "Good dogs don't block the path. Hurry," and before he could finish, Dong Taizhan swiftly grabbed the man's wrist with a deft throw. He slammed him to the ground. The man's back met the floor with a thud, causing him to wince in pain. The burly men behind him exchanged glances before rolling up their sleeves. Charging toward Dong Taizhan. In an instant, chaos ensued. Sensing the escalating situation, Jiang Yun quickly pulled Lu Qianqian behind her and seized a chair, rushing toward the group. She could not stand idly by as Dong Taizhan faced adversity. Chapter 467. It's your sign that S being destroyed. The commotion grew louder, alarming several diners inside the restaurant. The owner quickly rushed out. "Everyone, please stop. We are all here to enjoy a meal. There is no need for such a ruckus. If this escalates, it won't benefit anyone. Let us all take a step back and keep the peace." The shifty-eyed man glanced at the owner and snorted disdainfully. He approached the owner and slapped him across the face, leaving the latter momentarily bewildered. The diners frowned. The owner was merely trying to mediate, so why resort to violence? However, given the presence of the burly men, no one dared to speak up. Fearing repercussions, the man struck the owner. His companions turned their anger toward Jiang Yun and her group, glaring menacingly. After stepping aside, Jiang Yun heard Lu Qianqian suggest, "It's better to avoid trouble. Let's leave for now. Those guys clearly aren't good people. If they suddenly decide to attack us, what then?" Lu Qianqian wore a worried expression that if anything were to happen to Jiang Yun in the northwest, it would be disastrous. "Let us wait a moment. This man doesn't seem to have good intentions. We need to see how this unfolds." Jiang Yun replied calmly, taking a seat without a trace of fear. As if struck by a thought, he turned to Lu Qianqian, giving her brief instructions before returning his gaze to the group before them. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian stepped aside to make a phone call, evidently summoning help. Although Jiang Yun's influence did not extend deeply into the northwest, with his factory already established and his company operational, he had sufficient manpower at his disposal, so if a confrontation arose, they would not be the ones at a disadvantage. "You're just in time. Do you know why I'm hitting you?" The shifty-eyed man coldly remarked as he surveyed the owner, "That I believe we've never met. Have we?" The owner, frowning, replied, his face still stinging from the slap. Yet, recognizing the man's hostility, he refrained from escalating the situation. "Peace brings prosperity" was a lesson passed down through generations. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Wenxiong. A few days ago, I ordered a bowl of noodles from your establishment, and after my son consumed it, he has been suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea after a hospital visit. We discovered it was food poisoning. The only food he consumed during this time, aside from what his mother made, was your bowl of noodles. Your food must have been contaminated, causing my son such suffering." "What a preposterous claim." Jiang Yun smirked, sensing the absurdity of the accusation. Yet he could tell that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. This man was clearly trying to stir up trouble. "How about this? I will cover all your son's medical expenses, including any subsequent costs. Does that sound agreeable?" The owner hastily offered, although he was uncertain whether the child's food poisoning was linked to their establishment. He understood that if the matter escalated, the reputation of their century-old business would be at stake, that IT was not merely about losing profits. It was a matter of honor to his ancestors. The reputation of a 100-year-old establishment is built upon generations of hard work. If he were to destroy it, he would be deemed unfilial. Do you see? He readily agrees to compensation. He must know that the food in his restaurant is unsanitary, which is why he dares not let the issue escalate. Li Wenxiong's voice turned icy as he gestured to the crowd, inciting murmurs among them. The patrons were puzzled by the owner's actions, perceiving it as an attempt to cover up something. Little did they know that the owner was simply valuing the reputation of his century-old establishment too greatly. Unbeknownst to him, his careless words would complicate matters further. "Do I look like someone who lacks money?" Li Wenxiong deliberately adjusted his collar, revealing a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger. Under the sunlight, the chain glimmered. "Let me tell you, my son is currently lying in the intensive care unit. I have but one condition." Li Wenxiong pointed at the plaque hanging on the wall, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "Let me in to smash that plaque. Then we can consider the matter settled. Furthermore, in the future, I shall not demand a single penny from you. Surely, you wouldn't suffer any loss, would you?" In an instant, the shopkeeper's expression turned grim. He hastily positioned himself at the entrance, blocking the path of those nearby, and urgently replied, "You might as well kill me. The significance of that plaque is self-evident. It is the culmination of generations of hard work. How could one simply destroy it on a whim? Are you trying to bully me?" Li Wenxiong lit a cigarette, his expression darkening considerably as he coldly declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, that plaque must not be touched. It is a legacy from my ancestors. It is the very sign of our establishment. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on it, I will fight them to the bitter end." The shopkeeper glared fiercely, his teeth clenched, his demeanor akin to that of a madman. Li Wenxiong let out a derisive chuckle, dismissing him entirely. With a swift kick, he sent the shopkeeper sprawling, then gestured towards the burly men behind him, commanding, "What are you waiting for? Go and smash that plaque for me. Consider it an act of vengeance for my son." The patrons present quickly stepped aside, their faces a mix of confusion and intimidation, yet none dared to speak up. The shopkeeper struggled to rise from the ground. But one of the sturdy men had already seized his wrists, pinning him to the table, rendering him powerless. "Just stay here and watch. Observe as I demolish your precious plaque." Li Wenxiong laughed raucously, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. The shopkeeper's face was filled with despair, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice quivering with emotion. "Please, I beg you, do not smash it. That is my lifeblood if you destroy it. I shall have no reason to live." Li Wenxiong sneered, casually picking up a chair as he threatened to bring it down upon the plaque, adding, "Whether you live or die is of no concern to me." Chapter 468. Evil begets evil. As Li Wenxiong prepared to strike, Jiang Yun urgently signaled to Dong Taizhan beside him for assistance. That it was evident that the shopkeeper was not the heartless villain Li Wenxiong claimed him to be. This establishment was certainly not a den of iniquity. All of this was a deliberate provocation by Li Wenxiong. Any discerning observer could see through it. Yet, due to the sheer number of people surrounding Li Wenxiong, no one dared to step forward to defend the shopkeeper, fearing repercussions. Dong Taizhan acquiesced, seizing a chair and hurling it at Li Wenxiong. In an instant, the chair struck Li Wenxiong squarely in the back, interrupting his movement and preventing him from smashing the plaque. The shopkeeper turned back, his face full of gratitude, his gaze landing on Jiang Yun and his companions, as if he had spotted family. "Who did this? You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? If you have the guts, step forward." Li Wenxiong cursed as he scrambled to his feet, his face turning a shade of blue from anger. Jiang Yun glanced at Lu Qianqian beside him and whispered, "You stay here to await the factory personnel. We will go in and hold him off." Although Lu Qianqian felt a twinge of worry, she nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had approached Li Wenxiong, sizing him up before coldly stating, "If you wish to smash someone's plaque, you must first present a reasonable justification. You just claimed that your son is in the intensive care unit. How could that possibly be the result of a bowl of noodles? Furthermore, since your son is still in the hospital, I advise you to accumulate some good karma for him. Remember, what goes around comes around. Be wary that your actions may have repercussions for your son. That moment, Li Wenxiong was consumed with fury. He stood up indignantly, pointing a finger at Jiang Yun's nose and exclaimed, "You again, you scoundrel! I let you off earlier, and now you dare to provoke me? Fine, if you want to allow me to smash this plaque. Then I shall deal with you first." As he spoke, he gestured to the burly men beside him. That moment, he could no longer hold back. Jiang Yun had thwarted his plans repeatedly, even engaging him physically. How could he possibly endure this? In an instant, the burly men charged at Jiang Yun, clearly intent on not letting him escape unscathed. Dong Taizhan quickly positioned himself in front of Jiang Yun, preparing to confront the others when suddenly a commotion erupted from outside. Looking out, they saw a throng of people arriving, each wielding tools, clearly a hostile crowd. Upon witnessing this, Li Wenxiong's face paled in shock. Lu Qianqian rushed to Jiang Yun's side, relieved that the reinforcements had arrived in a timely manner, thus averting disaster. The crowd behind Lu Qianqian began to shout in unison. Who dares to trouble Mr. Jiang? If you have any guts, step forward. Yes, I want to see whose skin is thick enough. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and they had all remembered Jiang Yun's kindness when he had the chance to retaliate for past grievances. Jiang Yun had chosen to let it go, even sparing them. This kindness could not go unreturned. Now that Jiang Yun was in trouble, how could they possibly retreat? Li Wenxiong was taken aback by the scene before him, and, licking his lips nervously, quickly shifted his gaze back to Jiang Yun, hastily exclaiming, "Brother, it was all a misunderstanding." He had never expected Jiang Yun to have such significant connections. Clearly, he was a big shot. Li Wenxiong was merely a small player. How could he dare to offend Jiang Yun? A disdainful smile crept across Jiang Yun's face as he slapped Li Wenxiong across the face. "Spare me your meaningless chatter. And who do you think you are calling your brother? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you are worthy to call me brother?" Jiang Yun coldly retorted, showing no mercy to Li Wenxiong. Yet despite this, Li Wenxiong maintained a facade of obsequiousness, not daring to say more. Only a fool would continue to engage in a war of words with Jiang Yun at this moment, for it would only lead to greater trouble. Now, tell me, what exactly is going on here? Is your son truly ill? Jiang Yun asked coldly, pressing for answers to Li Wenxiong hesitated for a moment, scratching his head before replying. "I do not have a son. How could he possibly be sick?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting confusion. So it was all a fabrication. Jiang Yun snorted disdainfully. Everything was just as he suspected. This man was no good. He was clearly intent on making life difficult for the shopkeeper. Taking money to do someone's dirty work? "I am merely helping someone out, sir. I am just a nobody. Could you not regard me as a mere nuisance?" Faced with the many hostile gazes upon him, even Li Wenxiong felt a twinge of fear, that a classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "Let you go? Certainly not. You have wreaked havoc in this establishment and struck the shopkeeper. Do you think it can all end here?" Jiang Yun reasoned firmly that it was now abundantly clear that Li Wenxiong was deliberately seeking trouble, so there was no need to show him any leniency. He brought this upon himself. Li Wenxiong felt like crying. Had he not also suffered 2 slaps to the face? He had even been thrown over his shoulder and struck by a chair. If they were to settle accounts, how would he ever reconcile these debts? Yet he dared not voice these complaints, fearing they would only provoke further wrath and lead to greater calamity. "What do you propose we do then? A villain will ultimately meet their match." Now, Li Wenxiong spoke in a subdued tone, devoid of his previous bravado. "How about this? You have disrupted their normal operations and struck the shopkeeper. Considering the mental distress and damages to the establishment, you shall compensate him with 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Upon hearing this figure, Li Wenxiong nearly cursed out loud. He had merely been doing someone a favor, and they had only given him 20,000. Yet Jiang Yun was demanding 6 figures. Was he trying to take his life? "Sir, do I look like someone who can afford such a sum? Please do not make it difficult for me," Li Wenxiong quickly pleaded. However, in his heart, he harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Yun. "No money." A cold smile spread across Jiang Yun's face as he sat down, clapping his hands, and declared, "If you lack funds, then it's simple. Shall we take an arm from you then?" Chapter 469. A favor, please. This. Li Wenxiong's face paled in fright. Did I end the past? These were his lines. How could he be threatened today? What an absurd joke. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze falling upon Jiang Yun, and he hurriedly said, "Sir, Please do not jest with me. I am but a minor character. There is no need for you to dirty your hands over me." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. Has he begun to feel fear? If that is the case, why was he so arrogant just moments ago? It seems that wicked men indeed require the tempering of their own kind. "Mr. Jiang, what do you propose we do? Perhaps we should simply follow your wishes and sever one of his hands." Dong Taizhan spoke coldly, his demeanor far from playful. The crowd nodded in agreement, clearly disapproving of Li Wenxiong's conduct. It was evident he was deliberately bullying the shop owner. Had Jiang Yun not been present, Li Wenxiong and his associates would have surely wreaked havoc on the establishment, leaving the shopkeeper to bear the brunt of the loss. Initially, they were unaware of the situation's intricacies and had refrained from provoking Li Wenxiong. But now that circumstances had shifted with Jiang Yun's backing, they were resolute in not letting him off easily. Seeing the unanimous stance of the crowd, although Li Wenxiong felt a surge of anger, he could only look at Jiang Yun with a bitter expression, hoping for a change of heart. If he were truly to lose a part of himself, what would become of his future? "Do you now recognize your mistakes?" Jiang Yun's gaze returned to Li Wenxiong as he coldly inquired. Li Wenxiong eagerly nodded. "Sir, I implore you to show mercy. I am truly remorseful and promise I shall never repeat my mistakes. I hope for your forgiveness." Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction and gestured to Dong Taizhan and the others. "Well, since he has acknowledged his fault, let us consider this matter settled. Should he dare to cause trouble again in the future, we can always deal with such a person then." In truth, Jiang Yun did not desire to escalate the situation, that he merely intended to intimidate Li Wenxiong. Had Li Wenxiong adopted a defiant stance, Jiang Yun would have found himself in a predicament, unsure of how to proceed. After all, it was not his intention to resort to violence. Fortunately, Li Wenxiong was a coward, which made matters considerably easier. Li Wenxiong, taken aback, collapsed onto the ground as if he had escaped a disaster. What a thrill! He had come perilously close to losing his life. What was he still doing there? Did he expect them to invite him to dinner? Jiang Yun spoke again. That Li Wenxiong quickly regained his senses, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and scrambled toward the exit. As Li Wenxiong and his entourage exited the restaurant, the crowd erupted in cheers, applauding Jiang Yun's actions. However, Jiang Yun paid them no heed, not even casting a glance their way. Just moments ago, these individuals had nearly sided with Li Wenxiong, almost making things difficult for the shop owner. "Truly a fickle bunch, sir. Please come inside." The shop owner, still incredulous at the turn of events, quickly approached Jiang Yun, respectfully uttering a few words. Jiang Yun responded with a casual acknowledgement and exchanged greetings with Dong Taizhan and the others. Since their workers had all arrived, it would be remiss to let them leave empty-handed. They promptly set up more tables outside the restaurant, allowing everyone to have a simple meal. Although the establishment appeared unassuming, the food it served was quite commendable, maintaining the esteemed reputation of the century-old establishment. Jiang Yun followed the shop owner to the back hall. In an instant, the shop owner was overwhelmed with emotion. Kneeling before Jiang Yun, just as he prepared to bow his head, Jiang Yun swiftly assisted him to his feet, quickly saying, "There's no need for such formalities. That it was merely a small gesture on my part. Moreover, my disdain for Li Wenxiong is not solely for your sake." Despite Jiang Yun's words, the shop owner was still profoundly moved. Moments ago, Li Wenxiong had even raised a stool, poised to smash the signboard. It was vital to understand that the signboard represented the hard-earned reputation of generations, even more precious than his own life. If that signboard were to be destroyed, he would lose all hope of survival. Jiang Yun's casual act had indeed saved his life. Take a moment to reflect. Consider who is truly pulling the strings behind the scenes. He had not had the chance to question Li Wenxiong earlier, but surely there was a mastermind behind him, with Li Wenxiong merely a pawn in their game. Jiang Yun quickly deduced the situation. The shop owner's expression grew grave, his teeth clenched tightly. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a low voice. "Sir, I have operated this establishment on this street for decades, so I am well aware of the dynamics at play. I can see you hold considerable influence. And thus I wish to ask for your assistance, if you would be so kind." The shop owner's eyes glistened with unshed tears, not merely from gratitude but also from anger. Every industry has its struggles and survival rules. The restaurant business is no exception. If he had not been driven to desperation, how could a man like him shed tears? "Speak your mind," Jiang Yun said, observing the shop owner's troubled demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy. He lit a cigarette and settled into a chair. After the shop owner composed himself, he fought to suppress his anger and began to speak. "Even without Li Wenxiong's words, I know exactly who is scheming against me. There are several restaurants on this street, and they have long coveted my business. They frequently attempt to sabotage me, engaging in underhanded tactics behind my back. However, recognizing that everyone faces hardships, I've chosen not to engage with them, as they haven't crossed any serious boundaries. But this time is different. They have genuinely infringed upon my bottom line. In the past, during their skirmishes, the opposition merely sent people to create disturbances, always requiring flimsy justifications. They had never contemplated damaging the signboard. Thus, the shop owner often turned a blind eye, opting for a conciliatory approach to resolve issues. After all, it was better to avoid trouble, and maintaining the restaurant's operation was of utmost importance. But this instance was different. It had pushed him to the brink of fury. Chapter 470. Eradicating evil and upholding virtue. At the other end of the street lay the Wang Long restaurant. This establishment was far larger than his own, yet it did not attract many patrons. Over the years, the manager, Wang Long, had been a persistent source of trouble for him, with the situation escalating. It was certain that this incident was directly linked to Wang Long. Though the shop owner preferred to avoid conflict, he was not oblivious to who was scheming against him. "What is it that you need me to do?" Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. He was not the type to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Moreover, being in the Northwest was not his territory. Even with numerous workers at his side, he could not treat them as free labor. Nor could he allow them to become tools for exploitation. Yet, Jiang Yun could see that the shop owner was a man of misfortune in him. He recognized a reflection of his former self. When he first arrived in the capital, he too had found himself in a similarly precarious position. Had he not relied on his indomitable will to persevere, how could he have attained his current standing? "Sir, I wish for your help in dealing with Wang Long. Just as you handled Li Wenxiong today, I want him to guarantee that he will cease troubling me." The shop owner hesitated for a moment before speaking decisively, his eyes brimming with moisture, filled with hope that in the entire Northwest, only Jiang Yun could assist him. "Sir, I assure you, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. I am willing to offer you 30% of my shop's shares. Moreover, you need not worry about the daily operations. Simply wait for the dividends at the year's end." The shop owner continued, "Do not underestimate my small establishment. With the reputation of this century-old brand, we can earn quite a sum. However, even if all the profits were directed to him, it would not significantly affect Jiang Yun's heart. After all, while this amount might be astronomical to an ordinary person, it was but a drop in the ocean compared to Jiang Yun's vast wealth. Yet, he could discern the sincerity of the shop owner. He gently tapped his temples a few times with his fingers, then nonchalantly flicked the cigarette butt from his hand, before continuing, "All right. Just in time, my friends are all outside. Let's tidy up and head to Wang Long restaurant." As he spoke, Jiang Yun had already risen and was making his way towards the door. The shopkeeper was overwhelmed with gratitude, his heart swelling with emotion as he clenched his fists and hurried to keep pace with Jiang Yun. They had truly encountered a benevolent soul this time. Soon, the two of them walked out of the restaurant, one following the other. A glance around revealed that there were over a dozen large round tables set up along the roadside, each occupied by several individuals. As Jiang Yun appeared, all eyes converged upon him. Despite the round tables encroaching upon the entrances of nearby establishments, no one dared to voice their objections. After all, They were well aware of the recent events and wished to avoid stirring up trouble for themselves. "Mr. Jiang," the crowd called out in unison. Jiang Yun waved at those present, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Have you all dined well?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Tonight, I declare a holiday for everyone. Accompany me to attend to a matter. Once that's settled, we can all unwind for the evening, and rest assured, all expenses will be on me." Jiang Yun displayed a remarkable generosity. Although he had no intention of engaging in a confrontation with Wang Long, he understood the importance of maintaining an imposing presence. Therefore, it was essential to be thoroughly prepared. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, they had caused a ruckus at the construction site, yet Jiang Yun not only refrained from dismissing them, but had even raised their wages. He had become their benefactor. Thus, even if Jiang Yun did not grant them a holiday or allow them a night of revelry, they would still feel compelled to follow him, ready to help Jiang Yun overcome any obstacles. "Very well. Since everyone has agreed, let us set forth," Jiang Yun remarked, his gaze falling upon the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper quickly understood, relaying instructions to the staff before leading the way towards Wang Long restaurant. His heart raced with exhilaration. Many shop owners on the street emerged from their establishments, intrigued by the commotion, though their expressions were filled with confusion. They were aware that a conflict had occurred at the century-old restaurant, but were uncertain about what was to transpire next. Given the short length of the street, it took merely a few minutes for Jiang Yun and his companions to arrive at Wang Long restaurant, where a dark mass of people stood outside, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. The shopkeeper pointed towards the restaurant and quickly exclaimed, "Sir, this is the place." Observing the shopkeeper's furious demeanor, Jiang Yun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "All right, I will resolve this for you shortly. You go inside and summon Wang Long for us." The shopkeeper nodded and promptly entered the restaurant. Meanwhile, Dong Taizan approached Jiang Yun, his face filled with uncertainty as he asked, "Mr. Jiang, what are you planning to do?" Lu Qianqian also wore a puzzled expression. Just lending him a small favor, Jiang Yun replied with a smile. For him, it was merely a trivial matter to be by the way. "Follow my lead and do not engage in any physical altercations," Jiang Yun hastily advised, knowing Dong Tieshan's volatile temperament and the unpredictability of the situation, that if a fight broke out, it could lead to disaster, making it difficult for even Jiang Yun to extricate himself. "Rest assured that my sole responsibility is to ensure your safety, Mr. Jiang, that I shall not intervene in any other matters," Dong Taizan promptly assured. Jiang Yun felt a surge of gratitude. Just as they were conversing, the shopkeeper hurriedly emerged from the restaurant, followed closely by a burly man, with several chefs trailing behind, all glaring at the shopkeeper with hostility. However, the moment they noticed Jiang Yun and the others standing outside, their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Wang Long, who stood at the forefront, appeared taken aback that he glanced at the shopkeeper, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Yun, his mind racing with questions. What was going on? Had someone come to cause trouble? Chapter 471. Turning the tables, who are you? Wang Long directed his question at Jiang Yun, cutting straight to the point. However, Jiang Yun ignored him, his cigarette still dangling from his lips as if he had not heard the question. This response irked Wang Long, the shopkeeper, then stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Wang Long with a terrifying expression. "Wang Long, open your eyes and recognize who I am." In that instant, Wang Long's face drained of color as he began to comprehend the situation. "You sent Li Wenxiong to trouble me earlier. You nearly ruined my family's reputation." The shopkeeper's fury boiled over. That sign was his lifeblood, a legacy built by the hard work of generations, and a source of pride for his entire family. Yet, due to Wang Long's jealousy, it had almost been destroyed. Under normal circumstances, Wang Long would have disregarded the shopkeeper entirely, but today was different. With Jiang Yun and the workers standing alongside him, the numbers were on their side, making Wang Long hesitant to confront them directly for fear of attracting significant trouble. His eyes darted around, and he quickly rubbed his hands together as he approached the shopkeeper, placing a hand on his shoulder as if they were long-lost friends. "Boss Du." Wang Long grinned widely, continuing, "There seems to be a misunderstanding here, that we are all in the same business on this street and have been neighbors for years. How could I possibly do something like that? I would never allow anyone to damage your sign, and if I heard of such intentions, I would be the first to come to your aid. I would never let you suffer." While his words sounded like those of a good neighbor, Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed on Wang Long. Observing his every move, it was evident that this man was cunning and untrustworthy. "Wang Long, spare me your pretenses. Do you truly wish for me to summon Li Wenxiong to confront you directly?" The shopkeeper's face turned a shade of green with anger as he pushed away Wang Long's hand from his shoulder, his voice icy. Wang Long's lips twitched, seeing that the shopkeeper was not in the mood for flattery. He shifted his focus to Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him closely, yet failing to recognize him. "Sir, may I ask who you are? What brings you here today?" he inquired, attempting to assess Jiang Yun's intentions, "that I am a friend of his." Jiang Yun gestured towards the shopkeeper, tossing aside his cigarette, but while maintaining a calm and carefree smile. Surrounded by a multitude of workers, he exuded an air of authority, although this was merely a tactic to intimidate Wang Long. Should the man dare to overstep his bounds, Jiang Yun would not simply stand by. The shopkeeper was a decent man, and it was unacceptable for him to be bullied without recourse. After all, fate had brought them together, and considering that the shopkeeper intended to offer him a stake in the business, Jiang Yun could see his sincerity. For this reason alone, he could not remain indifferent to the situation. "So, you are a friend of Du Yunhang. Are you here today with such a large entourage to threaten my establishment?" Wang Long, seeing no room for negotiation, grew impatient, skipping straight to the heart of the matter. Before opening his restaurant, he had been a butcher. While he may not have been exceptionally powerful, he was a notable figure in the Northwest, with many dubious associates. Even after establishing his restaurant, he continued to operate without scruples, pushing many restaurant owners out of business over the years. For many years, he had sought to undermine Du Yunhang, aiming to dismantle his family's century-old sign. "I never engage in reckless behavior, nor do I intend to destroy your establishment. However, one must face the consequences of their actions. Today, you must apologize to Boss Du, otherwise, this situation cannot be overlooked." Jiang Yun spoke in a faint tone, her words laced with an unending chill. Wang Long also furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing the growing crowd of onlookers, he turned his gaze and broke into a grin. He then clapped his hands, prompting several men clad in chef uniforms to bring forth a chair, which Wang Long promptly sat upon. His demeanor still relaxed. The gathered crowd murmured amongst themselves, evidently perplexed by the unfolding events. Du Yunhang's gaze instinctively shifted to Jiang Yun, momentarily at a loss for what to do if Wang Long truly intended to confront them relentlessly. It would indeed be a grave predicament. To catch a thief, one must seize the goods. To catch an adulterer, one must catch them in the act. How dare you accuse me baselessly, merely on your word? You claim I had your sign destroyed. Where is your evidence? If you possess any real capability, have Li Wenxiong confront me face to face. Earlier, although Du Yunhang had mentioned this matter, Wang Long had dismissed it entirely. Moreover, he was deliberately stalling for time, hoping to facilitate Li Wenxiong's swift departure. Once there were no witnesses, even if Jiang Yun herself proclaimed otherwise, it would be he who held the upper hand. Jiang Yun's associates would then be labeled as mere instigators. Should the situation escalate, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Yun and her companions to extricate themselves. Wang Long, being a seasoned figure in society, was quite astute. Seeing Jiang Yun and her group remain silent, he continued, "Last night, some items went missing from my kitchen. These were our secret spice recipes. You now claim I vandalized your establishment. I could just as easily accuse you of stealing our recipes." The chefs behind him nodded in agreement, vociferously echoing his sentiments. "Indeed, your so-called century-old establishment is nothing but a facade." Du Yunhang's teeth nearly ground to dust, his lips turning a shade of purple, his chest heaving with rage. It was clear he was seething with fury. It was Wang Long and his associates who had erred first, yet they now had the audacity to turn the tables. Among the spectators, numerous individuals began to rally against Du Yunhang. Chapter 472. Who is the villain? I see Du Yunhang is not a good person. Over the years, his dishes have been lackluster, yet he has grown increasingly arrogant. Surely it is due to the prestige of his century-old establishment. Regardless, I shall never dine there again. The crowd's chatter varied, but the tone grew increasingly harsh and aggressive. Du Yunhang's eyes reddened, nearly welling with tears. How could he, who had always been bullied, now be cast as the villain? Was it a crime to bear the name of a century-old restaurant? Perhaps this was the price of possessing something valuable. Jiang Yun also caught wind of the slander behind her. While she had not interacted much with Du Yunhang, she trusted his character. In contrast, Wang Long seemed far from virtuous. Moreover, who could ascertain whether the instigators in the crowd were not orchestrated by Wang Long himself? Sir, regardless of the circumstances, you must believe me. I would never steal from anyone. Our family possesses a recipe passed down through generations. How could we possibly replicate someone else's dishes or utilize their ingredients? Du Yunhang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Over the years, similar incidents had occurred, and given time, his reputation would surely be restored. However, the most crucial point was that he must not allow Jiang Yun to harbor any doubts about him. He could not afford to let her question his integrity. Should Jiang Yun and her companions depart, he would become a mere fish on the chopping block. Wang Long would not let him off easily. Observing Du Yunhang's distressed expression, Jiang Yun smiled faintly, then patted his shoulder, speaking with warmth. I believe you that the next moment. A commotion arose from the back of the crowd that Li Wenxiong, who had just departed, was forcibly brought back by two burly men. Upon his arrival, Wang Long was taken aback, instinctively taking 2 steps back, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What was happening? Once confronted, the truth would inevitably emerge. Li Wenxiong's countenance was equally grim. He had thought he had escaped danger, only to be captured again by Jiang Yun's people. With a thud, Li Wenxiong was shoved to the ground, and Jiang Yun stepped forward. Addressing the crowd, I have thoroughly examined the situation. This street is only a few hundred meters long. Surely, among those gathered, some must know what transpired at Boss Du's establishment. Many nodded in agreement. Some had followed Jiang Yun with the intent of witnessing the unfolding drama. Li Wenxiong is certainly not our hired thug. If my friend had not intervened, he would have destroyed the sign of that century-old restaurant. This should be evident to all. As Jiang Yun spoke, the crowd nodded in unison. Satisfied, Jiang Yun smiled, lit a cigarette, and approached Li Wenxiong, scrutinizing him from above before coldly inquiring. The incident occurred so suddenly that I allowed you to escape amidst the chaos and did not question you further. I now offer you a chance. If you are willing to reveal the mastermind behind this, I shall grant you a reprieve. What do you think? Coercion and temptation. A man like Li Wenxiong would clearly not adhere to principles, being merely a mercenary for money. Thus, with enough pressure, he would surely comply. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Li Wenxiong's face drained of color. He had never encountered such a scenario. Behind Jiang Yun stood over 100 formidable men, all imposing figures. Though they were factory workers, Li Wenxiong was unaware of this. Feeling Jiang Yun's unwavering gaze, his defenses crumbled, and he grit his teeth, confessing, "Sir, I am merely doing a job for money. The one who paid me was Wang Long. He instructed me to vandalize Boss Du's sign and promised me a handsome reward." A cold smirk crept across Jiang Yun's lips. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. Wang Long was indeed no virtuous man. You lie. Who gave you the audacity to slander me?" Wang Long was both furious and anxious. Although this was the truth, with so many witnesses present, if news of today's event spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. How could he continue to operate on this street? Who would dine at his establishment? Moreover, he would be branded a despicable villain. Even if he returned to selling pigs, he might find no buyers for his pork. I speak the truth. We can verify my bank transaction records. Just this morning, he transferred money to me. I am not his benefactor. He would not honor me without reason. Li Wenxiong argued vehemently, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yun. It was evident to all that Jiang Yun held the reins of the situation. To depart unscathed, he could only curry favor with Jiang Yun. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon hearing the mention of transaction records, Wang Long was thrown into utter disarray. Previously, he had always dealt in cash, employing others for unsavory dealings. But this time was different, lacking sufficient cash on hand and knowing Li Wenxiong's dubious nature. He had not hesitated to transfer funds electronically. Yet he never imagined Li Wenxiong would betray him at such a juncture. Boss Wang, do you have anything to say? Jiang Yun gestured dismissively at Li Wenxiong. Redirecting his gaze to Wang Long's expression was grim. His fists clenched tightly as he stepped closer to Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, Dong Taizan, standing beside Jiang Yun, wore a wary expression, vigilant against Wang Long's potential desperation. Who are you? Why do you interfere in my affairs with Du Yunhang? Not only have you failed to destroy his sign, but you've also brought shame upon yourself. Who wouldn't be infuriated? Jiang Yun's lips curled into a frosty smile as he replied. I am merely a patron of Boss Du's restaurant. However, I could not condone your methods. Thus, I came to seek justice for Boss Du. Did I ask there a problem with that? Chapter 473. Are you trying to buy me off? Jiang Yun spoke candidly. This was indeed the truth, and Du Yunhang felt a surge of gratitude within. Sir, the serendipity of our encounter is truly a divine blessing for him, for Jiang Yun has done so much for him. If Jiang Yun were not present today, not only would the plaque have been destroyed, but perhaps he would have lost his own life as well. This gentleman, may I trouble you for a moment to converse? Wang Long's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun, his brow furrowed as he inquired. Certainly. Jiang Yun nodded, gesturing to Dong Taizan behind him. Regardless of the circumstances, Dong Taizan must remain by his side to prevent Wang Long from acting out of desperation. Wang Long glanced at Dong Taizan a couple more times, but chose to remain silent, quickly falling into step with Jiang Yun as they entered the car. Inside, Jiang Yun calmly gazed out the window while lighting a cigarette. Boss Wang, please speak your mind at this juncture. The truth is evident to all. Wang Long hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing outside at Du Yunhang, who awaited further developments. That he then retrieved a bank card from his pocket and respectfully extended it to Jiang Yun. Sir, I know you are not lacking in wealth, but this is a token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. Even if today, as incident stirs public opinion, Wang Long has ways to quell the gossip. However, the only tricky part is Jiang Yun. If the situation is mishandled, it could provoke his wrath, making it difficult for Wang Long to extricate himself. Upon seeing the bank card, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Is he attempting to bribe me? Usually, it is Jiang Yun who offers inducements to others, employing such tactics as his customary approach. Yet he never expected someone would attempt to use the same method on him. What a preposterous notion! I am not your parent. There is no need for you to show me undue reverence. Pray tell, why do you wish to give me money? Jiang Yun spoke coolly, exhaling a puff of smoke. His words laced with scorn. Wang Long, instead of becoming angry, chuckled, rubbing his hands together before continuing. Sir, you seem to be quite the magnate, a discerning individual. This is merely a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. And then, as the words hung on his lips, Wang Long hesitated briefly, rubbing his hands nervously, a faint smile appearing on his face. That I hope you can refrain from interfering in matters between Du Yunhang and me. Of course, I do not intend to place you in an unjust position. All I require is for you and your associates to depart, and I shall handle the remainder myself. What a clever calculation. So, this is where he has been waiting for him. Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile, casually tossing the bank card back to Wang Long as if discarding refuse. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Wang Long was momentarily bewildered. Entrepreneurs seek profit, Could it be that Jiang Yun truly regards money as worthless? Even if he possesses considerable wealth, who in the world would ever have too much money? No, that cannot be right. Jiang Yun must be feigning profundity. I have already stated that I shall assist those in need. Since I have decided to intervene, I shall see it through to the end. Immediately go and apologize to Boss Du. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay for your actions. Jiang Yun had no intention of continuing idle chatter with Wang Long after delivering a few cold remarks. He opened the car door. Dong Taizhan, standing on the other side, noticed Jiang Yun's movement and promptly opened the door for Wang Long, speaking in a frosty tone. "Please exit the vehicle." Wang Long's expression darkened. It was his first time being so thoroughly humiliated. "Do you not understand my words?" Seeing that Wang Long remained unmoving, Jiang Yun grew increasingly impatient. Evil deeds will attract retribution, that a person like Wang Long must be compelled to learn a lesson, to understand the consequences of his actions. Realizing that Jiang Yun would not relent, even Wang Long's attempts to negotiate further were thwarted. After a moment of hesitation, he finally returned to Du Yunhang's side. Nearly grinding his teeth in anger, to Du Yunhang, "I acknowledge that today's events were my fault. It was indeed I who orchestrated for Li Wenxiong to intentionally create trouble at your establishment. However, rest assured, such an occurrence will never happen again." His words dripped with malice. Lacking any semblance of humility in an apology, Du Yunhang merely nodded, saying nothing further. To forgive is to be noble that as long as the truth is revealed and he is not wronged further. Preserving the reputation of his century-old establishment is all that matters. Other matters are of little consequence. While Du Yunhang was indeed accommodating, Jiang Yun was not so easily swayed. He beckoned to Dong Taizhan, who had been by his side for some time. With just a glance, Dong Taizhan comprehended Jiang Yun's intent. He swiftly approached Wang Long and delivered a kick to his knee. In the next moment, Wang Long lost his balance, collapsing to his knees before Du Yunheng. In an instant, his reputation lay in ruins. The onlookers expressed no sympathy. Rather, they continuously condemned Wang Long, now that the truth was laid bare. All the chaos stemmed from Wang Long, a consequence entirely of his own making, with no one else to blame. An apology must exhibit the sincerity of remorse. Given your attitude, it seems somewhat earnest. Thus, I will spare you the need for bowing today. Should you dare to act recklessly again, I will not show you such leniency next time. Jiang Yun intended to further impress upon Wang Long the need for caution, lest he act out of desperation and commit further transgressions, that he and Du Yunhang were merely acquaintances, and he would not linger in the northwest for long. Thus he could not provide perpetual protection. Wang Long mumbled a subdued acknowledgement, turning his face away, unwilling to speak further, and he wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. With matters now resolved, Jiang Yun led his entourage away. Upon returning to the car, Du Yunhang, with tears in his eyes, grasped Jiang Yun's arm, his face filled with gratitude as he exclaimed, "Sir, I am truly indebted to you. I shall repay your kindness in due time. Had it not been for your assistance today, I would have truly become a disloyal and ungrateful person." Jiang Yun quickly waved his hand. Though they had only just met, he felt a strong affinity towards Du Yunhang. After patting Du Yunhang's shoulder, he smiled and replied, "It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for concern, no." Du Yunhang insisted resolutely, his eyes darting around before he promptly slapped his forehead and declared, "Sir, I have thought of a way to repay you." Chapter 474. The Chain Restaurant. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired, "Pray tell, how do you intend to repay me?" In truth, Jiang Yun merely jested. His assistance to Du Yunhang was not solely for the sake of a return favor. However, Du Yunhang spoke earnestly. "I am prepared to give you half of the shares in my establishment. You need not worry about any operational matters. Simply await your dividends at year's end." Jiang Yun was initially taken aback, but soon new thoughts blossomed in his mind that it is merely a small eatery. with a net annual income of only a few $100,000. For him, it was but a drop in the bucket, less than the interest on money kept in the bank. How about this? You have unexpectedly revealed to me a business opportunity. That Du Yunhang was momentarily stunned, clearly anticipating what Jiang Yun would say next. Your restaurant bears the name of a century-old establishment. We can leverage that prestige to expand your business exponentially. Ideally, we can develop it into a chain restaurant. The primary objective is to penetrate the domestic market, followed by international expansion. This, Jiang Yun's proposal left Du Yunhang speechless. He had never considered that he might have the chance to take his restaurant abroad. Had anyone else suggested such a notion, he would have dismissed it as mere folly. Yet, the speaker was Jiang Yun, and he had witnessed firsthand Jiang Yun's capabilities and influence. Although he did not know Jiang Yun well, he could see that his mere presence attracted a multitude of people, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. After a moment of contemplation, Du Yunhang replied, "Sir, if you believe I am capable, I will follow your lead." Who wouldn't he wish to see their establishment grow? Moreover, only by establishing a chain can we truly honor the legacy of this name. Very well. However, I believe the main store should not remain in the Northwest, as the foot traffic is insufficient. Therefore, my suggestion is to set up the main store in the capital, with the Northwest serving as one of the branches. What do you think? Since this is still in the discussion phase. Jiang Yun's tone was not overly forceful. He sought Du Yunhang's input. Du Yunhang nodded eagerly. I will follow your lead entirely. Whatever you say goes. Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction. At least, from his perspective, Du Yunhang appeared to be quite a decent individual. Very well, that I shall contact the company's legal department and subsequently request the planning division to draft a proposal for me, that if it proves feasible, we shall commence operations without delay. We must expedite the establishment of the branch. For Jiang Yun, this was not a particularly daunting task to create a chain of eateries. While a renowned brand is undeniably significant, the crucial factor lies in financial resources. Fortunately, Jiang Yun possessed ample funds, rendering financial concerns negligible. Let us get to work, Du Yunhang decisively declared. Before long, Jiang Yun and his companions returned to the humble restaurant, due to a minor altercation that had just transpired at the eatery. Patrons had vacated the premises early, leaving the establishment notably desolate. Upon their arrival, Jiang Yun headed straight into the restaurant. Standing beneath the sign, he glanced up at the four prominent characters overhead while casually lighting a cigarette. In this second life, he found himself endowed with advantages that many lacked. The foresight of market trends spanning decades. The restaurant industry is notoriously complex. Establishing a foothold in the current market requires more than just a stellar reputation. It is imperative to create a buzz. As society rapidly approaches an era dominated by live streaming, internet-famous establishments will undoubtedly become the trend. Jiang Yun recalled those viral eateries vividly. They were merely unique in their offerings. Yet few could sustain their popularity for long, that he had made up his mind. By leveraging the allure of internet fame to promote the restaurant and enlisting renowned chefs to tantalize diners' palates, a steady stream of customers would naturally follow. Are you truly prepared to invest in him? Lu Qianqian inquired as she approached Jiang Yun, arms crossed. Since their return to the restaurant, Du Yunhang had seemingly transformed. Wearing a constant smile and busily working in the kitchen, it was said he was preparing a few signature dishes for Jiang Yun and his companions as a gesture of gratitude. Meanwhile, Dong Taizan had already started drinking with several others, appearing quite jovial. That I believe this venture is viable. After all, I am not a dreamer, nor do I feel obligated to help others realize their aspirations. Charity is not my calling, Jiang Yun replied with a cheerful demeanor. In the past, Lu Qianqian would never have believed Jiang Yun's words. Back in Ningxing, he was merely a frivolous young man, dependent on his wife for support. Quite the embarrassing situation. However, circumstances had changed dramatically. Through their interactions, Lu Qianqian gradually discerned that Jiang Yun had undergone a significant transformation, exhibiting a keen acumen for business that even seasoned professionals could not rival. That it was unclear when it had happened. But she found herself reassessing her view of him, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. All right, since you're so certain, I shall trust you this once that I have already conferred with the planning department, and they are working tirelessly on the proposal. You should receive the project documentation by tomorrow morning, Lu Qianqian said with a smile. Hearing someone call her from behind, she intertwined her arm with Jiang Yun's and added, Now, let us put aside any unpleasant thoughts. Let us enjoy some food and drinks with everyone. Tonight, we shall not leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated. At the mention of drinking, Jiang Yun nearly retched. He hastily waved his hands and exclaimed, I have no desire to drink again. The last time I consumed so much, I felt an overwhelming urge to perish. He had downed an entire bottle of liquor that evening and had completely forgotten his actions. He had no inclination to relive that state of unconsciousness. Very well. Then you shall substitute tea for alcohol, that I, as a woman, fear nothing. Yet here you are, fussing about like an old woman. You hardly resemble a real man. Lu Qianqian remarked, shaking her head. She then dragged Jiang Yun to the dining table. Soon, Du Yunhang prepared a lavish spread of dishes and removed his apron, joining the festivities. The atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Chapter 475. Thankfully, it was merely a jest, and it was not until the late hours of the night that Jiang Yun and his companions dispersed. Since Du Yunhang resided in the restaurant, despite being thoroughly inebriated, there was no need for Jiang Yun to assist him. Instead, he accompanied Dong Taizhan and Lu Qianqian straight to the hotel. Among the three, only Jiang Yun remained sober, having abstained from alcohol during the meal. The taxi driver eyed Jiang Yun and his companions with disdain, clearly apprehensive about the possibility of them vomiting in his vehicle, yet he dared not voice his concerns. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. And as the moment Jiang Yun and the others exited the car, the driver hastily rolled down all the windows, stepping outside while lighting a cigarette. The overpowering stench of alcohol was quite nauseating. I'll have to avoid picking up these drunken fools in the future. If they vomit in my car, it would be disastrous, he grumbled, continuing to smoke until the odor dissipated before returning to the driver's seat and heading back toward the city. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions returned to their rooms. Given that Lu Qianqian and Dong Taizhan were both inebriated, Jiang Yun felt compelled to keep them close to avoid any mishaps. After settling Dong Taizhan onto the sofa, he assisted the swaying Lu Qianqian into the bedroom. Don't go. Just as Jiang Yun was helping her remove her shoes and tuck her in, Lu Qianqian grasped his wrist, slowly opening her eyes and asking, Jiang Yun, do you like me? Of course, Jiang Yun replied, shaking his head with a wry smile as he gently ruffled Lu Qianqian's hair. Feeling an indescribable emotion swell within him, that he was acutely aware that it was due to past events that Lu Qianqian had never pursued a romantic relationship. Years had passed, yet she seemed trapped in the nightmare of that day. Although she no longer mentioned the incident, both Jiang Yun and Lin Shui understood that Lu Qianqian had never forgotten the moment she was forcibly taken away. Lin Shui asked you to call her sister. Since you are her younger sister, I shall regard you as my sister as well. Both Lin Shui and I hold you in high esteem. If that weren't the case, we would have long since let you go, Jiang Yun replied warmly, placing Lu Qianqian's hand back under the covers, striving to maintain a respectful distance. Observing her pitiful expression, he sighed in resignation, mentally resolving to expedite a solution to Lu Qianqian's lifelong dilemma. After all, she was not that much younger than Lin Shui, who was on the verge of starting a family. While Lu Qianqian remained alone. Younger sister? I refuse to be your sister. I want to be your woman. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian sprang from the bed and lunged at Jiang Yun. Fortunately, he swiftly sidestepped her, causing her to crash heavily onto the floor. Ouch! Lu Qianqian hit the ground hard, letting out a cry before laboriously rising. Her expression filled with resentment as she looked at Jiang Yun. It's all right. I will not cling to you, that I merely wish to offer you the best of everything. Just this once. After tonight, we shall remain friends, and I will not engage in any inappropriate actions or threaten you. Jiang Yun, I do not know when it began, but I have gradually developed feelings for you. Lu Qianqian spoke slowly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What a joke. Jiang Yun shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that Lu Qianqian had indeed had too much to drink. That it is often said that a man, when 3 parts intoxicated, can coax tears from a woman. It seemed this adage applied equally to women. Jiang Yun found himself perplexed, unable to discern whether Lu Qianqian was genuinely inebriated or merely pretending. Enough of this nonsense. It's late, and we have important matters to attend to tomorrow. You should return to bed and get some rest, Jiang Yun said soothingly, akin to comforting a child, while maintaining a cheerful tone. Lu Qianqian pouted, fixated on Jiang Yun for a while before declaring, I merely wanted to test you for President Lin. Indeed, you have passed the test. You are a good man. Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful it was all in jest. He had nearly been frightened to death. However, just as Lu Qianqian turned away, he noticed her eyes reddening, tears streaming down her cheeks, even as she remained silent. Then sleep well. I shall wake you for breakfast tomorrow, Jiang Yun tenderly instructed, turning off the lights in Lu Qianqian's room before heading out the door. Due to the sofa and bed being entirely occupied, Jiang Yun was left with no choice but to spend the night on the floor. As dawn began to break, he hurriedly got out of bed, feeling as if his waist had been severely strained. It seems I truly am getting on in years. My back aches so. Jiang Yun shook his head in resignation when suddenly he heard Dong Tieshan's voice nearby. Mr. Jiang, why are you sleeping here? Dong Taizhan, equally perplexed, quickly sat up from the sofa, rubbing his aching temples while casting a curious glance at Jiang Yun. Isn't it because of both of you? Jiang Yun retorted, gesturing towards the direction of the room. Continuing, you two were utterly inebriated. I couldn't very well leave you both to your own devices in your rooms, could I? If you had caused a scene in the middle of the night, I wouldn't have even known if you jumped out of the window. Hence, I had to bring you both to my room, leaving me no choice but to sleep on the floor. Dong Taizhan felt a wave of gratitude swell within him. Truly, he was a commendable boss. Since you were awake, I shall check on Qianqian that we need to discuss the restaurant chain with Boss Du today. Jiang Yun stretched lazily, feeling a bit more comfortable that he soon pushed open the door to Lu Qianqian's room. That moment, Lu Qianqian was fiddling with her phone. Upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, she asked, What is the matter? Don't you see what time it is? Acting like a child, waking up just to scroll through your phone. Hurry up, wash up, and let us go down for breakfast. Lastly, check on the planning department's progress to see if we can finalize the contract with Boss Du today. Jiang Yun said, feeling akin to a kindergarten teacher, having to supervise 2 fully grown adults. Lu Qianqian climbed out of bed with a resigned expression, complaining impatiently, It's so annoying. Can't I even enjoy a lazy morning? Chapter 476. New investment direction before long. Lu Qianqian had tidied herself up and accompanied Jiang Yun to the dining area. After a simple breakfast, she made a call to the manager of the planning department. The team had been working tirelessly all night to finalize the proposal. With Lu Qianqian's urging, the plan soon landed in Jiang Yun's hands. After reviewing it, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, according to this proposal. It won't be long before we can open numerous outlets nationwide. This is indeed feasible and should not result in a loss. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the 2 beside him. Do you have any suggestions? Although they had not ventured into the restaurant industry, every journey begins with a single step. This century-old restaurant project presented an opportunity for them. Should they succeed in breaking into the restaurant market, it would allow Yinxue Group to further expand its operations. Jiang Yun was determined to have Yinxue Group delve into more fields, ensuring its prosperous development. Casting a wide net would yield more fish. Even if one project encountered issues, others could fill the gaps. No matter how one looked at it, they would ultimately come out ahead. You're the chairman of the company. If you think it's good, that suffices. I don't need to voice any opinions. Just execute according to your wishes. Lu Qianqian responded with a smile, while Dong Taizhan quietly continued to eat, not interjecting in their conversation. After all, he was merely a rough-hewn man, tasked with ensuring Jiang Yun's safety. While other matters did not concern him, that I've noticed you seem to have changed, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Qianqian's face. Changed how? She replied nonchalantly, do you become increasingly sweet-tongued? Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking his head. Lu Qianqian's cheeks flushed a deep red at his words. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Yun couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't joking. He genuinely observed a significant change in her. Previously, she had exuded hostility, her words laced with sharpness. Yet now, she greeted him with smiles each time. This left Jiang Yun pondering what she might be thinking. Enough of your nonsense, that I am now responsible for the Northwest region. So, I naturally must become more accommodating. Even if I find you rather annoying, I have to suppress my disdain and focus on getting the job done, that Lu Qianqian replied with a hint of irritation. Though her heart raced incessantly, memories of that night lingering in her mind. She had always been this way, with no substantial change, merely a shift in her attitude towards Jiang Yun. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us print this contract and meet with Boss Du. If he has no objections, we'll sign immediately and start strategizing for the market. Jiang Yun was eager to tap into the restaurant market and surprise Lin Shui. He couldn't let all the responsibilities weigh solely on her shoulders. As a husband, he had to share the burden. After their meal, the trio utilized the hotel as printer to produce the contract. Then hurried to Du Yunhang's restaurant. That IT was still morning, and the restaurant was relatively empty to AT that moment. Du Yunhang stood at the front counter, examining the accounts, upon seeing Jiang Yun and his companions enter. He promptly set aside his work and strode over, beaming with a broad smile, that Mr. Jiang, you've come. Du Yunhang was eternally grateful. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's timely assistance the previous day, not only would the century-old brand sign have been destroyed, but the restaurant might not have survived at all. All of this kindness was etched in Du Yunhang's memory that he then waved to a nearby server, instructing, what are you still doing standing there? Quickly prepare tea and snacks for Mr. Jiang and his friends. No need for such formalities, Jiang Yun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively that Mr. Jiang, you are my benefactor. It is only right that I extend my hospitality. Du Yunhang continued, brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Yun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. It was evident that Du Yunhang was a straightforward individual, which pleased Jiang Yun immensely, that he intended to entrust all chain store operations to Du Yunhang. Even as they ventured into the restaurant market, he wouldn't focus on these outlets. After all, how much could they really earn? Compared to other projects within Yinshui Group, it was but a drop in the ocean. Du Yunhang's favorable attitude made him a trustworthy partner. Jiang Yun produced the contract he had prepared earlier, presenting it to Du Yunhang with a smile. Boss Du, the planning department has devised a splendid proposal. Take a look. If all seems satisfactory, just sign on the last page, and our collaboration will be established. The Du Yunhang nodded eagerly, quickly diving into the details of the proposal. Several staff members gathered around, their eyes fixed on the contract. That a wave of astonishment swept through them, that no one had anticipated that Jiang Yun intended to directly open multiple outlets and distribute them nationwide. This indicated that the century-old restaurant brand would resonate across the country. Mr. Jiang, given your plan, wouldn't the initial investment be excessively high? Moreover, we are clearly short-staffed here. Du Yunhang expressed concern. While he aspired to expand his restaurant, honoring his ancestors, the thought of such a significant financial commitment weighed heavily on him. After all, Jiang Yun had already assisted him greatly. Now, he was expected to invest even more, with no certainty of profitability, that if it turned out to be a loss, how could he ever face Jiang Yun? This was not merely a few $100 or $1,000. It was an investment in the millions. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you, Jiang Yun said, lighting a cigarette, that I plan to hire a professional team. But rest assured, all matters within the restaurant will remain under your purview. The branch managers I hire will strictly operate according to your directives. That my stance remains unchanged. I will not interfere in the restaurant's operations. Jiang Yun spoke with conviction. Having meticulously considered every aspect, Du Yunhang's heart brimmed with gratitude. that it was truly touching that someone would generously provide him with such a substantial investment without interfering in any affairs. It seemed he had genuinely encountered a benefactor this time. However, he felt compelled to clarify one important matter. The company's accounts must remain transparent, and he would be conducting audits at any time. "Is there an issue?" Du Yunhang nodded affirmatively, assuring there were no problems. Jiang Yun had already shown immense benevolence and fulfilled his obligations, leaving no grounds for further complaints. "Excellent." Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke, rising to extend his hand toward Du Yunhang, stating, "Let us anticipate a fruitful collaboration." Du Yunhang, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Jiang Yun's hand with both of his eyes glistening with tears. Everything felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. He could hardly believe that fortune had genuinely smiled upon him, showering him with unexpected blessings. "That Mr. Jiang, you all arrived so early. Surely you haven't had breakfast yet. Allow me to personally prepare something for you to savor my culinary skills." Du Yunhang was at a loss for how to express his gratitude towards Jiang Yun, feeling the necessity to showcase his modest talents as a form of repayment for Jiang Yun's generosity. Before he could utter another word, Lu Qianqian and Dong Taizhan exchanged glances and simultaneously waved their hands that no, we've already eaten before coming here. Please do not trouble Boss Du. The previous night had unfolded similarly, with Du Yunhang whipping up an array of delectable dishes, resulting in everyone indulging a bit too much that Lu Qianqian still felt the remnants of a headache and dared not partake in Du Yunhang's hospitality again for fear of being inundated with more alcohol. Du Yunhang chuckled heartily, immediately sensing the apprehension in Lu Qianqian and Dong Tieshan's expressions that he approached them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, and remarked, "You drank quite a bit last night, didn't you? However, in our Northwest, we have an old remedy to help you feel better. After a hangover, it's advisable to drink a bit of beer the following morning. It will aid in sobering you up and also soothe your stomach." "Are you jesting?" Lu Qianqian and Dong Tieshan's faces turned crimson with embarrassment. This was clearly nonsensical. "All right, we've all had our meals, and there are pressing matters to attend to. We can save the drinking for another day." Jiang Yun interjected with a smile, coming to the rescue of his companions. "That Mr. Jiang, please carry on with your business." Du Yunhang dared not say more, that he held both respect and trepidation for Jiang Yun, who perpetually presented himself with courtesy and humility. Yet, Du Yunhang could discern the underlying ferocity of a smiling tiger. Offending such a person could lead to dire consequences. The saying goes, to accompany a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. And perhaps this was the essence of it. "You should join us." Jiang Yun patted Du Yunhang's shoulder and added, "There are no branches in the Northwest, and the main store must be established in the capital. Therefore, I intend to relocate your establishment to a more prosperous area and expand its scale. However, I am not well acquainted with the Northwest. If you have any suitable recommendations, please guide us." That Du Yunhang promptly removed his apron, excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, "Certainly. Relocating to a larger venue is not only my dream, but also the aspiration of my forebears. Although the current establishment is profitable, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, changing locations will incur considerable expenses that I can hardly bear. With Jiang Yun paving the way for me, I need not worry too much." The group quickly departed. As they entered their vehicle, a figure emerged from the alley opposite the store. Had Jiang Yun and his companions been present, they would have immediately recognized the individual as Wang Long, who had clashed with them the previous day. Having spent the night awake, Wang Long had been lurking, waiting for the opportunity to exact revenge on Jiang Yun and his friends. That he was accompanied by several burly men, clearly prepared for confrontation. Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his group leave, Wang Long's mind raced with thoughts. Where could they be heading this early? His gaze soon settled on Du Yunhang's establishment. The server, having recognized Wang Long, instinctively recoiled, their faces paling at his presence. None dared to approach him. "Where has your boss gone?" Wang Long asked coldly as he seated himself at a table. "That he's gone with Mr. Jiang to scout new locations." The closest server responded hastily, it was better to appease him quickly and send him on his way. Scouting locations? What does that mean? Is he planning to relocate? Wang Long's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the venerable sign of the establishment. His mood brightening that if Du Yunhang truly intended to move, it would be a boon for him and the other businesses in the alley. After all, Du Yunhang's establishment was renowned for its delicious food, quality ingredients, and the prestigious sign that attracted a significant clientele, thus encroaching on the business of nearby competitors. They had previously endeavored to drive Du Yunhang away, yet he had remained steadfast despite their harassment. Why, then, was he suddenly changing his mind? Mr. Jiang is planning to open a chain, so he is discussing with our boss. They have just signed a contract, and once they choose a location in the northwest, they will return to the capital to establish the headquarters and subsequently open branches across the country, expanding the business. The server elaborated further. This revelation left Wang Long astounded, almost struggling to believe his ears. He had investigated and found that Jiang Yun and Du Yunhang were mere acquaintances, yet Jiang Yun was planning to establish branches for Du Yunhang. Such good fortune was unheard of. I see. Wang Long suddenly slapped his forehead, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Jiang Yun must be coveting that sign, intending to deceive Du Yunhang. What a fool he is. Chapter 478. Central Business District. Wang Long was resolute. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Such a significant opportunity must not fall into Du Yunhang's lap without consequence. His eyes darted as he swiftly made his way toward the city center. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had arrived at the city center, actively searching for a new storefront. Since Du Yunhang's previous location was rather secluded, despite having a steady flow of customers, the monthly performance remained stagnant. Although a few patrons visited out of curiosity, their numbers were limited to establish a franchise brand. Attracting a large customer base was paramount. After parking by the roadside, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon a nearby office building. The ground floor housed numerous stores, boasting luxurious decor and an excellent location. Most importantly, the area was bereft of restaurants, with only some cold drink shops and luxury boutiques nearby. After all, in such a prime location, who would dare to open a restaurant? The potential earnings would hardly cover the rent. Mr. Jiang, this is the most renowned commercial street in the Northwest. However, if we walk a bit further, there are several small eateries and some taverns in an alley. Du Yunhang suggested, pointing toward the distant alley. Jiang Yun hesitated momentarily, then lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the office building as he smiled and remarked, "But there are many stores here, and I believe this location is quite promising. Situated in the business center, it should attract a fair number of workers, don't you think? Plus, the storefront here is available for lease. Why not choose this as our location?" That Du Yunhang was taken aback, struggling to process the words he had just heard. He knew Jiang Yun was wealthy, but surely opening a restaurant here was out of the question. "Mr. Jiang, the rents here are exorbitantly high. Just by inquiring, one would know that the monthly rent far exceeds what I previously paid for an entire year. Moreover, since we have yet to establish a foothold, there aren't many who would believe in our restaurant. If we end up with little to no foot traffic, we could incur devastating losses." Although the contract clearly stipulated that all expenditures for the storefronts would be covered by Jiang Yun, Du Yunhang did not wish to take advantage of him. While opening a restaurant here would indeed be impressive, it was unwise to squander so much money merely for appearances. Lu Qianqian and her companion remained silent, awaiting Jiang Yun's decision before proceeding further. For quite some time, two individuals had been trailing closely behind Jiang Yun, naturally gaining some understanding of him. He possessed a keen acumen in the business realm, and once he had resolved on a course of action, he would not easily alter his stance. True to form, Jiang Yun paid no heed to Du Yunhang's remarks. Instead, he began to meander through the vicinity, meticulously observing the surroundings. This area was not limited to just this one office building. A glance around revealed a plethora of over a dozen such edifices. After all, this was the Central Business District, the most bustling locale in the Northwest. The considerations that preoccupied Du Yunhang were certainly also within Jiang Yun's contemplations that he was well aware that should the rental costs of the premises increase, generating profit would necessitate the creation of even higher margins. This could entail either raising the prices on the menu or presenting dishes that are refreshingly innovative, all the while striving to attract a greater number of patrons. Regardless of the approach, it would undoubtedly place immense pressure on the store manager. Yet the location was undeniably appealing. Let us first reach out to the owner of this establishment to inquire about the specific pricing. Afterward, we can devise our subsequent plans and arrangements. With a smile, Jiang Yun gestured to those beside him, and after discarding his cigarette butt, he made his way to the entrance of the shop. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian took out her phone, her gaze fixed upon the shop's main door, which bore a leasing notice accompanied by a string of contact numbers. After Lu Qianqian made contact, less than half an hour later, a somewhat portly middle-aged man arrived at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his companions, the man's face instantly radiated a warm smile, and he hurriedly rubbed his hands together as he approached. "Gentlemen, come in quickly. It's sweltering out here. Let us discuss inside." Due to the high pricing of the shop, it had remained vacant for quite some time, which placed him in a somewhat awkward predicament. Each additional day the premises remained unsold equated to a further loss of revenue. In no time, Jiang Yun and his companions followed the middle-aged man into the establishment. After taking a thorough look around, Jiang Yun discovered that the shop was much more spacious than he had initially anticipated, and it even boasted a second floor. "Are you satisfied, gentlemen?" the middle-aged man inquired as they returned to the first floor, remaining closely behind them. The space seemed sufficiently ample. Jiang Yun nodded nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette as he began to formulate his designs, his attention now directed at Du Yunhang. "This place will require some renovation. We can transform the first floor into a dining hall, accommodating around 20 tables without issue. As for the second floor, we shall establish 8 large private rooms, each with its unique name, ensuring that all 8 rooms possess distinct characteristics. Uniformity is out of the question. Whatever we do, we must strive for excellence." Although he was only just stepping into the culinary industry, Jiang Yun aspired to create a distinctive chain restaurant of his own. Du Yunhang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and could only nod in agreement. It appeared that Jiang Yun was indeed not short on funds. Based on his renovation plans, the initial investment would undoubtedly be considerable. Although he harbored some concerns regarding profitability, Jiang Yun's resolute attitude left little room for further discussion. In contrast, Dong Taizhan seemed rather unconcerned. He had already settled into a window-side seat, gazing at the bustling traffic outside. Lu Qianqian was busy documenting Jiang Yun's proposals, intending to relay them to the design team, so that they could promptly create a hotel that reflected Jiang Yun's distinctive vision. However, as the discussions continued, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly shifted. His gaze fixating on Jiang Yun, it was evident that Jiang Yun held the most influence among the group. "Boss, you're not seriously considering opening a hotel here, are you?" "Indeed," Jiang Yun replied without hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. "What are you joking about?" In an instant, the middle-aged man's demeanor underwent a significant transformation, even causing his lips to twitch. "Do you realize the significance of this location? This is the central business district. Everyone who frequents here are elites from the city, and the residents of the nearby apartment buildings are affluent individuals. Take a look outside. Are there any hotels on this street?" The middle-aged man's face darkened with frustration. This street was lined with luxury boutiques, and even the few bubble tea shops occupied barely a few square meters. Yet, the rent for such pigeonhole-sized spaces reached astronomical figures. Furthermore, establishing a hotel here was not merely a matter of profitability. He had no intention of overly concerning himself with Jiang Yun's predicament. His true worry lay in the potential degradation of the establishment's prestige, rendering him the subject of ridicule. How could such a prime location be rented out to the mundane? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yun's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he scrutinized the middle-aged man for a prolonged moment before nonchalantly lighting a cigarette. So what? You're eager to lease your premises. And I'm keen to rent a place to open a hotel that we each have our needs, and I only need to pay you the rent. What I do is of no concern to you. Jiang Yun's patience was clearly waning. Having navigated the business world for so long, this was the first time he had encountered such a merchant. It was as if they were playing a farcical game. How could he even entertain notions of the establishment's prestige? This was a prime location, and securing a rental was no simple feat. Their willingness to consider leasing this shop was already akin to a stroke of luck. Yet they still dared to make such absurd demands? I refuse. This shop can only be used for luxury retail, or perhaps as a unique clothing store, but a restaurant? Absolutely not. If you're not prepared to change your mind, then take your people and leave at once. I want lease to you. As he spoke, the middle-aged man began to shove Jiang Yun and his companions, forcibly ejecting them from the premises. The moment they stepped outside, Jiang Yun found himself engulfed in confusion. Even at this juncture, he still struggled to comprehend the man's intentions. They hadn't even discussed the rental fee before receiving an eviction notice? Lu Qianqian and Dong Taizhan exchanged glances, equally baffled. It was their first time in the Northwest, and they were unfamiliar with the local customs and business practices. Just then, Du Yunhang approached, shaking his head with a sigh. Mr. Jiang, you may be unaware, but this cluster of office buildings and commercial streets was once part of a village's land. The villagers have not relocated, and the buildings you see before you belong to them. These villagers rely on the exorbitant annual rent for their livelihood. Moreover, I recently inquired with a friend and discovered that the landlords here are all acquainted and form a tight-knit network. They have collectively agreed to transform this area into a high-end consumer hub. Only in this manner can they ensure that their property values remain consistently high. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Yun following Du Yunhang's explanation. These individuals certainly had their own agendas. No wonder the man had reacted so vehemently upon learning of the intention to open a restaurant. He had nearly regarded Jiang Yun and his companions as adversaries. The more they exhibited such an attitude, the more determined Jiang Yun became to establish a restaurant here. It was essential to temper their arrogance, if no one dared to stand up against them. It would only embolden their haughty demeanor. Someone had to take the first step. Surely, there must be some landlords who were exceptions to this trend. Jiang Yun's gaze turned back to Du Yunhang. As a local of the Northwest, he likely possessed some connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered such information. After all, they were all from the same village, right? Du Yunhang furrowed his brow slightly and replied, I can ask my friends to inquire further. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Jiang Yun nodded, surveying the vicinity once more, his gaze fixated on the various shops. Indeed, this street was entirely comprised of luxury retail outlets, exuding opulence at every turn. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his forehead with a finger, momentarily at a loss for a promising idea. With the shop negotiations obstructed, the group refrained from wasting any more time in the central business district. Now left to await Du Yunhang's response, their hopes rested solely on him. Before long, Jiang Yun and his companions parted ways with Du Yunhang and headed directly for the hotel. Along the way, Lu Qianqian remarked, her gaze drifting outside, it seems that establishing a hotel is not as simple as it appears. However, we need not challenge them. Why must we insist on opening a shop in the central business district? Even if we manage to secure a lease, the rental costs will surely be astronomical. At that time, there would still be little profit to be gained that Lu Qianqian naturally sought to achieve victory through stability. Moreover, she had never held the dining industry in high regard. Compared to other projects of the Yunxue Group, the catering sector seemed utterly insignificant. Well, I have my plans regarding this matter. You should focus on the branch office for now. Jiang Yun promptly shifted the topic that Lu Qianqian sighed helplessly, instructed the driver to stop the car, and then parted ways with Jiang Yun. The factory was still under construction, and she indeed had many matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun headed straight to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, they spotted Wang Long pacing in front of the main door. As Jiang Yun and his companion appeared, Wang Long's gaze fell upon them, and he promptly approached, a smile of flattery gracing his face. Initially, he had intended to take revenge on Jiang Yun and Du Yunhang, but his mind had since changed. It was evident to all that Jiang Yun was a genuine big boss. Cultivating a good relationship with him would be far more advantageous than being his adversary. Jiang Yun paid no heed to Wang Long, walking past him without even a glance. However, Wang Long, with a face full of ingratiation, hurriedly approached Jiang Yun, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Boss Jiang, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. I wonder if you are available at this moment." Jiang Yun did not even spare him a glance and replied outright, "Not convenient. Please don't." Despite Jiang Yun's firm demeanor and lack of cordiality, Wang Long approached with a smile still plastered on his face. "Boss Jiang, I've heard from people outside that you are planning to invest in Du Yunhang and establish a restaurant chain. I hope you can consider me. My capabilities far exceed those of Du Yunhang. Furthermore, I possess considerable connections in the Northwest that if we were to join forces, it would undoubtedly be a powerful collaboration. In the end, the profits would surely surpass what you could earn with Du Yunhang." Wang Long explicitly stated his intentions that he dared not continue beating around the bush, lest he provoke Jiang Yun's ire and end up with nothing to show for it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun squinted slightly, hesitating for a moment before delivering a cold chuckle in Wang Long's direction, then shaking his head. "You and Boss Du are fundamentally different. At the very least, Boss Du would never stab someone in the back. Just for this reason alone, I would unhesitatingly choose Boss Du over you." Having said that, Jiang Yun refused to waste any more time and directly strode into the hotel. Wang Long stood frozen in place, his expression darkening considerably as he furrowed his brow. He had already lowered himself to this extent, and who in the Northwest could command such respect? Jiang Yun truly was ungrateful. Wang Long clenched his fists tightly and kicked a nearby trash can in frustration. Watching Jiang Yun's figure gradually disappear at the elevator entrance, he stormed outside the hotel and lit a cigarette. Those lurking nearby soon emerged, swiftly approaching Wang Long, their faces reflecting displeasure. The man closest to Wang Long spoke up. "Gritting his teeth, bro. It seems that guy isn't giving you any face. In that case, we needn't waste our time with him. We might as well just as he spoke." He made a slashing gesture across his throat. Even if they didn't kill Jiang Yun, they ought to teach him a lesson. After all, this was the Northwest. Despite Jiang Yun's influence and status in the capital, he could still be dealt with. The outcome was all but predictable. Wang Long quietly smoked his cigarette, disregarding the chatter of those around him. While it would be easy to take action against Jiang Yun, he was far more focused on the potential benefits. If he could seize an opportunity to collaborate with Jiang Yun, his future would be boundless, and he could amass considerable wealth. That was the scenario he longed to see. The others continued their incessant chatter, and Wang Long grew increasingly impatient. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough. Stop wasting my time with your nonsense. Instead, think of ways to placate Jiang Yun." Had he known this would be the case, he would never have opposed Jiang Yun in the first place. That if he had realized Jiang Yun had connections and capital, he would never have entangled himself in conflict over someone as trivial as Du Yunhang. But now it was too late for regrets. He could only brainstorm ways to mend the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companion had returned to their hotel room as soon as they settled onto the sofa. Dong Taizhan furrowed his brow and said, "Mr. Jiang, it appears that fellow has been lurking in the shadows, keeping a close watch on us, which explains his extensive knowledge of our every move. Should I bring in some personnel from the capital? There are plenty of security personnel over at Heihu. If he brings them along, Wang Long wouldn't dare to continue his mischief, and your safety would be ensured." The Northwest was currently rife with undercurrents. They had already clashed with Kai Guoyang, yet he had not shown himself, remaining hidden in the shadows. The more elusive he became, the more concerning it was. Kai Guoyang was like a venomous snake. capable of delivering a lethal strike at any moment. Caution was imperative, and now with Wang Long still lurking nearby, they needed to remain vigilant. The situation is not as dire as you might imagine. We still have control over matters in the northwest. There is no need to trouble Heihu. He should focus on taking care of Lin Shui in the capital. Jiang Yun casually lit a cigarette and settled back onto the sofa. In truth, he was not worried about the situation in the capital, for the circumstances there were undoubtedly much more favorable. After all, he had established roots there, and many friends remained in the capital, ensuring that no major turmoil would arise. However, the northwest appeared deceptively tranquil on the surface, concealing unknown challenges beneath. A moment of carelessness could plunge one into a vortex of power struggles. The consequences would be unthinkable. You should rest for now. I need to make a call to Chengying. Jiang Yun waved his hand at Dong Taizhan. He saw no need to burden him with these concerns, as Dong Taizhan was merely a brawny man lacking in subtlety. Even if he shared all his worries with Dong Taizhan, it would only serve to heighten his anxiety without providing any substantial assistance. Therefore, it was better to bear the weight alone that Dong Taizhan departed. Jiang Yun dialed Jiang Chengying's number. During this time, he had been preoccupied with matters in the northwest, neglecting his distant family, Jiang Chengying and Jiang Shan, who were abroad. However, the absence of communication from Jiang Chengying meant, at least, that no news was good news, signifying that Jiang Shan was still alive. Bro, you Haven T called me, and I was just about to reach out to you that I heard you're in the northwest now. The video call connected, and Jiang Chengying quickly greeted him with warmth, showcasing the bond between brothers as if they hadn't seen each other in years. Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded lightly. Indeed, just handling some minor matters in the northwest. How are things on your end? Is Dad doing well? Jiang Yun inquired directly, his heart laden with concern. Uncle is doing quite well. You needn't worry. The surgery went smoothly. However, he will need to stay in the hospital for observation for a while. Once we confirm that he is out of danger, I'll bring him back to the country at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Chengying replied with a smile. This was perhaps the best news Jiang Yun could have hoped for. When they had traveled abroad, he had braced himself for the worst, fearing they might be separated forever. But to his astonishment, a medical miracle had occurred. Heaven had indeed been kind to him. Suddenly, Jiang Chengying scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled, the words hanging unspoken on his lips. Jiang Yun, being his brother, naturally understood his character all too well. It was likely that something unexpected had occurred, prompting Jiang Chengying's hesitance. But as long as Jiang Shan's condition improved and they could soon return home, what could be worse? Just say it. What is on your mind? Jiang Yun urged directly, disliking any ambiguity. Bro, the situation is like this. I know you've been busy expanding the market, so I didn't want to disturb you since there wasn't anything pressing. However, when I needed to, I reached out to sis-in-law, but during one of those calls to update her about Uncle S' condition, my aunt happened to overhear. Jiang Chengying sighed, his gaze avoiding Jiang Yun's eyes. In the beginning, Jiang Yun earnestly cautioned and advised, all to prevent Chenjoga from discovering the full extent of the situation, lest it incite undue distress in him. Although the couple had frequently engaged in bickering, they had already traversed a significant portion of their lives together. Moreover, having faced numerous trials and having spent time apart had only served to deepen their bond. Should Jiang Shan encounter any grave mishap or fail to emerge from the operating table, it was likely that Chenjoga would find himself overwhelmed by the ensuing pressures. This was the very concern that weighed most heavily on Jiang Yun's mind, that I had thought some major calamity had occurred. Jiang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. The present circumstances were vastly different from the past, and since my father's condition had stabilized, even if my mother had come to know the truth, it mattered little. At worst, she would express her displeasure. Jiang Yun offered an awkward smile. Initially, to conceal the reality of the illness, Jiang Yun had concocted a falsehood, even going so far as to tarnish Jiang Shan's reputation. Your reassurance is all I needed. I was uncertain how to broach the subject with you. Jiang Chengying's demeanor visibly relaxed, And he continued, "Brother, if there is nothing else, I won't keep you any longer. Uncle requires constant care, and he remains in intensive care, so we cannot afford to leave him unattended. Should anything arise, I will contact you immediately. You need not worry." Jiang Yun smiled and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." Once the call ended, a wave of clarity washed over Jiang Yun. After all, joyous occasions invigorate the spirit, and with Jiang Shan's recovery, this was indeed the most uplifting news. Henceforth, there was little to fret about. All that remained was to await the family reunion. Jiang Yun retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Shui once more. The call connected swiftly. Gazing at the woman on the screen, Jiang Yun felt a swell of emotion, his eyes moistening slightly. Though Lin Shui remained as enchanting as ever, radiating charm, he could discern the fatigue lurking beneath her surface. It seemed that during his absence from the capital, all burdens had fallen squarely upon Lin Shui's shoulders. Yet this was to be expected. She had few reliable allies nearby, with even Lu Qianqian having ventured to the northwest, her indispensable right hand. As for Jiang Qingying, he had already gone abroad. Thus, the only person Lin Shui could rely on was Chen Pingping, whose capabilities were limited, raising concerns about the substantial assistance she could provide. With so many enterprises in the capital, relying solely on Lin Shui would inevitably lead to her exhaustion. Jiang Yun felt a pang of sympathy, almost wishing he could embrace the woman on the screen. "That my dear, how have you been lately?" Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before finally inquiring, though his heart was heavy with bitterness. "Why does this feel like a conversation between old friends? I am your wife. Speak plainly, no need for pretense. Besides, what do you think I'm doing in the capital?" "Of course, I'm doing well, and I'm taking care of our mother," Lin Shui replied, ever understanding. She continued, "Most importantly, Lin Mu is now quite obedient. He has been busy with company matters and no longer dwells on trivialities. This has relieved me greatly. Moreover, with you away, I can immerse myself in work, often not even needing to return home at night." While Lin Shui maintained a light-hearted smile, Jiang Yun understood that her situation was far from as simple as she portrayed. The grievances she bore were perhaps known only to her. Yet, Jiang Yun had resolved that once he concluded his business in the northwest, he would reward Lin Shui handsomely. "I heard Qianqian mention the situation in the northwest. It seems you've faced numerous challenges. How are things on your side? Is everything all right?" Lin Shui promptly shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand, her concern evident. During this time, while Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with thoughts of her, she had felt the same, though both had refrained from intruding upon one another's lives. Now, with the phone call, Lin Shui was eager to inquire further, fully aware of the pressures Jiang Yun faced in unfamiliar territory and understanding the nuances of their situation. After a brief pause, Jiang Yun replied, "The situation is progressing smoothly, that I should be able to return to the capital soon. All matters here have been entrusted to Chen Pingping." Lin Shui's heart leaped with joy. Would she finally see Jiang Yun? "But I must warn you in advance. If I return to find you have lost weight, don't blame me for being ungracious. I'll insist you eat fried chicken and drink beer." Jiang Yun scoffed playfully, feigning annoyance. Lin Shui was a workaholic. Back in Ning City, she had tirelessly toiled day and night, and now, with greater responsibilities in the capital, the complexity of the situation demanded even more from her. Jiang Yun naturally worried she might neglect her well-being. During his time away from the capital, Lin Shui had focused on dieting and maintaining her figure, avoiding fried foods and high-fat items. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's playful threat, she quickly replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I'm not losing weight. I've been too busy with work and my abs have disappeared. I'm even planning to enroll in a yoga class to keep fit." Just then, as the two conversed, a familiar figure appeared behind Lin Xue. It was Chen Juga. Upon seeing his mother, Jiang Yun's smile faltered, and he averted his gaze, acutely aware that he had just spoken with Jiang Qingying, and that Chen Juga was now privy to the truth. "Mom!" However, Lin Shui, oblivious to Jiang Yun's internal turmoil, eagerly pulled Chen Juga closer, gesturing to the screen where Jiang Yun appeared, and exclaimed, I was just on the phone with Jiang Yun. You two haven't seen each other in quite some time. This is the perfect opportunity to chat. Initially taken aback, Chen Jioge quickly took the spot Lin Shui had just vacated. The two exchanged glances, and Jiang Yun was the first to speak. Mom, after just a few days apart, you seem to have grown even more beautiful. It's as if you've become younger. He added, it seems you've been in good spirits lately. Rest assured, once I wrap up my affairs in the Northwest, I will return home and start a family with my wife, allowing you and Dad to enjoy the joys of family life. Jiang Yun hurriedly showered her with compliments. Despite this, Chen Jioge rolled her eyes at him and retorted. Silence. How dare you mention your father? Given the gravity of his situation, why didn't you inform me? Were you truly waiting until he was gone to reveal everything? Jiang Yun forced a chuckle, knowing he had to face the music. Pooh, pooh, pooh. He quickly spat and lit a cigarette, then smiled. Mom, father's condition is stable. He'll soon return from abroad, and he will recover fully. The reason I kept this from you was merely a white lie, intended to spare you from the burden. Jiang Yun laid bare the truth to avoid a lengthy tirade from Chen Jioge. The dynamics were starkly different. While Lin Shui, a formidable figure in business, transformed into a nurturing wife at home, Chen Jioge remained unyieldingly strong-willed, ready to voice her dissatisfaction at any moment. Although this situation was not of grave consequence, it was still a deception that I want to listen to your excuses. Chen Jioge waved her hand dismissively at Jiang Yun, her tone sharp. That I in any case, when you return, you will answer for this. Don't think that just because you're a big shot in the company, I want to set you straight. No matter where you go, I will always be your mother. You are a part of me, and I have every right to discipline you. Jiang Yun internally lamented his predicament. Yet he maintained a cheerful facade, wary of further provoking Chen Jioge. After Chen Jioge vented her frustrations, she passed the phone back to Lin Shui. Shui, don't waste too much time on this fellow. He has been out for nearly a week, and this is only the first call he has made to us, clearly indicating that he holds little regard for the two of us. A man like this is not worth keeping, that if he does not return obediently and offer a sincere apology, then let him leave with nothing. After leaving a few words, Chen Jioge turned and walked away. Is this really my mother? Jiang Yun could hardly believe his ears. That it is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Yet, astonishingly, his own mother seems to be hoping for his divorce. She even desires for him to leave empty-handed. However, Jiang Yun dared not voice his thoughts, only managing to force a smile, as he knew he was in the wrong. After Chen Jioge departed, Lin Shui shook her head with a smile and pointed at Jiang Yun, saying, Do you see? You have truly angered our mother this time, that I had almost forgotten to remind you to be prepared in advance. Over the past few days, she has been incessantly talking about our father's issues and occasionally scolding you as well. One learns from experience. Should anything like this occur again, make sure not to hide it from our mother, and certainly do not hide it from me. Lin Shui's obedient demeanor was somewhat heart-wrenching. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement, his heart swelling with emotion. With such a devoted wife, what more could a man desire? What good deeds must he have performed in his past life to deserve such a wonderful spouse in this one? All right, I should be heading to the company now. You can attend to your business, and when you return, we'll have a proper discussion, Lin Shui said with a smile before hanging up that on the other end. Jiang Yun remained seated on the sofa, lost in thought for an extended period, yet a smile lingered on his face. With such a strong support system and a harmonious family, what did he have to worry about? Just a mere northwest region. Could he not penetrate its market? Once he contemplated these matters, Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and, with a beaming smile, walked to the window, his spirits lifted. Although he had just faced a reprimand from Chen Jioge, he understood that it was merely a manifestation of his mother's love. That as he gazed out at the scenery, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted him. With Dong Taizhan already back in his room, Jiang Yun approached the door and opened it, his gaze falling upon the visitor. To his surprise, it was Wang Xian, whom he had not seen in a long time. However, Wang Xian had undergone a significant transformation. Clad in clean attire and sporting a fresh haircut, he appeared much more spirited. Wang Xian rubbed his hands together before smiling and saying, "Old classmate. During this time, I have been reflecting on myself. I admit that I was in the wrong back then, which is why I mustered the courage to come and apologize, seeking your forgiveness." That a cold smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yun's lips. It was utterly laughable that a dog cannot change its nature. Such ingrained traits are not easily altered. Wang Xian, too, perpetually exuded a gloomy aura, his eyes flickering evasively, seemingly lost in thought. Clearly, he had come with ulterior motives. "Very well. Since you have apologized, I have matters to attend to. You may leave now." With that, Jiang Yun raised his hand and promptly closed the door. Wang Long, standing outside, frowned slightly, his expression sour, yet he dared not voice any objections. Jiang Yun was not someone he could afford to offend. After lingering at the door for a while, Wang Long finally spoke to himself. "Damn it, compared to Du Yunhang, I am undoubtedly superior. Yet Jiang Yun fails to see that. But I will not concede so easily, nor can I allow Du Yunhang to prosper. In the past, I have troubled him repeatedly. Although Du Yunhang is not a bad person and is quite amiable, who knows what trouble he might bring if he gains an advantage. For safety's sake, I must eliminate these potential threats at their inception." Resolute, Wang Long lit a cigarette and descended the stairs. Back in his room, Jiang Yun returned to the floor-to-ceiling window, a cold smile gracing his lips. How could he not discern Wang Long's intentions? But since he had made up his mind, he would not waver easily. Especially as Du Yunhang would be easier to manage, possessing a temperament far superior to Wang Long's. This was their most significant difference. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned slightly. Another unfamiliar number? Upon answering, a familiar voice came through. "Did I ask this Mr. Jiang? We have met before and you expressed interest in renting my shop. I wonder if I still linger in your memory." The man speaking was the owner of a shop in the city center, and Jiang Yun recognized his voice. However, their previous discussions had fallen through. So why was he calling now? After taking a drag from his cigarette, Jiang Yun inquired, "What can I do for you?" "Mr. Jiang, after reflecting on our previous conversation, I would like to sit down and discuss things with you. Even if you are not keen on my small shop, I have several other properties available that could certainly meet your restaurant's requirements." The man replied cheerfully. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment. Then, after exhaling a puff of smoke, nodded in satisfaction. Very well that he had not anticipated that the man would so swiftly lower himself to seek his favor. Regardless of the man's intentions, Jiang Yun was prepared to meet any challenge head-on. Though this was the Northwest, it would eventually become his domain. After all, he had already extended his reach into the region. And soon enough, he would emerge as the dominant force in the Northwest market. "Let us reconvene at the shop where we first met, that I will await you at my establishment," the man concluded before hanging up. Just then, Dong Taizhan emerged from his room, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, who were you just speaking with?" he inquired curiously, having been roused from his slumber by the sound of Jiang Yun conversing. Yet upon exiting, he found no one else present, which left him perplexed. There had clearly been two voices. How had it turned into a solitary conversation? "Wang Long came by earlier, seeking my investment, but I turned him down," Jiang Yun explained with a smile, then continued, "Remember the shop owner I mentioned? He wishes to discuss collaboration with us again, that I suspect he has come to his senses. Quickly gather your things. We are heading out," Jiang Yun declared. Given his stature and influence in the capital, it was likely that the shop owner had conducted some background research and decided to extend an olive branch. "Understood," Dong Taizhan replied. Hastily retreating to prepare, that I in no time. The two were ready and set off toward the city center. Although they had begun establishing a presence in the Northwest, it was essential to secure a prime location for their largest outlet, as this would expedite their rise to fame. Half an hour later, they arrived at the city center, where the familiar shop owner awaited them at the entrance, a smile gracing his face upon seeing them approach. "Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Li, and my given name is Li Xing. I invited you here to discuss the shop situation. Please do not overthink it. Li Xing said with a smile, ushering Jiang Yun inside. Meanwhile, Dong Taizan remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Just recently, they had exchanged heated words. If this individual were not of a dual personality, how could he so suddenly seek to ingratiate himself? There must be something amiss. Jiang Yun, not one to be easily fooled, was keenly aware of the underlying dynamics at play. However, he was eager to see what intentions Li Xing harbored. Let us cut to the chase. How much do you intend to rent this shop for? Alternatively, I could purchase it outright, Jiang Yun stated confidently, knowing full well the weight his words carried, given his extensive portfolio of businesses and ample liquid assets. Since he aimed to establish a chain restaurant, considerable investment would be necessary. That Li Xing's eyes flickered as he quickly moved to the door, pulling down the rolling shutter. Instantly, the entire shop plunged into darkness. In an instinctive move, Dong Taizan positioned himself before Jiang Yun, swiftly balling his fists and casting a detached gaze at the surrounding situation that he was acutely aware that matters were far from straightforward. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun's expression grew increasingly grave as his eyes fell upon Li Xing beside him. Fixing a cold stare at Li Xing, who stood at the entrance, he inquired sharply, "What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to ensnare me?" Clap, clap, clap. Li Xing applauded mockingly, and from the upper floor, the sound of footsteps echoed, revealing a group led by an elderly man, accompanied by several burly figures, who approached with deliberate slowness. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Jiang Yun, the elder's gaze fixated on him, brimming with palpable hostility, indicating that their intentions were far from benign. To Mr. Jiang, it appears we are in a bit of a predicament, Dong Taizan hastily remarked, his heart racing with apprehension. Should Jiang Yun find himself in peril, he was at a loss as to how he would explain the situation to Lin Shui. Mr. Jiang, please do not be overly anxious. The man before you is our village chief. He harbors no ill will, but merely wishes to have a conversation with you, Li Xing said nonchalantly, his posture relaxed, yet his eyes radiating hostility. A clear sign that the visitors were not to be underestimated. The men standing behind the elder mirrored this sentiment, their demeanor uniformly menacing. Jiang Yun cast a glance over the group, ultimately fixating on the aged man. What is meant to be a blessing may not be, and what is a calamity cannot be evaded. He casually grabbed a chair, sat down, and leisurely lit a cigarette before speaking. Chief, I am not one to beat around the bush. Let us be frank. Your grand entrance suggests you are not here merely for a casual meeting. Jiang Yun spoke with a smile that belied the tension. That it was evident to even the most naive observer that their visitors were not friendly. The chief gestured for his entourage to step back slightly, though their gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yun, as if wary of any sudden movements he might make against their leader. Dong Taizan stood behind Jiang Yun. His expression notably grave. He had resolved that, regardless of the outcome of this encounter, he would need to contact He Hu post-haste. Even if He Hu could not come in person, he would have to send some capable individuals to ensure Jiang Yun's safety. The anxiety was akin to a roller coaster ride, fraught with the constant fear that something could go awry. Yet trouble seemed to perpetually loom, exceeding his capacity to manage it. Well, you are quite a forthright individual. I shall likewise be direct. That I have heard from Xiao Li that you intend to disrupt our established customs by opening a restaurant on this street. Am I correct? The chief spoke with an air of indifference. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of disdain. Were it not for the chief's presence, they would have surely lambasted Jiang Yun. Opening a restaurant on this street was a profound affront to them, and they could hardly tolerate such an insult. And what of it? I have thoroughly surveyed the area, and the nearest restaurant is several alleys away, with so many white-collar workers and wage earners around. Establishing a restaurant nearby would save them considerable time. Moreover, I do not intend to set exorbitant prices, yet the quality of the food will be impeccable, Jiang Yun replied confidently, articulating his thoughts candidly. With Du Yunhang by his side, he felt little reason for concern. After all, Du Yunhong's long-standing reputation as a chef at a century-old establishment would ensure that the dishes served would be exquisite, drawing in patrons effortlessly. Thus, all he needed was a location with significant foot traffic to achieve substantial profits and potentially establish a chain of restaurants. This was all part of Jiang Yun's meticulous plan. Before the chief could respond, Li Xing, who had previously feigned friendliness, suddenly erupted in anger, kicking over a chair as he stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yun. "Kid, don't overstep your bounds. I've already informed you that this street operates under its own rules. Every building and street for miles belongs to our village. While many shops have been leased, they must adhere to our stipulations. Otherwise, you will never establish yourself here." The crowd behind the chief echoed his sentiments. Their attitudes remarkably unified. Interesting, Jiang Yun thought, undeterred by their hostility, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. After years of traversing various locales, he had yet to encounter such a brazenly domineering landlord. "I merely wish to inquire. What is the issue with opening a restaurant?" Jiang Yun disregarded Li Xing's barking and turned his attention to the chief. Although the assembly bore hostile expressions, it was clear to Jiang Yun that the chief was the linchpin of the group. All eyes were on him, suggesting that he wielded the most influence, that if he could win over the chief, the matter would be settled. "Indeed, there is a problem. When our village sold the land, it was with the intention of developing a high-end business district. Take a look around. Are there any restaurants on the main streets nearby? The area is filled with upscale office buildings. Even if we allowed you to open a restaurant here, wouldn't it seem jarring?" The chief spoke with a cold demeanor, revealing himself to be quite the traditionalist. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, tapping his fingers against his temple before continuing. "I understand your perspective. Your desire to create a high-end business area stems from concerns that my restaurant might tarnish your reputation. But what if my establishment stands out? Would that not leave room for negotiation?" A flicker of interest crossed the faces of those present as they raised their eyebrows in unison. Yet in mere moments, laughter erupted among them, accompanied by a chorus of skepticism. What prestige could a mere restaurant possess? It's just a 2-story storefront. Are you intending to transform it into a 5-star hotel? Perhaps you will hire a few Michelin-starred chefs? The chief shook his head, clearly amused by Jiang Yun's audacity. Yet Jiang Yun remained unfazed, pressing on. "Have you ever heard of a viral restaurant?" "A viral restaurant?" The crowd paused. Even the worldly chief appeared taken aback. Dong Taizan's face mirrored confusion. What on earth was a viral restaurant? Jiang Yun recognized their bewilderment. After all, this was not an era rife with such concepts that he was determined to be the pioneer in the nation. Regardless of the endeavor, excellence was non-negotiable. That a viral restaurant not only possesses unique characteristics, but also attracts patrons from all corners of the globe. Once a viral restaurant gains traction, surrounding businesses would benefit, creating a win-win situation for all. However, the crowd remained unconvinced, casting derisive glances at him. Yet this was to be expected. After all, they had never been exposed to such progressive ideas. "How about this? Let us establish a wager. If my restaurant fails to turn a profit or attract visitors from afar within the next quarter, I shall compensate you tenfold for the total value of this 2-story building." Jiang Yun lightly tapped the table and lit another cigarette, brimming with confidence that a viral restaurant would yield significant returns and leave the onlookers astounded, reshaping their perceptions. Yet the crowd dismissed his proclamation, with Li Xing leading the charge, scoffing, "What a joke. Do you truly believe you are a deity? Open your eyes and observe. This area is filled with luxury boutiques. Even if you manage to draw diners, can they afford to shop here?" The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the legitimacy of the concern. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Jiang Yun smiled and said, "Rest assured, we can formalize this with a contract. However, should I succeed, you must offer me some concessions in return. Surely, I cannot allow myself to suffer such an injustice." The crowd maintained their previous expressions, and just as Li Xing was about to speak, he noticed the village chief gesturing at him, accompanied by a subtle glance. "Very well. Although I am unfamiliar with the concept of a trendy store, I admire your confidence. However, should you prove unable to produce the necessary funds, do not blame us for taking legal action against you. As long as it is clearly documented in black and white, even if Jiang Yun lacks the means to compensate them, he will ultimately face the consequences. While they may not be financially troubled, who among them would not be concerned about amassing wealth for future generations? Now, allow me to present my terms. They are quite simple. If I can indeed attract a significant number of tourists, not only must you waive my rent, but I shall also take a 10% cut of your rental income. Jiang Yun will not engage in a losing proposition, having placed such a considerable bet. He cannot simply concede to them without a fight. Moreover, this is a high-stakes gamble, as the phenomenon of trendy stores has yet to truly emerge. No one can predict whether they will indeed prove profitable, nor can they ascertain the future trajectory. You certainly do not shy away from bold statements. Are you aware of the rent prices here? This is prime real estate, and the combined rent of us all would suffice for a large family to live comfortably for a lifetime. Li Xing continued to roar in frustration, feeling increasingly that Jiang Yun was becoming more unreliable and entirely untrustworthy. Yet he could not comprehend why the village chief persisted in this conversation, which was clearly a waste of time. Village chief, I wonder if you dare to gamble. Jiang Yun paid no heed to Li Xing. Although their interactions had been limited, he could discern that this fellow was merely a thoughtless braggart. Were it not for a stroke of luck that led to the appropriation of his land, such a person would likely struggle to survive 3 days in society. Very well. The village chief hesitated for a considerable time. Internally, he lacked confidence, yet he could not appear weak. The village chief, this young man, is clearly laying a trap for you. He dares to rent a store in this vicinity, so he must possess considerable funds. If he brings in his people to make purchases over the next 3 months, we would inevitably lose, would we not? To secure our 10% profit, he could easily invest a bit more to hire others to assist him. Li Xing quickly grasped the village chief's arm, urgently voicing his concerns. The others present nodded in agreement that a single handbag could cost tens of thousands, or even over 100,000, that a belt or a watch could easily exceed 10,000. Our street even boasts an IWC store, where a single timepiece could demand prices in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Even if he truly possesses wealth, surely he cannot afford such extravagant luxuries. The village chief spoke up directly, and the crowd fell silent, though they still sensed something amiss. Moreover, Jiang Yun consistently wore a confident demeanor, leaving others unable to gauge his true intentions, thus fostering a sense of apprehension among them. I also need to establish a clause with you. After all, Xiao Li's concerns are not unfounded. Within 3 months, you must achieve a monthly sales target of 100 million, that is, in other words, if the luxury stores in this vicinity fail to sell 100 million worth of goods within a month, it would signify your defeat. The village chief's gaze returned to Jiang Yun, who followed up with a few additional remarks. Truly, he is a cunning old fox. Meanwhile, Dong Taizan frowned slightly, wishing to leave this place with Jiang Yun immediately. This is clearly a pitfall. How could one possibly achieve 100 million in sales? Moreover, even if Jiang Yun's store manages to attract customers, it is unlikely that all of them will be affluent. Very well, I accept your terms. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded, showing no hesitation whatsoever. I find myself somewhat impressed by you. The village chief regarded Jiang Yun with newfound respect. Such determination was something many young people in the village lacked. Very well. Now that we have reached an agreement, I will instruct my people to prepare the contract immediately. Once both parties sign, we shall commence execution. After uttering a few more words, Jiang Yun followed Dong Taizan out the door. The moment they exited the establishment, Dong Tieshan's expression shifted dramatically, and his breathing became noticeably more rapid. Mr. Jiang, are you jesting? A sales target of 100 million. How could we possibly achieve that if it proves too difficult? We can simply abandon the idea. After all, we have yet to sign a contract. At worst, we can leave the Northwest altogether, Dong Taizan hastily cautioned. though he typically refrained from interfering in business matters. This situation was different. To him, it seemed Jiang Yun was willingly throwing money away. I understand your concerns, but take a closer look at our surroundings. Jiang Yun pointed toward the street ahead, smiling as he explained. There are over a dozen luxury stores nearby. This indicates that if each store sells only a few million worth of goods, we can easily meet our target. While it may sound daunting, there are indeed solutions to our predicament. Chapter 486. A commitment to action. Jiang Yun, seasoned in the realm of commerce, would never engage in a losing venture that in the blink of an eye. The two had entered a vehicle, making their way to Du Yunhong's establishment. The immediate priority was to solidify their future business strategy and endeavor to penetrate the market to generate revenue. Half an hour later, inside Du Yunhong's modest eatery, the early hour meant there were few patrons. Jiang Yun and his companions gathered around a single table. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, upon receiving word, had also arrived, her expression clouded with worry. What nonsense is this? We are expected to generate 100 million in sales for the entire street. This is clearly an impossible task. Lu Qianqian spoke first, taking a large sip of water but unable to quell her anxiety. In her view, Jiang Yun never engaged in unprofitable ventures, so what was the situation this time? It seemed as though he was digging a pit for himself to jump into. Mr. Jiang, I must concur with Miss Lu's assessment. Though these are luxury stores, where even the simplest of items can fetch tens of thousands, the key is that there must be buyers. Du Yunhang quickly chimed in, echoing her sentiments. While establishing a branch and expanding the business was indeed his dream. Any misstep could jeopardize all previous efforts and tarnish the century-old reputation of the establishment, that if such a fate were to befall him, how could he ever face his ancestors? Dong Taizhan, Jiang Yun's loyal bodyguard, remained largely silent, content to wait for Jiang Yun and the others to voice their opinions. After all, Dong Taizhan was self-aware and knew he could offer little in the way of constructive advice. Everyone, Jiang Yun gestured to the group, taking a drag from his cigarette, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His fingers lightly tapped the table a few times, and once he saw all eyes were on him, he continued, I understand your concerns, yet I possess unwavering confidence that I can invigorate the entire street's economy. This endeavor is not solely for my benefit. After all, we have no familial ties, and I am not their father. Why should I extend such kindness? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Nonetheless, it was evident that an undercurrent of worry still lingered among them, that I intend to create a trendy storefront. Once it opens, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of young tourists. Whether we meet the sales target is secondary. The crucial factor is foot traffic. Within 2 months, even if we cannot generate 100 million in sales, they should still enjoy some benefits. Furthermore, the shop owners along the street would certainly not want us to leave without a fight. Jiang Yun articulated his intentions clearly, even though he himself was unsure whether he could indeed bring in 100 million in sales. However, once foot traffic increased along the street, it would still positively impact those stores. And once they tasted a bit of success, they would surely regard him as a valuable asset, even if the villagers attempted to force him out. The others would likely oppose such actions. Everything was already meticulously planned. The group exchanged glances, finally grasping Jiang Yun's thoughtful intentions. They initially presumed that Jiang Yun was a person of impulsive nature, but it now appears that everything was indeed under his control. Clearly, their understanding was superficial. Well, I have conveyed all my thoughts, and I anticipate receiving Li Xing's contract shortly. Next, we shall seek a more reliable construction team and commence the renovation of the store. Remember, since we aspire to create a trendy establishment, we must innovate and excel in marketing. After all, Jiang Yun is a reborn individual, which serves as his inherent advantage. Thus, he possesses profound insight into all that lies ahead. Crafting a mere trendy store is undoubtedly not a daunting task. The others nodded in agreement. Having established a direction, there was no need to squander further time. However, Lu Qianqian evidently still harbored doubts. After a brief glance around, she suddenly inquired, Jiang Yun, what exactly is this trendy store supposed to look like? Jiang Yun smiled enigmatically, yet refrained from providing extensive explanations. Just wait, that I will soon present the design blueprints. And you will understand. After leaving behind these two sentences, Jiang Yun headed towards the exit, with Dong Taizan swiftly following in his footsteps, leaving Du Yunhang and Lu Qianqian exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Wang Long had also received the news. Despite Jiang Yun's repeated rejections, Wang Long showed no signs of giving up. However, unable to approach Jiang Yun directly, he resorted to spending a fortune to bribe the waitstaff under Du Yunhang. The recent conversation among the group had been recorded by the bribe server and sent directly to Wang Long's phone. Seated in the restaurant, Wang Long toyed with his phone, and after listening to the conversation between Jiang Yun and the others, his mind began to churn with thoughts. After a considerable pause, he mused. A trendy store? What exactly is a trendy store? We have yet to reach the era of widespread live streaming, and there exists a significant gap between streamers and internet celebrities. Thus, the term internet celebrity has not yet permeated the land. As a rough man, Wang Long found himself utterly perplexed by the concept. Could be a fish store utilizing red nets? I see. They must be aiming to establish a fish restaurant. Wang Long smacked his forehead, a mischievous grin appearing on his lips. The man beside him hastily stepped forward and respectfully inquired, Dragon Brother, have you come up with a brilliant idea? Of course. This time, I shall demonstrate my value to Jiang Yun. I must make him aware of the distinction between Du Yunhang and myself. Wang Long had firmly resolved that if he could be the first to establish a trendy store, Jiang Yun would recognize his cleverness. Moreover, should their thoughts align, he would possess leverage in negotiating with Jiang Yun. Ultimately, he might convince Jiang Yun to invest in him. That would be akin to soaring to new heights. How could Du Yunhang possibly compare to Dragon Brother? I, Dragon Brother, am the best. The man beside Wang Long impulsively gave him a thumbs up, hastily showering him with flattery. Get lost, get lost. Wang Long rolled his eyes in annoyance, then irritably remarked, focus on doing something substantial. Stop merely seeking to ingratiate yourself. Chapter 487. The social system. The man standing aside grinned. That it was evident that Wang Long himself was also flattering Jiang Yun, showcasing his double standards. As Wang Long and the others began to strategize regarding the store, Jiang Yun and his companion had already arrived at the entrance of an IT studio. Standing before a quaint three-story building adorned with climbing ivy, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile faintly. Shaking his head, this company is quite impressive. The greenery nearly envelopes the walls. The air inside must be delightful. Jiang Yun jested lightly and led Dong Taizan into the lobby. Given that this was the Northwest and the branch office had yet to be officially established, and since Jiang Yun's team lacked expertise in drafting, professional matters had to be entrusted to professionals. Thus, they sought out the IT studio to swiftly create a design blueprint. Gentlemen, how may I assist you? The receptionist inquired politely, glancing at Jiang Yun and his companion, that I heard that you can create 3D designs. Jiang Yun asked straightforwardly. Indeed. What specific designs would you like us to create? The receptionist promptly followed up. It's simple that I intend to establish a restaurant, but it must reflect my unique style. However, I lack the skills to draft plans, so I can only relay my ideas, and you will handle the rest. Jiang Yun replied, taking a seat and lighting a cigarette with a cheerful demeanor. The receptionist nodded quickly, poured 2 cups of tea for Jiang Yun and his companion, and proceeded upstairs to consult with the studio's leadership. Mr. Jiang, is this studio truly reliable? Might it be a bit too small? Previously, Dong Taizan had not encountered much of the world, but being by Jiang Yun's side had broadened his horizons. Having visited numerous large companies alongside Jiang Yun, he found this studio somewhat unremarkable. Even a small temple can house a great Buddha that lets observe before passing judgment, that if they truly lack competence, we can always seek another option. Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke. casually responding that to him. It was merely a matter of basic drafting. Any company could fulfill that requirement. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from upstairs, and the receptionist appeared alongside an unfamiliar man. The man appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Yun, yet they seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Jiang Yun was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of confidence, with keen, perceptive eyes that in contrast. The man appeared somewhat frail and wore a haggard expression, even walking with a slight unsteadiness, an archetype of suboptimal health. Jiang Yun chuckled inwardly. He truly embodied the quintessential IT professional that Mr. Chen. This is the boss I just mentioned, the receptionist quickly introduced. Chen Yue nodded and approached Jiang Yun and his companion, stating coolly, "My time is limited. Please clarify what kind of design you envision, along with any details I should be mindful of." As he spoke, he settled onto a nearby sofa. Dong Taizhan turned his face away, not bothering to glance at Chen Yue. The studio appeared small, and the fact that the general manager had to personally attend to clients suggested a lack of staff. Under such circumstances, it was indeed laughable for him to adopt an air of precious time. Jiang Yun assessed Chen Yue's demeanor, scrutinizing him before a smile graced his lips. Although the man appeared somewhat weak, he seemed reliable enough. Jiang Yun produced his phone from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yue. "I have compiled the requirements. Please take a look." Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with this task during the journey. Just as Chen Yue valued efficiency, so too did Jiang Yun, with only 2 months available. He needed to expedite the restaurant's renovation. Chen Yue refrained from unnecessary chatter, focusing intently on the phone screen. As time ticked away, just as he was preparing to discuss his thoughts with Jiang Yun, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up outside. Shortly thereafter, a portly middle-aged man in a suit entered. "Mr. Chen, our investor has arrived." The receptionist glanced at the engrossed Chen Yue and quickly whispered. Jiang Yun and his companion turned to follow the sound. Investment. This small studio could actually attract investors, but before Jiang Yun and his companion could ponder further, a sharp, piercing sound cut through the air. The newly arrived man slammed a hard drive onto the floor, emanating an intimidating presence. "What do you mean by this?" Chen Yue was startled by the man's actions, frowning as he inquired. The receptionist stood pale, frightened, and rooted to the spot. Investors, like clients, were akin to gods. They could not be offended. Even if they were in a foul mood, one had to offer a submissive countenance, prepared to endure their whims. "How dare you question me? Look at the game you've developed. Have you even thought it through? Why would you incorporate a social system into the game? Do you genuinely believe anyone would seek romance in a game? Games are meant for relaxation. Enhancing combat power is paramount. By allowing players to pursue relationships within the game, who would still bother grinding for experience?" The portly man coldly reprimanded Chen Yue, pointing an accusatory finger at him. The scene resembled a father reprimanding his son. However, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering the concept of a social system. Unconsciously, he cast a few more glances at Chen Yue. IT would not be long before the future of gaming would undergo significant transformations. It was no longer merely about passing the time. Rather, it was about seeking a sanctuary for the soul within the game, which underscored the importance of the social system. While grinding through dungeons was indeed vital, the majority of players were simply in search of companions with whom to share a conversation. Chen Yue truly possessed a remarkable foresight. Immediately implement my revisions, simplify the social system, or better yet, eliminate it altogether. There is no need for any flamboyant embellishments. One must always remember that the primary goal is profit. The stout man spoke again, clearly articulating his position. Noticing that Chen Yue remained silent, he grew increasingly irritable. "Are you deaf?" Chapter 488. I once had a dream, my apologies, that I have invested considerable effort into this game, and the social feature may very well become the mainstream in future games. Every aspect can be modified according to your suggestions, except for the social functionality. Chen Yue spoke with unwavering determination, clenching his teeth as he uttered a few words. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the employees in the studio had gathered at the staircase. their gazes fixated on the stout man. The receptionist stood to the side, hesitant to speak. The atmosphere was not only tense, but also fraught with an underlying hostility. Jiang Yun and his companion observed the scene before them, yet refrained from voicing any opinions. That it seemed that this was merely an ignorant tycoon with little understanding of gaming. Jiang Yun had already internally assessed the stout man standing before him. After all, no one held more authority than he did, nor possessed a clearer insight into the future trajectory of gaming. That moment, the stout man's expression suddenly shifted, and he kicked over a table in frustration, his face darkening. Pointing at Chun Yue, he declared emphatically, "Are you telling me that I cannot make changes? I advise you to use your brain. I am the investor. I am the principal party. Everything must be conducted according to my wishes. Otherwise, I will withdraw my funding immediately, and at that point, do not expect to develop any so-called social system, let alone create a game." A collective sigh echoed among the onlookers. The principal party was akin to a father figure. Who would dare to offend him lightly? Meanwhile, Chun Yue clenched his fists, remaining silent for an extended period. Creating games had been his lifelong dream, and at this moment, he realized he was about to be defeated by reality. The stout man was indeed correct. Without the investment from backers, how could he possibly fund the development of a game? Proceed according to my demands. In 2 days, I will return to inspect the new version of the game you have created. If the social system has not been simplified, do not bother discussing dreams with me. Seek out new investors instead. With those harsh words, the stout man exited. As he stepped out, Chun Yue slammed his fist onto a nearby table, his complexion paling. The employees lingering on the second floor quickly descended, surrounding Chun Yue in a flurry. "Chun, let us follow his suggestions. Yes, simplifying a social system will not have a significant impact. The game will still be designed according to our vision. Our original intentions remain unchanged," the crowd urged Chun Yue. Without bread, how could one discuss dreams? Chun Yue remained silent, feeling a tumult of emotions within him, unsure of what to say. "Enough. I understand the environment of the company, and I know what I must do. I will implement his suggestions. I will not let anyone starve." After leaving those words, Chun Yue pushed through the crowd and prepared to head downstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, who had been sitting quietly, slowly stood, still holding a cigarette. That he watched Chun Yue's retreating figure and remarked with a smile, "Even if he does not invest in you, perhaps I could become a new investor." Suddenly, the expressions of those present shifted, all eyes converging on Jiang Yun. Chun Yue halted in his tracks, turning to regard Jiang Yun, though he had no prior impression of him. "Who are you?" After a moment's hesitation, Chun Yue inquired with curiosity. "Chun, this is a potential client interested in commissioning artwork," the receptionist quickly interjected, providing an explanation. "Artwork?" Chun Yue's expression changed slightly as he frowned and asked, "Isn't this a game company? What need do we have for artwork?" "Chun, have you forgotten? Previously, when the company was struggling, you asked me to promote it and announced that not only would we create games, but we would also offer design services. Whether for architectural designs or shop layouts, you could handle it all." Chun Yue suddenly paused, recalling the words he had spoken earlier. The studio had indeed faced difficulties, and the outlook had not been promising. After all, to develop a game, one must first secure funding, and even a well-crafted game requires marketing and planning, all of which incurs substantial costs. Ultimately, he had devised a pragmatic solution to alleviate the company's burden by taking on additional work. "By the way, you mentioned you could invest in me." Chun Yue shifted the conversation, directly probing Jiang Yun. As he spoke, he assessed Jiang Yun, who appeared to be of a similar age, yet exuded an air of affluence. Dressed entirely in high-end brands, clearly not an ordinary individual, the surrounding employees began to speculate about Jiang Yun's identity. Not at all. The previous stout man failed to comprehend the benefits of a social system. "But I do. The social system is likely to open new avenues for gaming, and in the future, major games will gradually integrate comprehensive social systems. Your ability to foresee this speaks volumes of your talent in gaming." Jiang Yun spoke confidently, his words imbued with conviction that it is important to note that he was a reborn individual, vividly recalling past events, thus fully aware of the future direction of gaming and the advantages of a social system. Yet, Chen Yue shook his head with a smile, speaking to himself. You understand gaming? I do not. However, I once had a dream that in that dream, I beheld a future world where the social system within games gradually evolved. Moreover, in the future, players would establish their social connections within games, even transitioning to real-world interactions. While Jiang Yun was accustomed to such matters, the crowd appeared perplexed, shaking their heads in disbelief. Had Jiang Yun been able to present a convincing argument, perhaps he could have won them over. However, his claim of having had a dream seemed absurd, bordering on the ridiculous. Who would dare to seek an investor based on such a whim? The principal party holds the power to terminate contracts. And if the studio's game fails to yield the desired results, leading to financial losses and Jiang Yun withdrawing his support, the studio would face certain closure. Chapter 489. Retro style, are you joking with me? Just because of a dream of yours, you wish to invest in me. What happens if you incur losses? Chen Yue furrowed his brows as he spoke, that he had initially considered Jiang Yun to be a reliable individual. But now, after hearing his words, he felt a growing impatience. Today had already been overwhelming. He simply wished for a moment of peace to contemplate how to optimize the game and address the social system issues. Ultimately, everything must align with the investor's preferences. You may choose to trust me or not, Jiang Yun replied with a subtle smile. Chen Yue was indeed a talented individual, though he had no intention of entering the gaming industry. Chen Yue's presence had altered his perspective. If he could secure this talent, it might allow him to carve out a new path in the gaming realm. As he spoke, Jiang Yun produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yue. I will grant you time to consider. Once you've made your decision, feel free to reach out to me. After discarding a cigarette butt, Jiang Yun made his way toward the exit, with Dong Taizhan promptly following his lead. As Jiang Yun and his companions departed, the onlookers exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussions. This young man spoke with such audacity. He clearly was not an ordinary person. Indeed, just a moment ago, someone was speaking of dreams. How utterly laughable. Chen, you must not waver in your resolve. We are merely a step away from success. Once the social system is modified, the game can be promoted immediately, and a torrent of wealth will flow towards us. Everyone has toiled long and hard for the sake of achieving financial freedom. Thus, we stand on the brink of success. None wish for it to be thwarted. Chen Yue remained silent, yet his mind was still occupied with Jiang Yun's words. After casting a glance at the business card in his hand, he ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, after leaving the studio, Jiang Yun and his companion, Dong Taizhan, hurriedly approached, with Dong exclaiming, Mr. Jiang, our purpose in coming here was to create the design drawings. Are we really going to leave without completing the task at hand? Jiang Yun then slapped his forehead, a sheepish smile revealing his embarrassment at having forgotten the matter of importance. After all, having just encountered a talented individual had indeed caused him to overlook several things. In no matter, I shall contact Qianqian and entrust this trivial matter to her, that I trust she will handle it without error. Jiang Yun had confidence in Lu Qianqian's capabilities. The reason he had not previously assigned her the task of creating the drawings or involving her in the restaurant affairs was primarily due to the ongoing construction of the branch office, which had burdened her with numerous trivialities that he would not trouble her with matters he could resolve himself. However, with time pressing, he could not afford to rely solely on his own limited understanding. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Lu Qianqian's assistance. After making a brief phone call to her and outlining his requirements, Jiang Yun felt a sense of relief that it must be said that Lu Qianqian's efficiency was indeed impressive. Within half a day, she had completed the drawings as per Jiang Yun's specifications. That very afternoon, Jiang Yun contacted the construction team and commenced the transformation of the restaurant into a trendy hotspot. Given the constraints of time, he opted for a vintage style, which would save considerable time and effort. Jiang Yun busied himself. Li Xing and the others had already gathered in the office building across from him. At the stairwell on the second floor, the view was excellent, allowing them to easily observe the bustling activity within the restaurant. That a cold smirk appeared on Li Xing's lips as he disdainfully snorted and lit a cigarette. Then remarked irritably, "I told you, this kid is clearly not right in the head. It's my first time hearing a vintage style. Clearly, he's just trying to save money. No need to polish the walls. Just throw in a few tables and call it vintage. ISNT, he's simply trying to cut costs and save time. If he manages to attract customers to that restaurant, I'll gladly remove my head and offer it as a toilet seat." The others around him nodded in agreement, evidently unimpressed by Jiang Yun's endeavors. Ahem. Suddenly, a cough interrupted their conversation. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd quickly parted, making way for the village chief. "Chief, look at what this kid is doing. I knew he was a fraud from the moment I heard him speak. Something felt off, and now he is going on about vintage style. It's nothing more than a gimmick." Li Xing continued to grumble, exhaling 2 puffs of smoke. The village chief approached the window and scrutinized Jiang Yun's restaurant for a considerable time. After narrowing his eyes slightly, he spoke in a calm tone. "Enough, you short-sighted lot. I just inspected his materials. While the finished restaurant may resemble a shell of an unfinished building, there is a significant difference. The cement he employed is even more expensive than our renovation materials. Any discerning eye can see that. Jiang Yun is clearly aiming to create a high-end restaurant. Yet despite recognizing the quality of the construction materials, the village chief harbored a concern. Having invested so much capital, could Jiang Yun truly recoup his expenses? Moreover, to stimulate sales for over a dozen nearby establishments within 2 months was no small feat. Yet it must be admitted, even the village chief felt a flicker of excitement. He was eager to witness the outcome in 2 months' time. Though Li Xing and the others did not comprehend, they remained silent, clearly lacking faith in Jiang Yun's venture. "You all should disperse. Lingering here will only draw unwanted attention. If anyone sees you, they'll think you're up to no good." The village chief grumbled, waving the onlookers away. Although reluctant to leave, Li Xing and the others dared not disobey and soon dispersed. Downstairs, as the crowd exited the office building, Jiang Yun, seated within the restaurant, squinted slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Truly, they were a bunch of idlers. Were it not for the land grants they received, they would surely be facing starvation. Chapter 490. Partnership established. Just then, Jiang Yun's phone rang. Upon answering, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came through. "Mr. Jiang, this is Chen Yue. Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss our potential collaboration in person." Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, glancing at his watch. In just a few short hours, Chen Yue had altered his stance. It seemed there had been some developments at the studio. "All right. Talents are hard to come by, and I shall not let this opportunity slip away. If Chen Yue is indeed a gem, I am determined to mine him." After agreeing on a meeting place, Jiang Yun ended the call and beckoned to Dong Taizhan, instructing, "Let them handle things here. You accompany me to take care of a few matters." Dong Taizhan promptly agreed, shedding his grimy attire before following Jiang Yun out. Although night had fallen, the workers were compelled to work overtime due to time constraints. However, they were more than willing, as Jiang Yun's lavish spending and generous bonuses for overtime kept their spirits high. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun arrived at ACAF that moment. Chen Yue occupied a window seat. Nursing a drink, his pale face flushed, clearly lacking intolerance for alcohol, and displaying a visage of distress. Was he seeking solace in drink? It appeared he was indeed grappling with some difficulties, that a slight smirk appeared on Jiang Yun's lips. He was not one to revel in another's misfortune, but rather he recognized that should Chen Yue encounter troubles, it would present a greater chance for Jiang Yun to recruit him and secure this talent under his wing. This IT fellow, immersed in the gaming industry, was prone to melancholy and could hardly withstand any setbacks. When faced with life's blows, he resorted to drinking to drown his sorrows. That it was apparent that Dong Taizhan was quite dismissive of Chen Yue. Jiang Yun shot him a glance, and Dong hesitated, refraining from further comment. Soon, they approached Chen Yue's table. As Jiang Yun settled in, Chen Yue's gaze fixed upon him. Setting down his glass, Chen Yue inquired directly, "Mr. Jiang, are your words from the morning still valid? If I am willing, will you truly invest in me?" Chen Yue's eyes sparkled with intensity as he regarded Jiang Yun, clearly viewing him as both a mentor and a lifeline. Just an hour prior, he had streamlined the social system but still perceived flaws, continuously seeking to rectify them. Ultimately, Chen Yue unilaterally canceled the collaboration with the client, much to the displeasure of his team. Nevertheless, his resolute attitude left no room for negotiation. Yet, as his colleagues relied on him for their livelihoods, he felt compelled to seek Jiang Yun out that very night to renegotiate their partnership. "Indeed, I have always regarded you as a talent. Hence my words hold true." Jiang Yun's fingers lightly tapped the table as he lit a cigarette. "Excellent. Since you have said so, let us sign the contract immediately. However, I have one condition. The game must be developed according to my vision, and if it fails to yield profit, I shall bear full responsibility." Chen Yue's expression turned resolute, his eyes gleaming with renewed confidence. With funding secured, he could revive the studio, and his game project would gain a new lease on life. Jiang Yun nodded slightly and continued, "I must confess that I am not particularly well-versed in the realm of gaming, and thus I shall not interfere in the studio's affairs. You are free to proceed according to your own vision. As for the financial matters, I will take full responsibility for them. However, I must assert one crucial point. The overarching direction of the studio must adhere to my arrangements. Furthermore, there is a non-negotiable stipulation. The headquarters of the studio must be established in the capital." The reason for his presence in the Northwest was that Lu Qianqian encountered some obstacles while establishing a branch here. Now that everything has gradually fallen into place, he no longer needs to linger in the Northwest. Within a maximum of 2 months, once the restaurant begins to turn a profit, Jiang Yun can comfortably assume a hands-off role and return to the capital, with Du Yinhang to establish the headquarters of a century-old establishment. "Very well. Everything shall proceed according to Mr. Zhang's wishes, that I am confident that my colleagues share the same sentiment." Chen Yue spoke with unwavering assurance. They were a group of young individuals striving for their dreams. The location of their work was of little consequence to them, that as long as they could realize their aspirations and earn a living, that was sufficient. "All right, that I will prepare the contract tomorrow and come to the studio for you to sign. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave now. Remember to inform your employees of my requirements and suggestions." Jiang Yun smiled as he stood up, reminding him a couple more times before heading towards the door. Chen Yue downed his drink and hurried back to the studio. Though the night was deep and quiet, the studio remained brightly lit, with all employees gathered in the lobby, their expressions far from cheerful. The sudden withdrawal of investment was undoubtedly a heavy blow to them. Upon Chen Yue's return, everyone quickly rose and surrounded him. One individual directly inquiring, "Mr. Chen, how did your discussion with the investor go? If necessary, we can always relent and make the changes they require. A few adjustments should surely satisfy them. Moreover, we are on the brink of financial ruin, so we mustn't act impulsively." Many nodded in agreement. Perhaps they had initially fought for their dreams, but now they were struggling for mere sustenance. Chen Yue clenched his fists in excitement and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I have already found a new investor. And this one is evidently quite affluent. What is more, we can even change our working environment. This truly is a blessing in disguise." The crowd fell silent, for while they had indeed reached out to numerous investors before, none had shown interest in their project. How could there possibly be a new investor now? The receptionist was the first to react, quickly asking, "Mr. Chun, this investor you mentioned, could it be the young man we met this morning?" Indeed, Chen Yue had no intention of hiding the truth, for all present were his trusted confidants. The studio was small, and there was no room for disloyalty. However, to his surprise, the expressions on his colleagues' faces did not reflect excitement. Rather, there was a hint of skepticism. "The young man looks rather inexperienced. Can he truly be relied upon? Setting aside whether he has the funds, I find his demeanor rather unsettling. Perhaps we should not forsake a sure bet for a gamble on a newcomer." It might be wiser to continue collaborating with the previous investor instead. The group voiced their opinions, clearly reluctant to take risks, although the previous investor had been somewhat difficult to deal with. Even demanding the removal of the social component, adhering to their requests could swiftly secure the initial funding. At least it was a guaranteed venture. Should they entrust this matter to Jiang Yun, it would only increase their risks, especially since they had yet to collaborate with him, that if Jiang Yun turned out to be as challenging as the previous investor, it would all be in vain. If they ultimately failed to secure funding, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Chen Youwei's assistant quickly stepped forward, urging Mr. Chen, "We should carefully consider this matter. Do you know anything about this individual?" Chen Youwei rolled his eyes at the assistant and retorted, "Remember his name, Jiang Yun. We will certainly continue our collaboration in the future, so you all must show him the respect he deserves. That do not refer to him as that person. What if word gets out and Mr. Jiang becomes displeased?" Chen Youwei spoke with conviction that he had already come to regard Jiang Yun as a mentor and his lifeline. The studio was in disarray, which was why they had been so accommodating to the previous investor, even sacrificing their own aspirations and dreams for financial security. This was one of the primary reasons Chen Youwei sought to partner with Jiang Yun. "This matter is settled, that we shall proceed with our original plan for the game. The social system must absolutely remain intact," Chen Youwei declared with utmost resolve. The others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. After all, the studio operated under Chen Youwei's authority. Once the boss had spoken, who would dare to voice dissent? Soon, Chen Youwei returned to his office, immersing himself in work. Creating games was his dream, and now that he had found a mentor, he needed to intertwine his aspirations with profitability. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Not only did he need to oversee the renovations daily, but he also made frequent visits to the gaming studio to discuss collaboration matters. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian's progress was swift. The factory was nearing completion, and equipment was gradually being brought in. Within half a month, everything had fallen into place. One morning, as Jiang Yun had just awakened, the sound of a ringing phone broke the silence. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered with a smile, "Youwei, you're contacting me this early. There must be good news." During this period, Jiang Yun had frequently interacted with Chen Youwei, and given their similar ages, they had quickly forged a close friendship. Indeed, the game has completed its final testing and is ready for release. Chen Youwei's voice crackled with excitement through the phone. This was a social-centric game, a unique entry in the market, yet despite his high hopes, they needed to wait for the game's release to see if it would meet expectations. "Excellent. I will tidy up and head to the studio to meet you," Jiang Yun replied cheerfully before hanging up. Half an hour later, accompanied by Dong Taizhan, Jiang Yun arrived at the studio. With the game completed, the atmosphere among the team had lightened considerably. They were now gathered in the lobby, chatting and laughing. During this time, they had witnessed Jiang Yun's capabilities and influence. With Jiang Yun having reinvested in the studio, their impression of him was quite favorable. Upon seeing him arrive, everyone greeted him respectfully, and Jiang Yun returned the gesture with a polite nod before making his way to the upstairs office. "Mr. Jiang, you have finally arrived." Chen Youwei quickly approached Jiang Yun, pouring 2 cups of water and enthusiastically stating, "We have already conducted preliminary promotions and placed advertisements across various platforms. That I have reviewed the comments on the gaming platform, and many of the testers are very satisfied. Most importantly, the players are filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the official launch." As he spoke, Chen Youwei set his cup down and returned to his desk, retrieving a stack of documents which he respectfully handed to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun skimmed through them briefly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. That he then lit a cigarette, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk, and remarked with a grin, "Not bad. This exceeds my expectations." Jiang Yun was well aware of the future trajectory, both economically and within the gaming industry. He understood the significance of social interaction within games. However, he had not anticipated that the game would be so well received. "Mr. Jiang, everything is ready. We are merely waiting for the right moment. When do you think we should launch the game?" Chen Yue inquired once more, why now? He regarded Jiang Yun as a near-mythical figure, for even if he could create an outstanding game, garnering an audience required substantial promotion. Otherwise, it would inevitably fade into obscurity. Fortunately, Jiang Yun's significant investment had led to their current success, but there's no time like the present. Let us launch the server at noon today. Jiang Yun spoke directly, declaring that all matters had now fallen into place. Once the game officially launched, he would devote all his energy to the restaurant, simultaneously fulfilling the promise he once made to the village chief. Only in this manner could he return to the capital with peace of mind. Good. Chen Yue nodded emphatically and promptly dialed several phone numbers. Soon, the crowd downstairs became busily engaged, in no time. The studio was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, outside the entrance of the studio, a car was parked across the street, and its occupant remained fixated on the direction of the studio. Chapter 492. The Envious Boss Kai. Boss Kai. We've been sitting here for an hour. What are we waiting for? Inside the car, Wang Xian sat beside Kai Guoyang, his expression rather grim. He had been dragged here by Kai Guoyang before he was fully awake and had been waiting ever since. Even he himself was unclear about the purpose of this visit. Was it merely because Kai Guoyang was in a foul mood and wished to torment him for no reason? Fool! This was a game studio that had only recently launched a beta version of their game, which had garnered much acclaim. It was said that the official version would soon be released, undoubtedly igniting a fervor among players. Kai Guoyang frowned as he spoke, lighting a cigarette, his serious demeanor indicating deep contemplation. This left Wang Xian perplexed. He scratched his head in confusion and finally asked, Boss Kai, what does this game studio have to do with us? I see. Suddenly, Wang Xian slapped his forehead, a look of realization dawning upon him. The mastermind behind this game studio is you, isn't it? He had suspected as much. How could such a small game company produce anything of significant appeal? Wang Xian had spent countless days holed up in his rental, gaming incessantly, and thus had a fair grasp of the industry. In any market, the principle of survival of the fittest always applied, and the gaming sector was no exception. All the high-end, cutting-edge games were monopolized by major corporations. While some smaller studios managed to produce commendable games that players adored, they inevitably faced acquisition by larger firms. Such was the current trend. After all, the era of the strong preying upon the weak had not yet passed. You really are foolish. Is your head filled with mush? Kai Guoyang's expression darkened, and he retaliated by slapping Wang Xian hard. The sharp sound of the slap left Wang Xian momentarily stunned, unsure of why he had been struck. He covered his face for a moment, then licked his lips, feeling a surge of anger but refraining from expressing it. Boss Kai, what's wrong? Kai Guoyang's chest heaved, clearly agitated. He tossed aside the cigarette but gritted his teeth as he said, The investor behind this game studio is Jiang Yun. In an instant, Wang Xian's expression soured considerably. He now comprehended why Kai Guoyang had been so impatiently waiting here. It was evidently due to his resentment. Recently, owing to their past as old classmates, Wang Xian had remained by Kai Guoyang's side, despite their rift, in the hopes that Wang Xian might lend support at a critical moment. Although he was uncertain if that day would ever come, having an additional useful pawn was certainly better than having none at all. However, Wang Xian's sheer stupidity only served to infuriate Kai Guoyang further. Impossible. As far as I know, Jiang Yun is merely a businessman. Moreover, I have investigated him, and he possesses no companies related to gaming. There must be some misunderstanding here, right? Wang Xian protested. Huh. A cold smile crept on Kai Guoyang's lips as he fixed an icy gaze on Wang Xian, then clenched his fist and asserted, Is my intelligence ever wrong? Why, yes. Wang Xian, though still harboring doubts, dared not voice them further. In his eyes, Kai Guoyang loomed like an insurmountable mountain. A single misstep could see him unceremoniously cast aside. This guy was truly remarkable. It was one thing to thrive in the capital, but to stir up such a ruckus in the Northwest shortly after arriving and even secure a promising game company was astounding. Kai Guoyang gritted his teeth, his anger mounting. Since their initial clash upon Jiang Yun's arrival in the northwest, he had developed an aversion to him. Throughout this time, he had been monitoring Jiang Yun. Biding his time for the day, he could crush him beneath his heel. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Even if Jiang Yun were to mobilize all his forces from the capital to the northwest, Kai Guoyang was confident he could still hold his own against him. Suddenly, Wang Xian's eyes lit up, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Boss Kai, I once ran a game studio myself, relying on in-game labor to earn money. Yet the essence of gaming remains unchanged, that if you invest in me, I will establish my own game studio, and within a short time, develop a new game that will dominate the market." Wang Xian instantly saw a glimmer of hope. Although he currently found himself merely as a sycophant to Kai Guoyang, he envisioned a future where, with Kai Guoyang's investment, he could rise again, acquiring any woman he desired. Invest in you? That's akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. There's nothing to gain. Kai Guoyang coldly regarded Wang Xian, dismissing his words entirely. To Kai Guoyang, Wang Xian was nothing but a complete waste, lacking the tenacity of Jiang Yun, and could not even begin to compare. Enough that I have a task for you. Hire some internet trolls over the next few days and go to major gaming platforms to tarnish their newly launched game. He was determined not to let Jiang Yun profit in the northwest. All right. As for the funding, Wang Xian rubbed his fingers together, grinning widely, awaiting Kai Guoyang's response. Regardless of the endeavor, as long as there was initial capital, there would certainly be returns. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. If you accomplish this task, there will be rewards for you in the future. Kai Guoyang replied nonchalantly, signaling the driver to start the car. Meanwhile, the game was in the planning stages, and its official release date had been announced on the official website, swiftly causing a stir online and even trending in searches. In the office, Jiang Yun was gazing at his computer, the smile on his lips growing ever more pronounced. At Mr. Jiang, you truly are a commercial genius, able to spot opportunities wherever you go. Even if you wish to avoid wealth, it would be a challenging endeavor, wouldn't it? Dong Taizan eagerly chimed in, filled with admiration for Jiang Yun. We need not exchange pleasantries, Jiang Yun remarked as he lit a cigarette. Now that matters here are settled, we should head to the city center to assess the situation at the restaurant. Chapter 493, the center of attention after bidding farewell to Qin Yue. Jiang Yun set off towards the city center. Given that the game was in its release phase, there were numerous trivial matters still to address. Although Qin Yue wished to host a celebratory feast, it was still premature to claim total success. Once the game achieved soaring sales, they could all gather for a proper meal and drinks. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and his companion arrived at the city center. The restaurant was now fully renovated. This success was thanks to the two construction teams working tirelessly in shifts around the clock to incentivize the workers. Jiang Yun had raised their wages, hastening the restaurant's readiness for business. Mr. Jiang, the construction team leader greeted Jiang Yun warmly upon seeing him. Standing in the lobby of the restaurant, Jiang Yun cast a cursory glance and nodded in satisfaction. Everything aligned perfectly with the blueprints, exuding a charming vintage style that imparted a unique atmosphere that I've never encountered a restaurant of this type before. Dong Taizan remarked with a beaming smile, expressing his admiration. Indeed, though I've renovated many places, I've never encountered a restaurant with such a retro theme. The paint on the walls is prohibitively expensive, and the cost would significantly increase if applied to a commercial setting, the construction team leader explained with a smile. Is that so? Dong Taizan paused, approaching a wall and touching it with his hand, shaking his head as he replied, but this is just an ordinary cement wall, isn't it? The overall ambience of the restaurant leans towards a darker aesthetic. Although the establishment is adorned with various lighting effects, the walls bear a striking resemblance to those of an unfinished space, giving off a rather unrefined impression. Moreover, there is a conspicuous absence of any paint. My dear brother, you seem to be somewhat misinformed at first glance. The walls may appear rudimentary, yet they have undergone meticulous polishing and have been coated with a novel type of paint. This paint is not only harmless to humans, but also resistant to dust accumulation. Additionally, it possesses the remarkable advantage of enabling the restaurant to commence operations swiftly. The construction team leader continued, revealing that when he initially negotiated with Jiang Yun, he had comprehended Jiang Yun's intentions. Given that Jiang Yun had a mere 2 months, they had to work overtime and ensure the restaurant could begin functioning promptly, hence the choice of this particular paint, although it is costly. Jiang Yun was unconcerned about the financial implications, which certainly facilitated matters for them. I see now. It seems I have been overly naive. Dong Taizhan chuckled and shook his head, adding a few words. In truth, Jiang Yun was not particularly knowledgeable about this material either. It was only after the construction team leader mentioned it once that he took to the internet for research, ultimately making a decisive decision. How many more days until completion? Jiang Yun directly inquired about his most pressing concern. He had a wager with the village chief and needed to open the restaurant promptly to boost the sales of the entire street. Not merely to save on forthcoming rent, but also to validate his own capabilities that IT will be ready in just 2 days. At that point, we can let the cleaning crew come in, and we can start arranging the furniture. The construction team leader promptly responded. Thank you for your efforts. Jiang Yun patted his shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Truly reliable. It is entirely within my purview. The construction team leader exchanged a few more pleasantries before resuming his busy work. The moment Jiang Yun exited the restaurant, he noticed that passers-by were curiously surveying the establishment. Clearly, many were intrigued by the unique decor style. Observing this scene, Jiang Yun felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He aimed to captivate customers' curiosity and create a highly sought-after trendy venue. By the way, there is another important matter we need to attend to. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow and spoke again. Dong Taizhan looked perplexed. With the gaming company and restaurant now on track, did Jiang Yun intend to involve himself in the affairs of the Yunxue Group's branch? However, with Lu Qianqian at the helm, his involvement seemed unnecessary, right? I previously contacted Qianqian and asked her to arrange a meeting with a major internet celebrity. As it happens, we are set to meet him now. Jiang Yun glanced at the time. There was still an hour until the appointed hour, which was quite convenient. Excellent. I shall heed Mr. Zhang's instructions. Dong Taizhan quickly nodded and hurriedly followed in Jiang Yun's footsteps. Indeed, there is scarcely a moment of respite when accompanying Jiang Yun. Yet this is preferable, as it makes life considerably more fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at a tea house. After casually selecting a spot, Jiang Yun pulled out his phone, quietly awaiting the arrival of the female internet celebrity while continuously checking trending topics that to his delight. Among dozens of trending topics, there were over 10 related to the game he had recently launched. It appeared that this venture would indeed yield significant profits. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's phone rang. Lin Mu? Upon seeing the familiar name on the screen, Jiang Yun felt a surge of confusion. Why would he be calling me? After pressing the answer button, Lin Mu's voice burst forth excitedly. Brother-in-law, you must check the trending topics immediately. What is the matter? Jiang Yun replied, still bewildered, as he was already perusing the trending topics. Have you noticed that newly launched game? I have investigated, and it is from a small studio. I can sense its immense potential. Can you find a way to acquire that studio? I'll integrate VR technology with the game, and it will undoubtedly enhance its appeal. Lin Mu spoke passionately, his tone brimming with excitement, akin to a newlywed groom. Jiang Yun chuckled, bemused that the game had even captured Lin Mu's attention. Brother-in-law, are you even listening to me? Seeing Jiang Yun's lack of response, Lin Mu grew increasingly anxious. That I know you aren't well-versed in games. While I am also merely studying VR technology, I am gradually steering it towards gaming. Consider it helping me realize my dream. Please acquire that studio. Moreover, I can assure you that you will earn a fortune. It was evident that Lin Mu was quite enthusiastic about the game. In the next moment, Jiang Yun leisurely lit a cigarette, a smile dancing on his lips as he replied, Allow me to introduce myself. I am the investor behind that game. Chapter 494. A parting more joyful than a honeymoon. Brother-in-law. Are you joking? You have never understood games. It is impossible for the team to create such an innovative game. Lin Mu exclaimed incredulously on the other end of the line, his mouth agape in disbelief. This was patently absurd. Jiang Yun, however, grinned widely, resolutely stating, "You should come to the Northwest. I will introduce you to the game's chief planner. You can share your thoughts with him and explore potential collaboration." Lin Mu was immediately elated and readily agreed. Given Jiang Yun's demeanor, it was clear he was not jesting. Suddenly, a familiar voice chimed in on the line. "Wife." Jiang Yun's lips curved upwards as warmth enveloped his heart. During this busy period, he had been engrossed in work, hardly returning to the capital, and had maintained minimal contact with Lin Shui. This was not due to his departure from the capital leading to a lack of self-discipline. Rather, both he and Lin Shui were exceedingly busy, with numerous matters requiring attention in the capital, leaving him only brief moments to converse with her. "I just heard you call him brother-in-law. I have no time for your little secrets. Let me speak with your brother-in-law." Soon, Lin Shui had taken over the call. "Darling, how is everything going in the Northwest? I heard from Qianqian that you have encountered quite a few obstacles. Are they all resolved now? Also, when will you return to the capital? I have good news to share." Jiang Yun inhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It will take at least another month, that if you have good news. Please share it over the phone. I can hardly wait." Lin Shui hesitated for a moment before responding, "No, these matters must be discussed in person. That I just heard Lin Mu mention that he plans to travel to the Northwest to meet you. Perhaps I can arrange my work accordingly and accompany him to see you." Although they were already a married couple, their affection remained as vibrant as that of newlyweds. Their bond had not waned despite the passage of time together. "Perhaps this is the essence of true love. Very well, I will make arrangements for you in the Northwest. Come as soon as you can," Jiang Yun replied, his heart brimming with excitement that as the call ended. Dong Taizhan approached with a grin, holding a large, red apple. After taking a bite, he settled beside Jiang Yun and cheerfully inquired, "Brother, is there some joyous news? I noticed you were smiling widely just now." "Who is coming?" Dong Taizhan had no habit of eavesdropping on phone calls and was disinterested in gossip. However, Jiang Yun's exuberance was palpable even from a distance. "Who else could it be? Naturally, it is my wife." Jiang Yun chuckled, allowing his thoughts to drift to how he would plan the upcoming days with Lin Shui's visit. She was coming from afar, and he wished to ensure she experienced the beauty of the Northwest. "I suspected as much. That it is evident that Mr. Zhang's joy is tied to his wife," Dong Taizhan concurred, choosing not to probe further. After glancing at the time, Jiang Yun lazily stretched and headed towards his room. Both the gaming studio and the restaurant were now on solid ground. With Chen Yue and Du Yunhang overseeing operations, there was no need for him to exert excessive effort. Nevertheless, it was prudent to arrange matters in advance. Better safe than sorry. After a long night of diligent work, Jiang Yun finally delegated all tasks and established the direction for the upcoming projects. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Yun swirled the red wine in his glass. Gazing at the flickering lights of the streets below, and murmured to himself, "My dear wife, how I wish I could open my eyes and see you." Overwhelmed by work and the effects of the wine, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber that a few hours later, as Jiang Yun turned over in bed, he felt something touch him, a slippery sensation that startled him awake. He opened his eyes wide and quickly sat up, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he looked at the person beside him. "Who?" Jiang Yun's instincts were sharp. No slightest rustle could escape his ears. Yet, upon seeing the woman before him, his expression instantly softened, replaced by tenderness. Wife. Indeed, the person lying next to him was none other than Lin Shui. At this moment, Lin Shui was propped up on one arm, lying sideways as she gazed at Jiang Yun. Her lips curling into a perfect smile, her starry eyes shimmering with light. Yet, one could still discern the weariness etched on her face. It seemed that during this time, Lin Shui had truly borne a heavy burden. After all, the immense family business rested entirely on her shoulders. How could a mere woman withstand such pressure? Wife, when did you arrive? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Jiang Yun quickly embraced the lovely figure beside him, pulling Lin Shui into his arms, resembling a child who had just received a cherished toy. I arrived 2 hours ago, Lin Shui replied, her voice filled with mirth that I couldn't bear to disturb your peaceful slumber. Wife, since you're here, do tell me, what good news do you bring? Jiang Yun recalled the words Lin Shui had spoken over the phone and hastily inquired. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a series of knocks echoed from the door, followed by a familiar voice calling out, Sister, is my brother-in-law awake? The sun is already up. He can't still be sleeping, can he? Before Lin Shui could respond, Jiang Yun impatiently interjected, Not awake. Do you have any sense? My wife and I just reunited. Shouldn't we indulge a little? You really act like a child. Lin Shui chuckled at Jiang Yun's attitude. After speaking, Jiang Yun leaned down and pressed a kiss on Lin Shui's forehead. A brief separation feels like a new marriage. We must savor this moment. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted their intimacy, and before Jiang Yun could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Mu dashed into the room. You brat. Jiang Yun ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could slap Lin Mu. Did this guy not think before acting? If he and his wife were in a tender moment, wouldn't it be awkward for him to barge in? Thankfully, Jiang Yun was not the impulsive type. Ahem, Lin Shui coughed lightly, quickly straightening her clothes as she sat up at the head of the bed. Lin Mu, however, ignored her and turned his gaze to Jiang Yun, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Brother-in-law. Now that you're awake, you must take me to meet that game developer. I want to have a good chat and explore the possibilities of collaboration. In this day and age, VR technology had begun to take shape, but its applications remained uncertain. After all, aside from film viewing, VR seemed primarily tied to gaming, although Lin Mu was also a programmer and had created some minor games. They paled in comparison to the renowned titles online. Yet with the recent game's explosive success, the integration of VR elements could elevate its acclaim. This could potentially catapult Lin Mu to fame. Get lost. Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at him, then called out Tai Shan. 2 hours earlier, Lin Shui had dialed Dong Tai Shan's number to avoid disturbing Jiang Yun, allowing her to sneak into the hotel room unnoticed. At that moment, Dong Tai Shan was in the living room, enjoying breakfast. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's call, he quickly rushed into the room and respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, is there something you need? Of course there is. Jiang Yun's expression darkened as he pointed at Lin Mu. Get this kid out of here. Just seeing him irritates me. Brother-in-law, please don't get lost in your romantic affairs. You must diligently work to ensure my niece becomes a wealthy second generation. Lin Mu chimed in, eager to shift the focus. Your priority now is to accumulate wealth. Once my technology and the game are combined, you'll surely reap a fortune. When that time comes, my niece's child will be a rich heir. Lin Mu hurriedly spoke up while Dong Tai Shan appeared quite awkward. They all knew each other, and since Lin Mu was Lin Shui's younger brother, he was at a loss as to whom to side with. One was his boss, and the other was his boss's wife. It was indeed a tricky situation that he could only stand by silently, observing. What nonsense are you spouting? Where would I get a niece? They rely on each other. They have no other relatives. Jiang Yun shot Lin Mu an irritated glare. However, he failed to notice that Lin Shui's face was gradually turning crimson, and she had quietly lowered her head. Lin Mu blinked in surprise, staring at Lin Shui for a while before scratching his head and saying, Sister, did you not tell brother-in-law? Tell me what? Jiang Yun sensed something was amiss and quickly pressed for clarification. Was there truly something being kept from him? My sister is pregnant. Lin Mu blurted out, in an instant. Jiang Yun's smile froze on his face, and he could hardly believe his ears. He swiftly grasped Lin Shui's hand, his gaze intense as he asked, Wife, is what he said true? Are you really pregnant? Lin Shui nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, that's wonderful. Jiang Yun exclaimed, slapping his thigh and leaping to his feet in sheer joy. Dong Tai Shan also nodded in approval. clearly sharing in Jiang Yun's excitement that he had always been by Jiang Yun's side and had often engaged in heartfelt conversations with him. So he understood precisely what Jiang Yun desired. Now nearing 30, Jiang Yun had reached the pinnacle of his career, achieving both fame and fortune. With his parents' matters resolved, he faced no lingering concerns, having attained complete financial freedom. Yet, the one thing missing was a child. Lin Shui's belly had remained silent. A knot in Jiang Yun's heart, he had even discreetly checked his own health, certain that there was nothing wrong with him. The delay in Lin Shui's pregnancy could only imply that the issue lay with her. Although Jiang Yun harbored many thoughts, he refrained from confronting Lin Shui directly, ultimately choosing to keep everything to himself and leave matters to fate. After all, the woman he loved was Lin Shui. While a child was undoubtedly important, he would never part from Lin Shui, no matter the circumstances. Fantastic. Wife, you are the benefactor of the Jiang family. I will take care of everything in the Northwest and then return to the capital to oversee the grand scheme. You need only rest at home and nurture our baby, Jiang Yun eagerly declared. The child's well-being was paramount. Everything else was secondary, and he needn't worry excessively, even if it meant incurring some losses. It was of no consequence to no need. Lin Shui nestled in Jiang Yun's embrace, recalling what Lu Qianqian had once said. During this time, she was aware that Jiang Yun was burdened with trivial matters. Though their conversations were infrequent, she often kept in touch with Lu Qianqian to inquire about Jiang Yun's affairs. However, Jiang Yun had not been enjoying himself in the Northwest, facing numerous obstacles. Resolving matters there was far from easy. Focus on your career in the Northwest, that I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. Besides, Mom is here with me, so you can put your mind at ease, Lin Shui said with a smile. Although Jiang Yun had made up his mind, he still nodded in agreement. The child's well-being was the most vital concern, with everything else taking a back seat. Brother-in-law, now that I've shared such significant news with you, shouldn't you hurry and take me to meet that game developer? Lin Mu chimed in, his eagerness palpable. Jiang Yun has now come to a complete understanding of why Lin Mu has never encountered a suitable girl. The issue primarily lies within his character, that he is perpetually preoccupied with work, with his mind consumed by lines of code. It would only be a stroke of misfortune for any girl to seek him out. Chapter 496, Chun Youwei's Distress. Please refrain from continuing your incessant chatter, Jiang Yun said impatiently to Lin Mu, that I intend to let your sister rest a little longer. His gaze then softened as it landed on Lin Shui. And he spoke earnestly, darling, you must prioritize your rest. And promise me, do not touch your laptop or phone, nor concern yourself with company matters. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Remember, the child is the most important thing right now. His demeanor was in stark contrast to earlier. Indeed, the nature of their relationship dictated different treatment. Observing Jiang Yun's almost paternal manner, Lin Shui felt warmth in her heart. Having such a husband by her side was truly a blessing. Ultimately, she nodded gently in agreement. Even if she were to refrain from work-related worries, there was no need for excessive concern. Lin Shui was exceptionally meticulous. Before arriving in the Northwest, she had already organized all company affairs. A mere few days away would not lead to any significant chaos. Very well. I will have Taizan keep you company. Should you need anything, simply instruct him. Later, I will send Qianqian over, so you two sisters can catch up. Jiang Yun offered a few more words of reassurance before reluctantly exiting the room. He longed to remain by Lin Shui's side, even wishing to press his ear against her belly to feel their baby. However, the thought of Lin Mu beside him, a persistent presence, made him realize that he must address that situation first to enjoy any semblance of peace. That in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and his companion had stepped outside. Half an hour later, they arrived at the game company. Although dawn had just broken, the office was already bustling with activity, employees looking disheveled and weary, clearly having toiled through the night. Upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, the staff offered him polite greetings but still appeared devoid of any spirit. Everyone, there's no need to push yourselves so hard. While this game is a product of your passion, your health is far more important. If you maintain your well-being, you will undoubtedly create even better games in the future, Jiang Yun said with a smile. Yet, the employees exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, their silence revealing that their malaise was more than mere fatigue. This left Jiang Yun puzzled, prompting him to inquire, "Is something troubling you?" Just then, an irritable voice echoed from the second floor. "Have you completed the game rendering or not? After a whole night of brainstorming, can't you find a solution? Are you all just loafing around?" Chun Yue descended the stairs, visibly furious, his face pale and contorted with displeasure. The staff lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. What could have happened to provoke such a furious outburst from the boss? Jiang Yin felt quite cheerful and approached Chun Yue, smiling as he asked, "What seems to be the issue?" Upon noticing Jiang Yun, Chun Yue deliberately avoided his gaze, appearing almost ashamed to meet his eyes. This took Jiang Yun by surprise. "What has transpired?" he asked, furrowing his brow, that in his memory, Chun Yue was always the epitome of enthusiasm. But today, he seemed dejected, clearly burdened with unspoken troubles. "Let us discuss this in the office," Chun Yue sighed. Leading Jiang Yun and his companion inside, as the door closed, he sank to the floor, resembling a deflated balloon. The game has achieved remarkable success, receiving rave reviews online, and the download rate is skyrocketing. Yet, are you facing some distress? For Chun Yue, the game's excellent reception was a significant accomplishment. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Mr. Jiang, I owe you an apology. Due to the inclusion of numerous elements and the extravagant effects, the game has high computer configuration requirements, resulting in a loss of many players. If we cannot optimize the game, we might have to bid farewell to those enthusiastic fans." "I see," Jiang Yin replied, his expression still devoid of concern. Instead, he shook his head and said, "These are merely trivial matters that it's best if they can be resolved. If not, it's of little consequence." Chun Yue was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response. That, of course, he had no idea that Jiang Yun was presently immersed in joy, his thoughts solely revolving around his child. "That Mr. Jiang, I may need your assistance to make the game compatible with lower-spec computers without sacrificing visual effects. We must optimize from other angles. However, our expertise lies in game development and rendering. Optimization is our shortcoming. Thus, we may need you to help us find experts skilled in game optimization to reclaim those players contemplating leaving." Chun Yue hastily expressed his thoughts, recognizing this as the only viable solution. Jiang Yun nodded, smiling as he said, "That's agreeable, Mr. Jiang. If that's the case, we may need to increase our investment." Chun Yue tentatively inquired. His hesitation in disclosing this information to Jiang Yun stemmed from a fear that Jiang Yun might refuse to allocate further funds or even sever ties with him. However, it appeared he had unnecessarily worried. Money can resolve any issue. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he patted Chun Yue on the shoulder, pulling him up from the floor. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at Lin Mu standing behind him and said with a grin, "Allow me to introduce someone. This is my brother-in-law. He is also adept at programming and likely has some acquaintances skilled in game optimization. You two should have a thorough discussion. Moreover, he possesses fresh ideas." Chun Yue was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Lin Mu, who was clad in a checkered shirt and jeans, sporting a buzz cut and glasses, a quintessential IT look. "You are the developer of this game, aren't you?" Lin Mu eagerly approached Chun Yue, exclaiming at last, "I meet the person behind it." Chapter 497, Volunteering. "You flatter me that I am merely an ordinary individual. The success of this game is largely thanks to my team." Chun Yue replied, his smile tinged with lingering concern. While Jiang Yin was prepared to continue investing and address the rendering issues without altering the visual effects, it still required additional funds, exceeding their budget. Had he planned more effectively, these complications might have been avoided. Enough of the pleasantries. For the foreseeable future, Lin Mu will be joining your team. That he also has a cadre of talented associates, and once you arrive in the capital, you will meet them all. But rest assured, you will retain absolute authority. Jiang Yun reassured Chun Yue with a pat on the shoulder, He was not one to favor nepotism. Moreover, as the studio was just gaining momentum and the game was still in development, maintaining a good relationship with Chun Yue was essential for the ongoing upkeep by the team downstairs. That I will adhere to your guidance, Mr. Jiang, Chun Yue said, gratitude filling his heart. Lin Mu, meanwhile, remained indifferent. He was unconcerned with power struggles, focused solely on honing his craft, which he deemed the most important. Just as the three were conversing, a knock echoed from the door. Chun Yue's assistant entered with a smile, promptly informing him, Mr. Chun, there is someone downstairs who wishes to see you. Decline. Chun Yue snapped, irked that he needed to resolve the rendering issue and had no time for meetings with others. However, he claims to be skilled in game development and may offer a solution to our dilemma. The assistant hastily conveyed another message to him. In an instant, Chun Yue's expression changed dramatically, and he squinted slightly, almost in disbelief at his own ears. Could it be that someone was proactively seeking talent? Such extraordinary fortune was indeed rare in this world, that it was best to meet them. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve the issues concerning the game. Jiang Yun spoke directly, as he had another plan for the game studio, and he wished to integrate the studio with the restaurant, simultaneously creating a trendy theme establishment. This approach would not only enhance the game's visibility, but also attract numerous customers to the restaurant, truly a twofold benefit. Chun Yue nodded in agreement. Soon, the assistant descended the stairs, and as a series of knocks echoed through the air, the gazes of Jiang Yun and the others converged at the door. However, upon seeing the person who entered, Jiang Yun's expression froze, and he instinctively furrowed his brow that he could not have anticipated that this self-recommending individual would turn out to be his former classmate. Who else could it be but Wang Xian? Jiang Yun. Long time no see that moment. Wang Xian was dressed in a suit, a far cry from his previous state. He appeared vibrant, and even his formerly disheveled hair had been notably trimmed, greatly enhancing his demeanor. What brings you here? Jiang Yun inquired nonchalantly from his seat on the sofa, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. That he held no favorable impression of Wang Xian, even feeling a tinge of aversion. Chun Yue and Lin Mu, observing this tension, exchanged glances but remained silent. Although they harbored numerous questions and wished to inquire about Wang Xian, they understood that it ultimately depended on Jiang Yun's disposition. Wang Xian made himself comfortable in the office, sitting beside Jiang Yun. After glancing at the teacup on the table, he proactively poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yun and respectfully presented it to him. Adorned with an awkward smile, he sighed before continuing, Jiang Yun, I admit I was wrong in the past. That I have two reasons for coming today. First, to apologize, and second, to assist you in overcoming your current predicament. Jiang Yun did not accept the teacup. Instead, he shook his head with a cold smirk. Previously, after interacting with Wang Xian, Jiang Yun had discreetly instructed Lu Qianqian to investigate Wang Xian, thus becoming acutely aware of his recent conduct. A complete idler, spending his days cooped up in a rented room, unable to even afford the rent. Such a person was nothing but a lost cause. How could he possibly offer any substantial help? It was utterly laughable. Indeed, just me, Wang Xian asserted resolutely. Jiang Yun, you may be unaware, but while it may seem like I am idly playing games every day, I once managed a studio and was a boss myself, possessing a fair understanding of the gaming realm. Most importantly, I studied programming in college, so I am fully capable of assisting you in resolving your game rendering issues. That if my proposal is dismissed by General Manager Chen, I will not linger. That it must be said, Wang Xian's demeanor was surprisingly amiable, maintaining a posture of humility throughout. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted as he scrutinized Wang Xian's expressions, clearly attempting to discern any underlying motives. Given their prior tensions, it seemed implausible that they could swiftly mend their rift, especially over a pressing issue like game rendering. How could someone like Wang Xian offer timely assistance? What do you think? Yet, Wang Xian's expression revealed no signs of deceit. Jiang Yun then glanced at Chun Yue and asked, shall we proceed as he suggests? Yes, let us follow his lead. That if the proposal proves fruitless, we need not continue our collaboration. Chun Yue promptly concurred. Unlike Jiang Yun, who viewed the game studio merely as a means to generate profit, Chen Yue harbored dreams and regarded the game as his own child, deserving of dedicated attention. Thank you, General Manager Chen, for this opportunity. Now, shall we discuss our proposal? Wang Xian eagerly seized the moment, retrieving a stack of documents from his briefcase and respectfully presenting them to Chen Yue. Jiang Yun, glancing at the time, nonchalantly remarked, "You two carry on. Feel free to reach out if anything arises." Chapter 498. The influencer with millions of followers. Chen Yue and Wang Xian exchanged polite farewells with Jiang Yun, escorting him to the door before respectfully retreating back into the office. Lin Mu remained closely by Jiang Yun's side until they reached the studio's ground floor, at which point he turned to Jiang Yun with a puzzled expression and asked, "Brother-in-law, who was that just now? You seem to harbor quite a bit of animosity towards him. What is the situation? If you are indifferent to him, we need not concern ourselves with him, as many large companies could address the game-rendering issues." Lin Mu, a programmer himself, noted. Although he had not primarily focused on the gaming sector, he possessed a reasonable understanding of it, that he believed that given some time, they could resolve all issues at hand. He is an old classmate of mine. However, when I arrived in the Northwest, we had some conflicts. Jiang Yun replied calmly. "You need not worry too much. For now, let us utilize his assistance, having conducted business for many years." Jiang Yun understood the principle that personal emotions should never interfere with work. Otherwise, one could not be deemed a competent entrepreneur. By the way, I noticed your keen interest in General Manager Chen's game studio. For the time being, remain by his side. Also, keep a close eye on Wang Xian. If you sense anything amiss, contact me immediately. Jiang Yun reiterated his instructions. Nevertheless, he still felt uncertain. Both Chen Yue and Lin Mu shared a common flaw. Their overwhelming obsession with programming rendered their emotional intelligence quite low. Jiang Yun worried that if Wang Xian employed any tricks, he might easily manipulate the two of them. Brother-in-law, rest assured, with me by Brother Chen's side, nothing will go awry, Lin Mu confidently asserted. Jiang Yun nodded and proceeded towards his vehicle. As Dong Taizan was still at the hotel accompanying Lin Shui, Jiang Yun had to drive himself. Just as he was preparing to return to the hotel, his phone suddenly rang, followed by Lu Qianqian's voice. "Jiang Yun, I heard that General Lin has arrived. Where is he now?" Jiang Yun chuckled wryly. "Of course, he's at the hotel. Besides, if you wish to reach my wife, why not just call her directly? This is clearly unnecessary." After a brief pause, Lu Qianqian responded, "Isn't it because I have something important to discuss with you? The restaurant renovations are complete, and Du Yunhang has already started work in the market. Today is the final cleanup, and the restaurant will open tomorrow. Moreover, I have contacted a well-known influencer from the Northwest as per your request, and I've scheduled a meeting with them, and I will send you the location shortly. Hurry and meet them. If we want to create a trendy establishment, we must first generate buzz through the influencer to make more people aware of its existence." This was a plan Jiang Yun had laid out beforehand. If it weren't for the sudden game issues, he would have already met with the influencer. "Understood," Jiang Yun replied before hanging up. Before long, he received a message confirming the location and headed straight towards the city center. Half an hour later, at a tea house, Jiang Yun parked his car and stood at the entrance, lighting a cigarette while shaking his head and chuckling. Most influencers today are young. Who would have thought they would choose a tea house for a meeting? When discussing business, Jiang Yun preferred such venues, as they were quieter and more conducive to conversation. However, he was surprised to think that these youngsters might also be adopting a health-conscious lifestyle. After finishing his cigarette, he walked inside. "Sir, how many in your party?" A smiling waitress approached and inquired. Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, "My friend has reserved a private room upstairs. Oh, I see. Please follow me. I believe I know who you are meeting," the waitress respectfully said, leading the way. "The second floor has been booked exclusively, and all the private rooms are situated upstairs, which confirms that the person Jiang Yun is to meet is undoubtedly the one who reserved the venue." The waiter guided Jiang Yun to the door of a private room, gently knocking before softly announcing, "Miss, your friend has arrived, miss." It turns out to be a female internet celebrity. Shortly after, a woman in a long dress, perched on high heels and sporting a pair of sunglasses, opened the door. She craned her neck to glance around, ensuring no one else was present, and beckoned Jiang Yun with a finger, urging him to come in quickly. Her demeanor resembled that of a thief, and don't forget what I instructed you. From this moment on, no one is allowed upstairs, do you understand? The woman hastily added a few words. The waiter promptly acknowledged and hurried downstairs, while Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Unlike renowned stars who often attract a horde of fervent fans, internet celebrities, despite having a considerable following, seldom incite significant commotion in public. Clearly, this female influencer had an inflated sense of self-importance. However, Jiang Yun was disinterested in engaging her further and promptly seated himself at the table. Surveying the room, he noted the abundance of flowers and the elegantly adorned space, which also featured a guzheng placed beside the window. As he settled at the table, he began brewing tea and casually inquired, "How many fans do you have?" Jiang Yun had previously advised Lu Qianqian that to create a fan effect, it was essential to find a major influencer. Lesser-known figures simply did not possess the requisite stature. "Not many, just over 10 million fans," the woman replied, taking a seat across from Jiang Yun and removing her sunglasses. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon her face. She was quite attractive, yet when compared to Lin Shui, she paled in comparison. "Very well. What content do you typically stream?" Before arriving, Jiang Yun had prepared himself. Gaming and food streamers could provide certain advantages, whereas beauty vloggers would necessitate a re-evaluation. "Do you really think of yourself as the primary stakeholder?" The woman seemed visibly impatient. She had encountered numerous investors in her career, often leveraging advertising deals for marketing. On occasion, she would also visit establishments to earn substantial commissions. However, with her millions of fans, she was accustomed to being revered wherever she went. Who would dare speak to her in such a manner? Jiang Yun's demeanor was not only lacking in warmth, but he also continuously questioned her, making it feel akin to an interrogation, which was undeniably irksome. "That I'm paying you, so I am indeed the primary stakeholder. Is it a problem if I ask you a few more questions?" Jiang Yun replied, furrowing his brow. "Fine. Then I want to take this money." The woman slightly frowned, swiftly picked up her handbag, donned her sunglasses again, and as she made her way towards the door, she scoffed. "What makes you so special? Just because you have a bit of money, you think you're something? I won't serve you anymore. There are countless others eager to collaborate with me. Who do you think you are?" After leaving those parting words, she slammed the door behind her. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, watching her retreating figure, shaking his head in dismay. The quality of internet celebrities these days was indeed concerning. However, it was also understandable, as we were nearing an era of universal live streaming. Everyone had the opportunity to become an influencer, thus lowering the entry barriers considerably. Yet, Jiang Yun was unperturbed. While finding a three-legged toad was challenging, two-legged internet celebrities were hardly scarce. Finishing his cigarette, Jiang Yun exited the tea house and drove directly to the hotel. Upon returning, just as he was about to open his room door, he was greeted by a cacophony of laughter and a piercing female voice emanating from within. Jiang Yun shook his head, realizing that Lu Qianqian had likely arrived. But one could not deny that the sound of a woman's voice carried a remarkable resonance. As the door swung open, the gazes of the two women in the living room landed on Jiang Yun, while Dong Taizan sat quietly in a corner, engrossed in his phone. "Why are you back so soon? Weren't you supposed to be negotiating with the internet celebrity? Did it not go well?" Lu Qianqian questioned, eyeing Jiang Yun with curiosity. "Don't even mention it. What kind of person did you send me?" Jiang Yun recalled the woman's attitude and, after shedding his clothes and tossing them onto the sofa, sat down beside Lin Shui, pulling her into his embrace. "Among all the women in the world, his wife was the best at what's wrong. I found her just as you requested. She has nearly 10 million fans and some recognition in the industry. Most importantly, she is a well-known food vlogger, and her unreleased videos garner millions of views," Lu Qianqian quickly defended. Jiang Yun, however, merely scoffed, even if she had a billion fans, if her personal qualities are lacking. What difference does it make? Enough. Find me another influencer. Make sure they are low-key. I have no desire to associate with those who carry themselves with such arrogance. The memory of the woman's demeanor ignited Jiang Yun's irritation. In the capital, he was already a prominent entrepreneur at the pinnacle of success. Yet he remained exceedingly humble, never resorting to bullying others that he would never adopt an arrogant, condescending attitude. Yet, that woman was merely a minor internet celebrity. And in this era, it was as easy for an influencer to fade into irrelevance as it was for rice to spoil. What gave her such an inflated sense of superiority? All right. You are my boss. So everything will proceed according to your wishes, Lu Qianqian replied, retrieving her phone to search for influencers that met Jiang Yun's criteria. However, in the next moment, her expression turned grave, her hand trembling slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, "You need to see this. She just posted a video, and she is disparaging our yet-to-open restaurant." Jiang Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly glanced at Lu Qianqian's phone, his gaze locking onto the screen. The woman from the video was indeed the same one he had encountered earlier. She was making cutting remarks and even spreading rumors about Jiang Yun, claiming he was heartless due to his wealth and portraying him as arrogant. Most alarmingly, her fans were flooding the comments with disparagement towards Jiang Yun, and some even revealed the location of the restaurant, urging everyone to avoid patronizing it. The restaurant had only just completed its construction and had yet to officially open its doors. Jiang Yun and the villagers had already made assurances, and with nearly a month spent on renovations, if they could not boost sales in the coming month, it would be like shooting themselves in the foot. Not to mention the disgrace they would face. How could she do this? What did you say to her to provoke her so? Lu Qianqian hastily inquired, her mind racing with potential solutions that if this escalated, they would face considerable losses. I merely asked her a few questions. Her attitude was the issue. Now she dares to play the victim, Jiang Yun replied, frowning as he clenched his fists in frustration. What do we do now? Lu Qianqian queried. Before Jiang Yun could respond, his phone rang again, and Du Yunhong's voice soon came through to Mr. Jiang. We have a situation at the restaurant. A large crowd has shown up, throwing eggs and rotten vegetables at our doors that they've fled after causing chaos, that I've stationed personnel at the entrance. But this isn't a sustainable solution. That it was evident that Du Yunhang was extremely anxious. With the new restaurant yet to launch, facing such turmoil was nothing short of a headache. Jiang Yun lightly drummed his fingers on the table, instinctively lighting a cigarette as his expression turned icy. Since she has chosen her path, she should not blame me for being ruthless. Gather all her relevant information for me. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Lu Qianqian before he directly inquired. Although he had only briefly encountered the internet celebrity, he was not well acquainted with her and was unaware of her true background. The sole information he possessed was that this female influencer boasted millions of followers. Yet from any perspective, she hardly appeared to possess any discernible talent. So how could she attract such a vast audience? However, these considerations were not the crux of the matter. Since the other party had come to stir trouble, he could hardly retreat like a timid turtle. Moreover, Jiang Yun had gradually established his footing in the Northwest. While not everyone in the local business circle was familiar with him, a substantial number of entrepreneurs had a basic understanding of who he was. And none dared to provoke him lightly. That Lu Qianqian swiftly scrolled through her phone screen, quickly retrieving a dossier and promptly handing it to Jiang Yun. Take a look. Jiang Yun accepted the phone, narrowing his eyes slightly as he lit another cigarette. After a cursory glance, he asked, without turning back, Morningstar Entertainment. So she has an agency? Seeing Jiang Yun's expression darken, Lu Qianqian hastily explained, indeed, these major influencers are generally affiliated with entertainment companies. Even someone like Xie Xiaowan is no exception. Xie Xiaowan was the internet celebrity Jiang Yun had met earlier. Since their conversation at the tea house had been rather brief, they hadn't even exchanged names. Had it not been for reviewing her profile, Jiang Yun wouldn't have even known who Xie Xiaowan was. Contact the president of Morningstar Entertainment immediately. I want to meet him now, Jiang Yun stated decisively. Although they were in the Northwest, he felt no need to show deference to anyone. It is often said that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, but should a strong dragon become enraged? What could a local snake possibly do? Understood. Almost instantly, Lu Qianqian moved aside, phone in hand. Dong Taizhan remained seated beside Jiang Yun, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. Lin Shui and others, unaware of the unfolding events, could still ascertain that Jiang Yun's mood was far from pleasant, and thus refrained from speaking further. Minutes later, Lu Qianqian returned, phone in hand, that I've contacted the president of Morning Star Entertainment. He is currently waiting for you at the company. Upon learning that it was Jiang Yun requesting a meeting, the other party's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. After all, Morning Star Entertainment was merely a small company, and they could ill afford to offend Jiang Yun. A conflict with him could spell disaster for them. After donning a suit, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Lin Shui, a gentle smile gracing his lips. That I have some matters to attend to. I will return shortly. That if you find yourself bored at the hotel, feel free to accompany Qianqian for a stroll. With those parting words, Jiang Yun waved goodbye to Dong Taizhan, and the two made their way out of the room. Lin Shui felt a warmth in her heart. She had no concerns about Jiang Yun, fully trusting in his capabilities. After all, with him taking the lead, the sky would not fall. However, the thought of Jiang Yun's earlier forced smile revealed her significance in his heart. To have such a husband by her side was perhaps a woman's lifelong fortune. Conversely, as Jiang Yun stepped out of the hotel, his expression darkened considerably. After hailing a cab, he and Dong Taizhan headed towards Morning Star Entertainment. As for the restaurant, with Du Yunhang at the helm, Jiang Yun felt no need for concern, that he entrusted everything to Du Yunhang, confident that once the public relations crisis was resolved, the related scandals surrounding the restaurant would dissipate on their own. Half an hour later, outside Morning Star Entertainment, the company president, having received Lu Qianqian's call earlier, was now seated in the lobby, patiently awaiting Jiang Yun's arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan enter, the president quickly rose, a broad smile adorning his face as he hastened towards them. That Mr. Jiang, welcome. Just moments prior, upon learning of the conflict involving his artist and Jiang Yun, he had hastily searched for information about Jiang Yun online. The discovery had left him astounded. Jiang Yun was a true financial titan, far beyond someone of his standing to offend. Naturally, he treated Jiang Yun with utmost courtesy. Jiang Yun responded with a subdued acknowledgement, furrowing his brow as he stated, "Let us discuss this in your office." The president nodded rapidly, leading the way as they ascended to the second floor. Meanwhile, the employees bustling about on the first floor exchanged furtive glances. And after hearing the door close upstairs, they began to speculate. Who was that young man just now? I've never seen him before, but it seems President Yi is quite intimidated by him. Could it be that something major is about to unfold? The chatter among the staff was rife with curiosity as they began to ponder Jiang Yun's identity. That it was common knowledge that despite his youth, President Yi was a skilled player in the entertainment industry. Rumor had it that he had earned the title of a gold medal agent in his early 20s and had amassed considerable wealth through the artists he managed, which had led to the establishment of his current company. That in the office on the second floor, after pouring 2 cups of tea for Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan, President Yi respectfully approached them. Smiling as he spoke, "Mr. Jiang, I have already heard about your situation with Xie Shaowan. Rest assured, we will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. You will receive a satisfactory resolution." Jiang Yun snorted derisively, lighting a cigarette and casting a cold glance at President Yi. While the staff feared President Yi, it did not mean Jiang Yun had to show him any courtesy. With a sudden bang, Jiang Yun slammed his hand on the table, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he spoke, each word dripping with gravity. "Handle it seriously. What about my losses? I have a gambling agreement in place. And if my newly established restaurant doesn't boost the street's revenue within 2 months, I not only face a tarnished reputation, but also hefty financial penalties. Your female influencer is currently defaming me online, even resorting to personal attacks, which has rendered my establishment unable to operate normally. How do you plan to account for that?" In truth, Jiang Yun felt no real confidence himself. He was uncertain whether he could achieve the goals he had promised the village chief. Having found a scapegoat, he was not about to let her slip away easily. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Chapter 501. A thing meets its match. President Yi's gaze was fixed on Jiang Yun. Awaiting his response, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly anxious. This reaction was entirely understandable. Jiang Yun had gradually solidified his foundation in the Northwest, owning not only his own restaurant, but also establishing branch offices. Once these branches were operational, they would signify Jiang Yun's stronghold in the region. The market in the Northwest would inevitably have to cede a portion to him. Morningstar Entertainment was merely a small company. Should they truly confront Jiang Yun head-on, even without invoking the powers of the capital, his reputation alone would suffice to oust them from the entertainment industry entirely, with a gentle tap of his fingers on the tabletop. Jiang Yun observed President Ye's demeanor shift as he acknowledged his misstep. First, you must have her apologize to me in person, but if not, you will terminate her contract immediately and expose her dark secrets. I want her to be unable to sustain herself in this industry. Jiang Yun's intentions were not born from malice. Rather, he was driven by a sense of necessity that he had never intended to be so ruthless toward the young woman. But given her aggressive stance, what else could he do? President Yi nodded vigorously, internally relieved. Cultivating a celebrity with millions of followers was no easy feat, but if he could quell Jiang Yun's fury without entangling Morningstar Entertainment in the fallout, that would suffice. I will contact Xie Xiaowan immediately and have her come over as soon as possible, President Yi promptly assured, getting up to head towards his desk. Jiang Yun patiently awaited the outcome, aware that he had other demands, but for now, resolving the matter with Xie Xiaowan was paramount to avoid jeopardizing his negotiations with President Y. As President Yi made the call, Xie Xiaowan, who had been in the recording studio, headed towards the office. In a matter of minutes, she barged in, exuding impatience as she exclaimed, "Why did you call me over so urgently? Didn't I tell you? I was just in the studio. This is my first new song." Xie Xiaowan asserted her presence, her attention fixated on President Yi, completely oblivious to Jiang Yun seated on the sofa. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of her new song. The reason for her rise to fame on the internet is not solely attributed to her adept operational team, but rather to her remarkable vocal talent and her relentless efforts in covering various songs, which have garnered her considerable popularity. Furthermore, with M.R.Y.E. establishing her as a paragon of purity, she has undeniably become the goddess of homebodies. However, merely covering other songs does not suffice to qualify one as a true artist. One must possess an original album to claim that title. Finally presented with this opportunity, how could she possibly remain calm? Recording is the least of her concerns. Mr. Ye's expression darkened as he swiftly approached Xie Xiaowan, reprimanding her coldly. "What are you doing standing in the doorway? Get in here at once." The office staff turned their attention toward the entrance, all eyes fixated on M.R.Y.E. and Xie Xiaowan, one of the prominent figures at Morningstar Entertainment. Xie Xiaowan shares a remarkably close relationship with Mr. Yi, with rumors suggesting they have delved deeply into each other's lives, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain, given the sensitivity of the matter. Even internal discussions among company personnel are conducted with utmost discretion to avoid any potential complications. With a resounding thud, the office door closed, and Xie Xiaowan shivered, witnessing Mr. Ye's demeanor for the first time. "What have I done wrong? What do you want from me?" she questioned, her expression darkening as she clenched her teeth. M.R.Y.E. merely rolled his eyes at her, then raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Xie Xiaowan's face, the sound echoing crisply in the office. She covered her face in disbelief. You dare strike me?" At that moment, Jiang Yun, who had been seated on the sofa, let out a soft chuckle, drawing Xie Xiaowan's attention. Their eyes met, igniting a blaze of anger within her as she swiftly approached him. In an instant, the pieces fell into place, and no wonder he struck me. "It turns out you scoundrel, are the culprit." Pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yun, Xie Xiaowan unleashed her pent-up frustration and wrath. Yet Jiang Yun merely shook his head with a derisive smile, clearly unconcerned with her presence, regardless of her considerable fan base. He possessed numerous means to ensure that this woman would comply. He could even render her incapable of thriving in the entertainment industry. Of course, finding Mr.Ye at this moment simply made matters easier. "This is Mr. Jiang. Apologize to Mr. Jiang at once." Mr. Yi interrupted Xie Xiaowan's tirade, his tone icy. Xie Xiaowan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Mr.Ye for a significant moment, and upon realizing he was not jesting, she clenched her fists tightly and approached Jiang Yun step by step. Under the eaves, one must bow their head to Mr. Yi, as the head of Morning Star Entertainment and her superior, held undeniable authority within the industry. Ultimately, she lowered her head and spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. "I apologize that I asked that the attitude of someone admitting their mistake." Jiang Yun replied coolly, barely glancing at her. "You." Xie Xiaowan felt the sting of humiliation from the slap, the likes of which he had never encountered before. Yet upon seeing Mr. Ye's frigid gaze, she suppressed her anger, her tone softening considerably that "I'm sorry." Jiang Yun maintained his indifferent demeanor. "Post a video immediately, and no matter what it takes, ensure my restaurant is no longer besieged by your fans. If you fail to resolve this within half a day, I will make you regret ever being born." That I in Jiang Yun's eyes, there was no distinction between genders. Only the dichotomy of good and evil existed. Women like Xie Xiaowan ought to be chastised thoroughly to prevent them from becoming societal parasites in the future. "Fine, I will comply with your wishes." Xie Xiaowan gritted her teeth, resigning herself to Jiang Yun's demands in hopes of quelling his anger. Surely this would suffice. Chapter 502. Suppressing Xie Xiaowan, the office staff awaited Jiang Yun's response, their gazes fixed upon him. Even Mr.Ye appeared to be in a subservient position, lacking his usual authoritative demeanor. Observing Xie Xiaowan's gradual compliance, Jiang Yun finally spoke. "There is a semblance of improvement that I in future endeavors. Think things through carefully to avoid such incidents from recurring." He added a few more words before gesturing for Xie Xiaowan to leave, as he evidently had further matters to discuss with Mr. Yi. After exchanging a glance with Mr. Yi, who nodded ever so slightly, Xie Xiaowan exited the office, her face contorted with resentment. Since her debut, she had never endured such humiliation. Anyone else would likely have been unable to tolerate it, especially someone of her stature as a prominent internet celebrity. While others may not have regarded her highly, she had always considered herself among the ranks of millions of influencers. Her attitude akin to that of a star. As the door clicked shut, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to Mr. Yi, who quickly donned a smile and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any further instructions?" It was imperative to cater to Jiang Yun's needs to avert any unforeseen disasters. Once Xie Xiaowan posts her statement video, terminate her contract immediately. Should any issues arise from a unilateral breach, direct them to me. Although severing someone's means of income is akin to killing their parents. Xie Xiaowan's actions had already provoked Jiang Yun's ire, leaving him indifferent to the consequences. Mr.Ye nodded quickly, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Utilizing Xie Xiaowan as a means to placate Jiang Yun proved to be a worthwhile transaction. Once the arrangements were finalized, Jiang Yun departed from Morning Star Entertainment. Upon reaching the ground floor, employees continued to murmur amongst themselves, especially given Mr. Ye's subservient demeanor, which resembled that of an attendant. They were witnessing Mr. Yi in a light they had never seen before. As they exited Morning Star Entertainment, Dong Taizhan cast an admiring glance at Jiang Yun, remarking, "Mr. Jiang, you truly are impressive." I can still vividly recall Xie Xiaowan's reaction. It was quite amusing. Such a woman deserves to have her livelihood shattered, forcing her to return to a mundane existence. Nowadays, whether as influencers or stars, the speed at which they accumulate wealth is astonishing. Merely participating in a variety show can yield immense profits. In comparison to ordinary individuals, they inhabit entirely different realms. Yet, having grown accustomed to such opulent lifestyles, how could they possibly revert to simpler days? Should Xie Xiaowan lose her internet celebrity status, her future would undoubtedly be bleak, possibly driving her to madness. But who can she blame? All of this is simply her own doing. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, exhaling a cold huff before responding. I suspect Xie Xiaoan will soon find it impossible to continue in this industry, that I have conveyed all that needed to be said to Mr. Yi. He is a clever man and surely understands my intentions. I anticipate we will soon witness Xie Xiaoan's apology video. Dong Taizan nodded in agreement. That as the two men entered their vehicle, they headed straight for the city center that I in the blink of an eye. They arrived at their destination. Upon surveying the scene, they found the crowd that had previously gathered in front of the restaurant had dispersed, and the establishment had been tidied up by Du Yunhang. As Jiang Yun and his companion approached, Du Yunhang swiftly exited the door, his expression far from cheerful. Mr. Jiang, what on earth is happening? After those individuals arrived, they uttered some nonsensical remarks and proceeded to vandalize the premises. Despite our best efforts to intervene, we were overwhelmed by their numbers. Du Yunhang sighed, admitting it was his first encounter with such chaos that I initially feared the situation would escalate, but to my surprise, the group departed shortly after. Jiang Yun smiled faintly, choosing not to divulge the details regarding Xie Xiaoan to spare Du Yunhang any unnecessary concern. That as they stepped into the restaurant, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. Indeed, this is the design style I adore. After surveying the interior, he nodded in approval. The restaurant's decor was commendable, incorporating numerous elements favored by internet celebrities. With proper promotion, it was bound to attract a plethora of customers. Of course, the success of this establishment held significant implications for Jiang Yun, who had only recently embarked on the journey into the realm of internet fame, uncertain of its viability, a veritable unknown. Of course, everything has been designed according to Mr. Zhang's specifications. That if all is satisfactory, the restaurant will officially open tomorrow. At that time, I will also bring over the sign from the century-old establishment. Although Du Yunhang is merely the manager of a small shop, he is undoubtedly a clever individual. He is fully aware that Jiang Yun's collaboration with him is primarily due to the prestigious sign of the century-old establishment. However, Jiang Yun shook his head and smiled as he replied, "It's not necessary yet. That sign must be placed at the main store, which I have already secured a location for in the capital. Once everything in the Northwest is well underway, I will return to the capital at the earliest opportunity. You must accompany me. Furthermore, upon returning to the capital, I will establish a new restaurant, which will serve as the flagship of our online celebrity dining venture." Jiang Yun explicitly laid out his plans. Du Yunhang showed no hesitation and nodded eagerly. After all, during their previous collaboration, it was made clear that the most crucial step for their partnership was to expand into the capital, with Jiang Yun providing unwavering support. He need not worry excessively. His sole responsibility would be to manage the restaurant, while Jiang Yun would oversee all other matters. With Du Yunhang stationed in the online celebrity restaurant, Jiang Yun engaged him in further conversation before heading toward the game studio. Although he had only recently arrived in the Northwest, he had already acquired several notable ventures. Yet, with each success, his pressure only intensified. Moreover, he had to oversee the entire operation. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the game studio, as the two entered, they were met with a cacophony of noise that I knew that guy had ulterior motives. Chapter 503. Misfortune. This matter must be reported to Mr. Jiang. I will call him immediately. Even if there are losses, Mr. Jiang must be informed. The speaker was Chen Yue, his voice icy and his demeanor resolute, clearly indicating that a significant issue had arisen within the studio. Just as Jiang Yun and his companion were ascending the stairs, they encountered Chen Yue and Lin Mu descending, and the two parties collided. Brother-in-law, Mr. Jiang. Lin Mu and Chen Yue were both taken aback. Mr. Jiang, I was just looking for you to report something. Chen Yue spoke up immediately, adding a few more words hastily. Lin Mu, however, frowned slightly, turning his face aside, evidently in a foul mood. Let's discuss this in the office. Jiang Yun replied as he ascended the stairs, waving to the two. Soon, they were all gathered in the office. As the door closed, Chen Yue began, "Mr. Jiang, your people have betrayed us." "What do you mean?" Jiang Yun inquired, bang. Chen Yue's face darkened significantly, and he kicked a chair in frustration, his anger spilling over. At that moment, he could no longer contain his emotions. Jiang Yun simply lit a cigarette, patiently awaiting further explanation. Soon, Chen Yue continued, a similar game has suddenly appeared on the market, and a promotional video has already been released. According to the information presented at their press conference, it won't be long before this game hits the market. However, the core of our game has not been leaked. Even if someone attempts to imitate us, they cannot replicate it in such a short time. This indicates that there must be an issue with our internal personnel. Chen Yue's agitation grew with each word, his breathing quickening. Jiang Yun began to understand the gravity of the situation. That is this a problem stemming from Wang Xian? Wang Xian's sudden reappearance and changed demeanor, along with his approach toward Jiang Yun, suggested some hidden agenda. Although Jiang Yun had harbored suspicions about him, he had not deemed Wang Xian a significant threat, merely a wayward individual who could hardly stir up any trouble. Yet this time, he had indeed underestimated Wang Xian. Yes, it appears Mr. Jiang is already aware, Chen Yue said, frowning. Wang Xian's whereabouts are unknown, and the game Xian Kai has not been modified. If he truly collaborates with the other party, they will seize the opportunity and monopolize the market. Although we are the first to release our game, we may very well be outdone by them. Currently, due to the high configuration requirements of the game, many players are abandoning it. This is an unfortunate necessity. Thus, the most pressing issue is to resolve the game's excessive memory consumption to mitigate the effects, but no one in the studio is skilled in this area. While we could reach out to some experienced IT professionals to remedy the situation, this will take time. The thought of our hard-crafted game being plagiarized only adds to Chen Yue's frustration. If anyone else spoke to Jiang Yun like this, he would have already exploded. However, Chen Yue was indeed a talent, and Jiang Yun even contemplated establishing a gaming company to support him in further game development, paving a new path for himself in the gaming industry. Jiang Yun gestured for Chen Yue to relax and said with a smile, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter that I asked for Wang Xian. I will ensure he provides you with a satisfactory explanation." Jiang Yun spoke with unwavering determination. He had already given Wang Xian a chance, after Wang Xian had attempted to conspire against him alongside his girlfriend. Jiang Yun had chosen to overlook it. Yet, Wang Xian had not learned his lesson and dared to provoke him again, truly inviting disaster. This incident had already crossed the line into criminality, and Wang Xian must pay the price. Chen Yue remained silent, clearly still harboring resentment. Should this matter become public knowledge, the core code of the game he designed would have been stolen, leaving him with little face to show the world. It was akin to having one's undergarments exposed. However, since Jiang Yun had made his intentions clear, there was little choice but to wait for Jiang Yun's response. That by the way, Lin Mu continued to integrate VR elements into the game. You two should also work on the game's subsequent developments while maintaining the current player base. That I will handle all other matters, Jiang Yun instructed Lin Mu. The VR technology had not yet been widely adopted or recognized, presenting them with a unique opportunity. As long as they incorporated VR elements, they would still retain a significant advantage. Understood, Lin Mu replied eagerly. Throughout the conversation, he had remained silent, burdened by guilt over not directly informing Jiang Yun about Wang Xian. He knew that Jiang Yun had many responsibilities and wished to be a dependable ally, yet he felt he had failed to manage this situation properly. After briefing them on everything, Jiang Yun clapped Lin Mu and Chen Yue on the shoulders for encouragement before heading out. At present, the most crucial task was to reach Wang Xian. Once back in the car, Jiang Yun dialed Wang Xian's number. Sitting beside him, Dong Taizhan clenched his teeth in anger that he had also been in the office and had gained a basic understanding of the situation. "Mr. Jiang, that Wang Xian is a treacherous ingrate. If we catch him this time, I will teach him a lesson he won't forget, even if it means knocking out all his teeth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun shook his head and chuckled. Such a childlike temper. In this day and age, one cannot simply resort to violence. That it is essential to use one's wits. Moreover, Jiang Yun had a nagging feeling that this situation was more complex than it appeared. Wang Xian had previously secluded himself in a rental apartment playing games, completely out of touch with society and lacking intellect. How could he have devised such a strategy? Surely, someone else was pulling the strings behind him. If they did not unearth this individual, they would likely become a significant headache in the future. As they prepared to leave the Northwest, Jiang Yun knew he must eliminate all such troubles beforehand. Chapter 504. Striking at the heart, everyone knew that Lu Qianqian was under Jiang Yun's command. Moreover, the branch office, which Lu Qianqian was vigorously preparing to establish, was affiliated with Yinxue Group. Once Jiang Yun departed, uncertainties would inevitably loom over Lu Qianqian, potentially causing her considerable trouble. Jiang Yun needed to eradicate all issues at their inception, ensuring such occurrences did not transpire. Jiang Yun took out his phone and dialed Wang Xian's number. Although the call connected, it went unanswered. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips as he lit a cigarette and muttered to himself, "Trying to avoid me, are we?" Swiftly, Jiang Yun's fingers danced across the screen, crafting a text message to Wang Xian. The moment he sent the message, his phone rang. Upon seeing the familiar name on the screen, Jiang Yun sneered and promptly hung up. The caller was naturally Wang Xian. And this time, Jiang Yun firmly held the reins of the situation in his hands that he understood a fundamental principle. By seizing the opponent's Achilles heel, one could compel them to submit. Wang Xian incessantly dialed Jiang Yun's number several times, only to be met with disconnection each time. Yet he remained undeterred. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan harbored some confusion, frequently glancing at Jiang Yun through the rearview mirror and occasionally stealing a look at his phone. Unsure of who was on the other end of the line, that was the first time he witnessed Jiang Yun exhibit such an attitude. The ringing persisted for several minutes until, with the conclusion of a cigarette, Jiang Yun leisurely pressed the answer button, casually placing the phone to his ear. Soon, Wang Xian's anxious voice resonated through the receiver. "That on what grounds do you intend to sue me?" In the studio, there are many eyes and ears. Even if your core code has been stolen, what does that have to do with me? Jiang Yun replied coolly, his tone imbued with firmness. "Let us meet at a designated place. Some matters are best discussed face-to-face," that he stated directly. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. Jiang Yun chose a CAF and promptly sent the location to Wang Xian. Before long, Wang Xian arrived, clearly having lingered near the gaming studio, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek. Now that Jiang Yun had mentioned suing him, it felt as though his tail had been stepped on, forcing him out of the shadows. Upon entering the CAF, Wang Xian scanned the room, and his gaze swiftly landed on Jiang Yun, who was seated at a table that he hurried over, leaning on the table with both hands, and coldly confronted Jiang Yun. "On what basis do you intend to sue me? Do you have any evidence? I've already stated that I have no connection to this matter. If you insist on suing me, I will hire a lawyer to claim that you are defaming me and demand compensation for emotional distress. After all, you have no evidence. Why accuse an innocent man?" It was evident that Wang Xian was feeling anxious. Of course, in the gaming studio, surrounded by his own people, there were no cameras, so what evidence could there be? Observing Wang Xian's arrogant demeanor, Dong Taizhan could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists and swiftly approached Wang Xian. "What do you intend to do?" The last time, Wang Xian had been thoroughly taught a lesson by Dong Taizhan, leaving him somewhat fearful. However, before he could react, Dong Taizhan's fist was already raised and descending towards his face. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of punches raining down, Wang Xian immediately cried out in agony. Couples in the CAF, engrossed in their romantic exchanges, turned to look at Jiang Yun and his companions, their faces filled with bewilderment. Yet none dared to intervene, unwilling to invite trouble. Dong Taizhan delivered a harsh kick to Wang Xian's abdomen before returning to Jiang Yun's side. Throughout, Jiang Yun did not intervene or call for a halt. This was merely Wang Xian's just desserts. He could not blame anyone else. Such individuals needed to be taught a lesson to prevent them from repeating their mistakes in the future. Wang Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to rise from the floor. Glaring fiercely at Jiang Yun, that he then pointed at Jiang Yun and exclaimed, "Fine, you two are ganging up on me because I'm outnumbered, daring to commit violence in broad daylight? We'll see about this. I'm going to report you for intentional harm." With injuries on his body, he believed he would surely succeed this time. Even if he couldn't imprison Jiang Yun and his companion, he could certainly extort them. As Wang Xian limped out, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan followed closely behind, causing Wang Xian to feel perplexed that he glanced back cautiously at them, hastily adding, "What do you mean by this? Why are you following me? I warn you, don't try anything funny. If you dare to hit me again, I'll call for help." Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, regarding Wang Xian with the gaze one might reserve for a jester. "Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you," Jiang Yun replied lightly, then continued, "We are merely accompanying you to file a report, coincidentally to discuss the issue of the theft of the gaming studio's core code." This Wang Xian was clearly feeling guilty, visibly flustered. This matter could not withstand scrutiny. Although Jiang Yun's group lacked tangible evidence, he had indeed stolen the core code. This was precisely why he had been evading Jiang Yun and his associates. If he were to be taken to the police station, a systematic investigation would soon reveal everything. He would then become a corporate spy, liable for substantial compensation, likely facing imprisonment. The thought of this made Wang Xian's legs go weak, nearly causing him to collapse. "That it's all right, that we are reasonable individuals, so you need not fear. Since my friend has struck you, I will compensate you for your medical expenses," Jiang Yun said with a smile. He was not short on funds, but witnessing Wang Xian in such a state brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Jiang Yun, I was just joking. We are classmates. How could I possibly take this to court?" Wang Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically as he hastily spoke again. However, Jiang Yun was disinclined to engage with him, maintaining a resolute stance, and signaled to Dong Taizan, "Take him along, and let us go to the station." Chapter 505. It's time to meet. Dong Taizan had long harbored disdain for Wang Xian, and upon hearing Jiang Yun's command, he seized Wang Xian by the collar, forcibly dragging him out. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained seated in the CAF, sipping his coffee, that he entrusted the matter to Dong Taizan, content to await updates. Half an hour later, Dong Taizan returned, having resolved everything, and reunited with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was quietly observing the world outside, and noticing Dong Taizan standing beside him, he inquired, "Has everything been settled?" "Indeed. However, I just received news that Wang Xian has other backing," Dong Taizan replied promptly. Jiang Yun displayed no trace of surprise. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Everything had unfolded as he anticipated. Years ago, he and Wang Xian had been classmates, and they understood each other well, that no one knew better than him the extent of Wang Xian's thoughts. How could someone with such a simplistic mind and strong physique devise such an intricate scheme? "It must be Kai Guoyang," Jiang Yun stated directly. Dong Taizan was momentarily taken aback, staring at Jiang Yun in astonishment before urgently asking, "Mr. Jiang, how did you know?" Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile, gradually rising and heading towards the door, with Dong Taizan trailing closely behind, "that I have few enemies in the Northwest, just a couple of individuals intent on dealing with me. The one who harbors the deepest resentment towards me is Kai Guoyang. During this period, he has not shown his face, likely brooding in the shadows. Thus, upon encountering Wang Xian again, I sensed that this matter was not straightforward." Jiang Yun spoke calmly, lost in thought. Ultimately, he bore some responsibility for the situation. Having suspected Wang Xian long ago, he should not have entrusted him with significant tasks. Now that this incident had occurred, it was too late to lament. The core technology had already been leaked, and as a corporate spy, Wang Xian's fate was all but sealed. However, Kai Guoyang could easily distance himself from the issue, placing all blame squarely on Wang Xian. This time, Wang Xian had undoubtedly become a scapegoat. Yet one cannot simply allow such matters to rest. Since Kai Guoyang had persistently sought to create trouble for him, it was imperative to address this situation. Otherwise, once he left the Northwest, Kai Guoyang's ire would surely shift towards Lu Qianqian. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan had entered their vehicle, making their way to Kai Guoyang's company. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Along the journey, Jiang Yun diligently studied information regarding Kai Guoyang. Previously, he had not regarded him as a significant threat, hardly giving him a second thought. Yet, he had to admit he had underestimated him. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Kai Guoyang's company. Before them stood a towering office building, an impressive sight indeed. Jiang Yun entered the lobby of the office building, a smile gracing his face as he approached the receptionist. "Could you please assist me in contacting your general manager, Kai? Just inform him that an old friend wishes to see him." The receptionist cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yun, an act that, while somewhat against protocol, was ignited by the sight of his confident demeanor and attire. Promptly, she dialed the phone number of Kai Guoyang to ask the general manager of the company. An appointment was essential to meet him. Even if someone were to arrive uninvited, they would likely be met with a cold shoulder. Once the call connected, Kai Guoyang's impatient voice echoed through the line, urging her to get to the point. At that moment, his mood was far from pleasant. The situation had already unraveled. Wang Xian had been taken away, and it was only a matter of time before he would implicate Kai Guoyang. Although the wrongdoing lay with Wang Xian, it was Kai Guoyang who had incited him to act as a corporate spy. Even if he avoided severe consequences, he would undoubtedly have to compensate Jiang Yun a substantial sum. Truly, it was a lose-lose scenario. Internally, he had cursed Wang Xian countless times, having previously instructed him to leave the Northwest as soon as possible and to seek refuge abroad to evade the brewing storm. Corporate espionage was not considered a grave offense. With a bit of time and distance, Wang Xian could eventually return to the Northwest unscathed. Additionally, Kai Guoyang had planned to provide Wang Xian with some financial support. Yet, Wang Xian had proven to be a liability, foolishly wandering around the Northwest during such turbulent times, leading them to this predicament. The receptionist, sensing Kai Guoyang's irritable tone, could only speculate about the unfolding events. However, there was no room for hesitation now that the call was connected, and she hurriedly spoke, "Mr. Kai, someone downstairs wishes to see you, claiming to be an old friend of yours." Kai Guoyang let out a derisive chuckle, his voice dripping with disdain. "Are you out of your mind? If he were truly my friend, why wouldn't he contact me directly? It's likely just some petty company attempting to collaborate with me. Employing such underhanded tactics. If you fall for this trick again, I suggest you gather your belongings and leave the company." After reprimanding the receptionist, he prepared to hang up. However, Jiang Yun, who had been standing beside her, snatched the phone from her hand and smiled as he introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yun, and we have met before, albeit briefly." The receptionist was startled by Jiang Yun's boldness. While silence enveloped the line on the other end that moment, Kai Guoyang, seated at his desk, rose abruptly, his grip on the phone trembling, his expression darkening ominously. He was not afraid of Jiang Yun, but rather seething with anger. Having been publicly humiliated twice by Jiang Yun, could he really bear to lose face again? Now, Jiang Yun had the audacity to come uninvited, a clear provocation. "Mr. Kai, may I come up now? Some matters are best discussed face to face." Jiang Yun stated coolly, his tone exuding an air of undeniable authority. Kai Guoyang clenched his teeth, forcing out a few words. "Fine. Come up. I will be waiting for you in my office. That it was time for a confrontation." With the mask of civility torn away, there was no turning back. Jiang Yun handed the phone back to the receptionist and, with a smile, inquired, "How does one get to Kai Guoyang's office?" Chapter 506. Declaration of War. The receptionist, somewhat bewildered, had overheard the exchange between Jiang Yun and Kai Guoyang. It was evident that they were acquainted, though their relationship appeared to be quite intricate. Without daring to hesitate, she promptly stood up and guided Jiang Yun to the elevator. Respectfully explaining, "Mr. Kai's office is on the 15th floor. Once you arrive, just ask the staff, and you will soon be able to meet with him." A gentle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he pressed the elevator button. The moment the doors closed, the receptionist released a sigh of relief. Several employees hastily approached her, bombarding her with questions. Who was that person? I saw you personally call Mr. Kai. He looks so young and handsome. Could he be a wealthy heir? Please share some details about him. The office was rife with gossip, a well-known phenomenon. Yet this time, the receptionist appeared troubled and shook her head. I don't know. The thought of Kai Guiyang's sudden change in demeanor filled her with apprehension, leaving her uncertain about whether she had made the right choice. The crowd, disheartened, exchanged glances and dispersed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companion had ascended to the upper floors. After inquiring, they successfully arrived at Kai Guiyang's office. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun pushed open the door, his gaze landing on Kai Guiyang, and with a beaming smile, he remarked, Mr. Kai, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Jiang Yun settled into a chair with the familiarity of returning home, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette. His every movement exuded an air of casualness, while Dong Taizhan stood silently behind him like a statue. Despite the resentment and fury boiling within him, Kai Guiyang dared not confront Jiang Yun directly. He still had to maintain a facade of decorum. After forcing a smile, he positioned himself beside Jiang Yun and inquired, Boss Jiang, during your time in the Northwest, we have kept our distance from one another. Although there have been minor conflicts in the past, they are behind us now. However, your sudden visit must surely bear significance. No? Jiang Yun exhaled a plume of smoke, regarding Kai Guiyang with amusement. Duh, you are quite the cunning fox. Even now, you feign ignorance of the situation. It is common knowledge what transpired between you and Wang Xian. Before long, this news will spread throughout the Northwest. I anticipate we shall meet again in court. Kai Guiyang's expression darkened at these words, the inevitable confrontation looming over him. Having sensed Jiang Yun's arrival, he had been restless, pondering Jiang Yun's intentions. Now it was clear that it was indeed related to Wang Xian's affairs. What do you intend to do? Kai Guiyang scrutinized Jiang Yun for a long moment before finally uttering a few terse words. Under these circumstances, they had to lay everything on the table. Wang Xian was merely a pawn in his game, and he had no need to fret excessively. However, he must tread carefully. The repercussions of hiring corporate spies could devastate his reputation in the business world. I harbor no ulterior motives, so there is no need for you to be on edge. My purpose today is simply to inform you that I intend to play a game with you for a while. Since you wish to declare war, let us engage in a thrilling battle. However, be prepared for the worst. Those who have opposed me in the past have invariably faced ruin. Jiang Yun spoke with unwavering confidence, relishing the prospect of unsettling Kai Guiyang. The losses inflicted upon him by Wang Xian were trivial, scarcely worth his concern. The game was undergoing a significant transformation, now incorporating elements of virtual reality. If successful, it would mark a groundbreaking achievement in gaming history, bringing VR technology into the mainstream decades ahead of its time. Surely, once the game relaunched, it would astonish audiences that, of course, even if the project failed, the impact on him would be negligible. After all, his enterprises thrived in the capital, and a single studio could hardly cripple him. As anticipated, Jiang Yun's words ignited an immediate response from Kai Guiyang, whose face turned a deep shade of red, his breathing quickening as he clenched his fist. It was evident to all that he was on the brink of explosive rage, ready to lash out. Yet, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed, maintaining his air of nonchalance. Rising slowly, he stretched languidly, then turned his gaze to Dong Taizhan, stating, "We have concluded our discussion with them. It is time for us to leave." Dong Taizhan nodded gravely, stepping forward to respectfully open the door for Jiang Yun. Kai Guiyang's lips twitched in agitation, his teeth nearly grinding to dust from his rage. In his heart, he had cursed Jiang Yun countless times. Astonished at his audacity to come to his company and declare war, he even contemplated instructing the company's security to intercept Jiang Yun and his companion, intending to give them a proper lesson as a means of teaching Jiang Yun a lesson. However, he ultimately restrained himself. With Wang Xian's situation already causing him considerable distress, the prospect of facing legal repercussions loomed large. Should the matter escalate further, it would yield no advantage for him. After watching Jiang Yun and his companion depart, Wang Xian kicked the door beside him in frustration. All eyes in the office converged upon Wang Xian, yet no one dared to utter a word. Nevertheless, it was clear to everyone that a disagreement with Jiang Yun had occurred. The onlookers couldn't help but speculate about Jiang Yun's identity. After all, it was the first time they had witnessed Kai Guoliang lose his temper so dramatically, especially over a young man significantly his junior. If this incident were to leak, it would surely leave many in utter disbelief. Chapter 507. The arrival of Mother Dearest Mr. Jiang. That was truly exhilarating that I can still vividly recall Kai Guoliang's expression. He was clearly furious, but didn't he dare take it out on us. I imagine he must have been struggling to contain himself. Dong Taizhan remarked excitedly as he settled back into the car, his face alight with enthusiasm, replaying the recent events in his mind. Were it not for Jiang Yun's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Kai Guoliang a lesson. Although Kai Guoliang was over a decade his senior, he remained thoroughly detestable, enough that I didn't come here to engage in a war of words with him. That my goal is to throw him off balance, Jiang Yun said, half closing his eyes and speaking with a detached calm. He had his own plans. Now that Kai Guoliang had him underfoot, he could not simply remain passive. However, strategy was paramount. Moreover, having established himself in the Northwest for many years, Kai Guoliang's position was deeply entrenched. It would not be a simple task to shake his standing. The immediate priority was to ensnare Kai Guoliang in chaos, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. Noticing Jiang Yun lost in thought, Dong Taizhan wisely refrained from further comment. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel lobby. Just as Jiang Yun was about to return to his room, his phone rang, and a familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Have you finished with your matters over there? If you have time, it would be best to come to the airport immediately," Lin Shui said calmly. Jiang Yun was taken aback for a moment, quickly regaining his composure as he eagerly inquired, "Wife, are you planning to return to Beijing so soon? We haven't had the chance to enjoy our time together," yet that a wave of melancholy washed over him. For the affairs in the Northwest were intricate and would likely require considerable time to resolve, and he felt compelled to remain there. "It's not that I want to return. It's that our mother is coming. I heard she intends to confront you, so it would be wise to appear at the airport and adopt a good attitude of contrition. Perhaps our mother will not make things difficult for you." Lin Shui replied with a playful tone. "All right, I'll head over right away." Jiang Yun felt a headache coming on. It was indeed a case of misfortunes piling upon one another. His conflict with Kai Guoliang had only just begun, and now Qinzhouge was arriving at this inopportune moment, which was rather vexing. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan hurried to the airport. Over an hour later, they finally arrived at the airport's main entrance. Scanning the area, Jiang Yun noticed Lin Shui had been waiting for quite some time, with Lu Qianqian standing beside her. "Over here," Lin Shui called out, waving as she spotted Jiang Yun, that he approached with a smile, pulling Lin Shui into an embrace before gently asking, "When is our mother arriving? Did she give you any prior notice? Why the sudden visit?" Jiang Yun remarked with a hint of irritation, while he acknowledged that he had not been sufficiently considerate regarding Jiang Shan's situation. Everything he did was ultimately for Qinzhouge's well-being. Who wouldn't he want their parents to live free from worry? Once she learned of Jiang Shan's brain cancer, Qinzhouge would undoubtedly be unable to bear the burden, likely leading to her own decline. After much contemplation, Jiang Yun had deliberately concealed the truth from her. "It was our mother's decision. But since she is already here, let us make the best of it. It is a good opportunity to sincerely apologize to her, considering you secretly sent our father abroad for treatment," Lin Shui said, linking her arm through Jiang Yun's, her demeanor affectionate and devoid of any accusatory tone, resembling that of a child being comforted. Soon, the flight from Beijing landed, but after waiting by the exit for quite some time, they still hadn't spotted Qinzhouge. "Where is our mother? Let me call and find out," Lin Shui suggested, taking out her phone to dial Qinzhouge. Given her age, it was essential to be cautious. Before Jiang Yun could respond, a familiar commotion caught his attention. did I ask that my mother? He wondered aloud, quickly turning towards the source of the noise, where he spotted Chun Jyoga emerging from the airport alongside an unfamiliar man. The man appeared to be around Jiang Yun's age, but bore an intimidating expression, suggesting he was no pushover. Who is that? Both Jiang Yun and Lin Shui exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with the man accompanying Chun Jyoga. Let us go check it out, Jiang Yun urged, striding purposefully towards them. At that moment, Chun Jyoga held onto the man's sleeve tightly, her voice icy as she declared, "You think you can bully me just because I'm older? Fine, my son is waiting for me outside, and I'll take you to meet him. He will surely seek justice for me." The man, however, dismissed her words entirely, showing no intention of retreating. Instead, he stared at her hand, gripping his sleeve, and said, "Let go of me. I want tea. What if you run away?" Chun Jyoga retorted coldly, her face a mask of fury. The man seethed with anger, wishing he could pull his arm away, but hesitated. Considering Chun Jyoga's age, that if they got into a scuffle, the outcome was uncertain, that if she became overly agitated and fainted, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Meanwhile, onlookers who had been following Chun Jyoga began to voice their opinions. It's just a trivial matter. Why escalate it? Right? Why stir up trouble for your child? Look at how well-dressed this young man is. He must come from a wealthy family. It's best not to offend him. The crowd was clearly concerned for Chun Jyoga. It turned out that during the flight, she had been in the restroom when the man attempted to do the same. After waiting too long, he had begun to grumble, and had it not been for the flight attendant's intervention, Chun Jyoga might have lost her temper. After all, given her age, she felt entitled to defend herself. Would the other party dare retaliate? Though it was indeed a trivial issue, Chun Jyoga was unwilling to let it slide. "No, he must give me an explanation today," she insisted, pointing at the man with unwavering determination. "Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, I want to let him go." Chapter 508. The young master of the Kai family, no need for the King of Heaven. Today, if anyone dares to trouble my mother, I will ensure they regret it. Just then, Jiang Yun emerged from the crowd, swiftly making his way to stand before Chun Jyoga, while Lin Shui and Dong Taizan followed closely behind. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the man's hand, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, seizing it and forcefully flinging it aside before swiftly pulling Chun Jyoga behind him. "So, you are this woman's son. That makes things much easier." The man's face betrayed no fear. Instead, he wore a look of indifference as he crossed his arms, glancing at Jiang Yun before speaking coolly. "Your mother is rather advanced in age. I have no desire to make things difficult for her. How about this? You kneel and apologize to me, and we can consider this matter settled. How does that sound? You want to be at a loss. Kneel." The spectators exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. This was truly an egregious act of bullying that in reality, there had been little friction between the man and Chun Jyoga. The incident had merely occurred when Chun Jyoga, in her haste to retrieve her luggage, accidentally bumped into him, causing his cup of milk tea to spill and soil his suit. Although Chun Jyoga had already apologized, the man was relentless, refusing to let the matter rest, despite the pleas of passers-by. Their words fell on deaf ears. The man's resolve was unyielding, as he seemed intent on compelling Chun Jyoga to offer a sincere apology. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips, followed by a slow shake of his head. In both the capital and the Northwest, he held an undeniable position in the business world, and no one dared to challenge him lightly. No one would ever presume to demand he kneel and speak. Truly, it was the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Meanwhile, Dong Taizan, standing behind Jiang Yun, frowned slightly, his fists clenched in preparation for action. Insulting Jiang Yun was an affront far graver than any slight against himself. He could tolerate personal grievances, but he would never allow anyone to speak to Jiang Yun in such a manner. "What are you staring at me for? Do you intend to strike me?" The man cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yun before declaring, "To tell you the truth, my father is Kai Guoqing. Judging by your appearance, You must have a bit of wealth, right? Surely you're familiar with my father's name? His gaze fell upon Jiang Yun, and upon noticing his expensive suit, he couldn't help but sneer in his eyes. Jiang Yun was likely another scion of a wealthy family. Yet, regardless of background, no one in the Northwest would dare oppose the Kai family. Least of all Jiang Yun. Although Kai Guiqing often advised him to maintain a low profile to avoid trouble for himself and the family, the man before him was cautious. While he couldn't recognize every prominent figure in the Northwest business circle, he had learned to avoid provoking the older generation. However, among his peers, none had ever commanded his respect. Kai Guiqing? The onlookers gasped in shock, quickly engaging in hushed discussions that no wonder he seemed familiar. He was indeed one of the Kai family. This could end poorly for them, as offending the Kai family was no trivial matter. Kai Guiqing held a position of absolute authority in the Northwest, and the Kai family was one of its most prominent clans. Now that Jiang Yun had crossed paths with young Master Kai, the consequences would be dire, that a single misstep could plunge him into an irretrievable abyss. Yet a mischievous glint danced in Jiang Yun's eyes, betraying no hint of concern, only an air of excitement. "What are you laughing at?" Young Master Kai seethed, his anger boiling over. By all accounts, upon hearing his family name, Jiang Yun should have cowered in fear and knelt to apologize. But what was this ridiculous situation? If you weren't part of the Kai family, perhaps I might have spared you today. But since your father is that old dog Kai Guiqing, I see no reason to show you any mercy. It has time to collect some interest. As he spoke, Jiang Yun gestured to Dong Taizhan behind him. Before young Master Kai could react, Dong Taizhan surged forward, rolling up his sleeves, clearly having waited long enough for Jiang Yun's signal. With a swift stride, he confronted young Master Kai and delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. Young Master Kai howled in pain, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple, his neck flushed with rage. This was the first time he had ever been so publicly humiliated. After revealing his lineage, how could anyone dare to lay a hand on him? Furious, young Master Kai whipped out his phone, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yun and his companions as he shouted, "If you think you're capable, then stay right here. Just you wait. Today's events are far from over, that I'm calling my people to come. And they'll make you regret this. If you don't kneel and beg for mercy, I'll take my own head off to let you use it as a toilet." Jiang Yun and his companions exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in disbelief. Such childish antics. Who would be foolish enough to wait here for young Master Kai to summon reinforcements? Yet, rather than stopping the call, Jiang Yun stepped closer, and before the gathered crowd, he patted young Master Kai's cheek and said, "Make sure to tell your father that the one who hit you is Jiang Yun, that I trust he will be quite surprised to hear that name." Jiang Yun? Young Master Kai murmured the name, though it bore no significance for him. Yet seeing Jiang Yun's confident demeanor stirred a flicker of uncertainty within him. Could it be he truly was someone of considerable importance? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and his companions had made their way through the crowd, eager to reunite with family and celebrate without allowing anyone to disrupt the joyous occasion. The onlookers, realizing the spectacle was over, quickly dispersed, leaving only young Master Kai standing alone in the biting wind. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, hastily dialing a number and bellowing into the phone. "You bunch of fools! Didn't I tell you to pick me up at the airport? Where the hell are you? You have 3 minutes to appear before me, or you're all fired." Chapter 509. No second chances. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had returned to the car, though Chun Joga's expression remained troubled. She had intended to confront Jiang Yun and enjoy their time in the Northwest, but to her dismay, they had barely arrived before encountering such turmoil. Was this an ill omen? Ever since Jiang Shan went abroad for treatment, she had taken to visiting temples to pray, becoming somewhat obsessed with fate and fortune. The moment they stepped out of the airport, this incident had unfolded, naturally leading her to overthink things. A sense of unease settled within her. "Mom, please don't be upset that I already dealt with him. If he dares to bother us again, I'll make sure he ends up with a mouthful of teeth on the floor. Even if he brings his deceased father, the outcome will remain unchanged. Jiang Yin spoke with unwavering confidence. Opening the mini fridge in the car to hand Shinjogo a bottle of water, he was not jesting. A mere young Master Kai was hardly worthy of his concern. And certainly, neither was Kai Guoqing. Eventually, he would have to confront Kai Guoqing, and teaching his son a lesson now would only expedite that inevitable confrontation. Who exactly was that young man? From what he said, his father seems to be quite a figure. Chun-Jyoga inquired, her eyes filled with worry. She understood Jiang Yun's filial piety, but since she couldn't assist him in the business realm, she hoped to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. He's just a small-time businessman in the Northwest that we had a bit of a conflict before, and now that his son has fallen into our hands, it's only fitting to settle old scores along with new ones. Jiang Yin replied with a playful smile, clearly unfazed by young Master Kai's antics. Chun-Jyoga nodded, hesitating a moment before reiterating, "All right, I trust that you can handle everything, but remember to think carefully before acting. Don't do anything impulsive that you might regret." Jiang Yin smiled and nodded. Soon, they arrived back at the hotel. Due to Chun-Jyoga's unexpected visit, Jiang Yin had canceled all his commitments, whether regarding the gaming studio, the restaurant, or the branch of Yinxue Group. All responsibilities had been delegated to Lu Qianqian, as he intended to dedicate this time to his mother. Upon entering their hotel room, Jiang Yin quickly assisted Chun-Jyoga to the sofa and cheerfully asked, "Mom, are you hungry? Should I call room service and order some food for you?" "What food?" Chun-Jyoga's expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to glare at Jiang Yin. The sheer intensity of her gaze startled him. What was happening? He had just helped her resolve an issue at the airport, and their relationship had seemed harmonious during the drive. Now, upon returning, why had her demeanor changed so abruptly? Was there something he had overlooked? "Come here." Chun-Jyoga stormed over to Jiang Yun, seizing his ear and dragging him into the living room. Lin Shui and Dong Taizhan exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, yet neither dared to speak. It was only natural for a mother to discipline her son. After everything that happened at the airport, I completely forgot to address the important matter. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? What is the situation with your father? Chun-Jyoga demanded, her expression darkening as she questioned him with deliberate clarity. Jiang Yin was suddenly reminded of the words Lin Shui had spoken to him. It seemed that Chun-Jyoga was preparing to settle the score with him. Initially, he believed that the minor incident at the airport had caused Chun-Jyoga to forget about the matter. But it appeared he had merely overestimated the situation. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Are you deaf or mute? Did you not hear me speak? Shall I repeat myself? Chun-Jyoga's voice grew, increasingly furious as he slammed his hand on the table, making it evident that he was not jesting. Your audacity seems to have grown tremendously. How dare you send your father abroad for treatment without my knowledge? Have you considered what would happen if he didn't survive the surgery? This is no ordinary procedure. It involves a cranial operation. There's a tumor in his brain, a matter of grave importance, and any misstep could lead to the loss of life. Yet, Jiang Yun had the audacity to make such a significant decision on his own. Even agreeing to such a high-risk surgery. How could Chun-Jyoga possibly feel at ease? It was a near miss. She might never see her husband again. By the end of her words, Chun-Jyoga's eyes brimmed with tears, and she began to sob. For these past few days, she had endured immense pressure, both mentally and emotionally. She couldn't even sleep at night. Whenever she closed her eyes, the image of the ailing Jiang Shan haunted her. She often dreamt of Jiang Shan dying on the operating table abroad, waking up in terror time and again. Upon witnessing her mother's distress, Jiang Yun hurriedly sat beside her, gently grasping her hand and saying, "Mom, isn't everything all right now? My father's condition is under control. This is a silver lining amidst the misfortune that I have already contacted Qingying, and my father is recovering well, that he will return home soon, and our family of 3 will be reunited." Jiang Yin quickly spoke a few comforting words, though his own face was etched with worry that he understood that his parents shared a strong bond. And this incident had greatly affected Chun-Jyoga, yet he felt powerless. If it weren't for the inadequacy of domestic medical care to treat Jiang Shan's illness, how could Jiang Yun have gone through such lengths to contact people abroad and send Jiang Shan overseas? Enough, I understand your intentions. However, I must remind you, I will not interfere with your business dealings, but matters concerning your father must be communicated to me. Chen Jiuge issued a stern warning once again. Jiang Yun nodded earnestly, relieved to see his mother's expression soften, at least he had quelled her anger. Thankfully, the situation had not escalated further. Chapter 510. It's time to settle accounts, Mom, after such a long flight. You should rest now. Later, we will take you on a nice stroll around the Northwest and enjoy some good food together. Jiang Yun had made up his mind to be among the first guests at their themed restaurant. Chen Jiuge nodded, glancing at Lin Shui standing at the door, her demeanor shifting significantly as she waved her over. Shui, come with me to lie down for a while. Lin Shui smiled, nodded, and walked over to Chen Jiuge's side. The two quickly retreated to their room. Jiang Yun moved to the window, lit a cigarette, and sighed with a bitter smile. It's over. My wife and I hadn't had enough sweetness, and now that Mom is here, she has stolen my wife away. They say to guard against fire, theft, and brothers, but no one warns you about your mother. Jiang Yun felt utterly helpless. Behind him, Don Taizan nearly burst into laughter, and he rarely saw Jiang Yun in such a state. As Jiang Yun was typically known for his stern and cautious demeanor, it seemed this was the magic of home. Meanwhile, young Master Kai had returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, the butler rushed to greet him. Upon noticing the blood on young Master Kai's face, the butler was taken aback, his voice trembling with fear. Young Master, what happened? Who did this to you? Tell me, and I will take people to seek justice. Young Master Kai brushed past the butler without uttering a word, heading straight for the study on the second floor. Bang! He forcefully pushed the study door open, and before he could speak, Kai Guoqing, seated at the desk, darkened his expression and said in a low voice, You have no sense of decorum. How have I taught you? Are your hands merely for show? Don't you know to knock? Young Master Kai was filled with grievance. He had just been beaten at the airport and had not yet calmed down, only to be scolded by his father the moment he got home, which naturally left him feeling extremely wronged. The next moment, he plopped down on the floor and began to cry. The study door remained ajar, and the butler along with several servants gathered around, all staring at young Master Kai in confusion. Kai Guoqing felt utterly embarrassed. As a soon-to-be father, how could his son be crying like a child in front of everyone? This not only embarrassed young Master Kai, but also reflected poorly on him. Bang! Kai Guoqing slammed his hand on the table, startling the butler and others, who quickly averted their gazes from young Master Kai. Are you all so free? Is there nothing to do during the day? Upon hearing Kai Guoqing's words, the others dared not linger, quickly dispersing, while the butler shut the study door behind him as he left. After scolding them, Kai Guoqing approached young Master Kai, his face filled with disappointment. He kicked young Master Kai's behind, exasperated by his tearful demeanor. Look at you. You don't even resemble a member of the Kai family. If you have something to say, say it. What are you doing here, crying like a girl? Young Master Kai wiped his tears and pointed to his nose, saying, Dad, please don't scold me. I just got beaten. Look, the blood is still fresh. He had returned home without cleaning the blood from his face. Eager to complain to Kai Guoqing that, of course, his injuries were not severe. It was merely that Dong Taizan had punched him in the nose, leaving him bloodied and looking rather pitiful. What happened? Kai Guoqing frowned slightly. Although he disapproved of young Master Kai's behavior, he was, after all, his son. Young Master Kai gritted his teeth and recounted the airport incident, embellishing it as he went, adding, That person told me to inform you that his name is Yun. Jiang Yun? In an instant, Kai Guoqing's expression darkened considerably as he clenched his fists. Jiang Yun's face flashed through his mind, and no wonder his son had been beaten. It all made sense now, and he had heard of his son's reputation in the Northwest, where young Master Kai was known for his arrogance. But with Kai Guoqing backing him, no one dared to touch him. This had allowed young Master Kai to live a carefree life. However, now that he had been suddenly attacked, It was clear that the other party was not to be trifled with. This was a clear provocation from Jiang Yun. Dad. Young Master Kai, sensing his father's displeasure, quickly clung to his leg and looked up. Do you know this Jiang Yun? Who is he? You must stand up for me. I cannot let this go unpunished. Young Master Kai had his own motives. The beating was trivial, but more importantly, everyone had witnessed his humiliation. And he had already revealed his identity, that he would soon become the laughingstock of the Northwest, a topic of gossip for everyone. As a distinguished young master of the Kai family, how could he endure such disgrace? All right, go and tend to your wounds. Leave this matter to me. Kai Guoqing spoke each word deliberately. This time he could not back down. After all, Jiang Yun had gone too far, and it was necessary to teach him a lesson. This was the Northwest, not the capital. A powerful dragon may not crush a local snake. Good. Young Master Kai exclaimed excitedly, quickly heading for the door with a lightened heart. Meanwhile, Kai Guoqing slumped back into his office chair, lit a cigarette, and his expression grew serious. His fingers lightly tapped the desk as he muttered to himself, Jiang Yun, you choose to walk a path to hell when a road to heaven is open to you. If you could stand up and leave the Northwest, I would consider it my defeat. After exchanging a few harsh words, Kai Guoqing promptly picked up his phone and quickly dialed a number. As night fell, Jiang Yun and her companions had already set off towards the restaurant in the city center. Let us just have something casual. It doesn't need to be extravagant, on the way. Chun Jioga smiled and chimed in a couple of words. Mom, I'll take you to our family's restaurant. Jiang Yun smiled mysteriously and added, it will definitely be a pleasant surprise. Chapter 511. Better to resolve than to escalate, all right. Chun Jioga nodded, his smile growing increasingly vibrant. Jiang Yun's development has indeed flourished, and now she is venturing into new territories. The aspiration for one's child to achieve greatness is perhaps nothing more than this. As the car arrived in the city center, they noticed a crowd gathered in front of the restaurant, including the village chief and others. Just as Jiang Yun stepped out of the car, Du Yunhang, who had received the news, hurried over to Mr. Jiang. You've arrived. Please come inside. The dishes are all prepared. It's the perfect moment for you to sample the flavors of our establishment that I've just introduced several new dishes, which have received widespread acclaim. The restaurant is now fully established and has officially begun operations. However, due to Jiang Yun's preoccupation with other matters, she hadn't had the chance to inspect it until today. Naturally, Du Yunhang was eager to make a good impression. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded, and a few people quickly followed Du Yunhang's lead. But upon noticing the village chief and others standing not far away, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback and curiously inquired, what are they doing here? Surely they aren't here to mock me. The thought of the wager agreement made with the village chief earlier left Jiang Yun feeling somewhat uneasy. With the deadline of 2 months drawing closer and the restaurant having only recently opened, boosting sales would not be an easy task. However, given the recent string of good fortune, including Jiang Shan's improved health, losing some money was of little consequence to Mr. Jiang. They learned of your arrival and wished to express their gratitude in person, that Du Yunhang quickly explained. Gratitude? Before Jiang Yun could respond, she saw the group led by the village chief approaching her. Little Jiang, you truly are capable. Who would have thought that such an unusual establishment could attract customers from all corners of the world? It seems I underestimated you back then. The village chief eagerly grasped Jiang Yun's hand and continued to speak. Meanwhile, Li Xing, who had previously clashed with Jiang Yun, hung his head, no longer daring to speak. Since the restaurant was refurbished and thanks to Jiang Yun's marketing efforts, along with the incident involving Xie Xiaowan, the restaurant had become a sensation. Numerous tourists flocked to visit, causing the entire street to thrive. Surrounding businesses were also significantly impacted, leading to a sudden boom in the tourism industry. Jiang Yun had become a celebrity on the entire street. Jiang Yun stared in astonishment at the crowd before her, never expecting such a remarkable outcome. You have no idea how significant the impact of the Xie Xiaowan incident has been. Xie Xiaowan has now been removed from Morningstar Entertainment. I heard she has found a new team, But everyone still doubts her character, resulting in her remaining lukewarm that Liu Qianqian interjected with an explanation. Over the past few days, Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with matters concerning Qinzhuge, leaving the trivialities to Liu Qianqian, who was well aware of everything. Jiang Yun nodded, glancing at the village chief, a faint smile gracing her lips. Enemies should be resolved rather than intensified. Village chief, since everyone is here, let us go inside and enjoy a meal together. That it would be a great opportunity for old Du to prepare some specialty dishes for everyone to savor and provide feedback. Jiang Yun had no intention of merely running this restaurant. Her ambition was to establish a nationwide chain and ensure the century-old brand gained national recognition. The village chief hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well then, I appreciate it. The group, filled with camaraderie, quickly entered the restaurant to accommodate Jiang Yun's visit. Du Yunhang had already put up a closed for business sign. Nevertheless, many people outside were still taking photos, as it was the first time customers from all around had seen a themed restaurant. Once Jiang Yun and her companions settled at a window-side table, all eyes turned to her, followed by a flurry of discussions. Did I ask this the legendary boss Jiang? I never expected him to be just as youthful as the rumors say. Is the woman sitting beside him his wife? So, Boss Jiang is married. I guess I have no chance. Many women couldn't help but swoon, their faces reflecting disappointment. With youth, wealth, and charm, who wouldn't be fond of such a man? It is a pity that such an exceptional individual is beyond their reach. As Jiang Yun and her companions engaged in light conversation, waitstaff clad in distinctive uniforms began serving dishes at their table. Du Yunhang promptly stepped forward, pointing to the array of dishes while cheerfully saying, Boss Jiang, please taste these and share your thoughts with us. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks. Liu Qianqian snatched them up and exclaimed, I'm a bit hungry, that I don't care about maintaining any ladle-like image. Following that, Liu Qianqian began to eat voraciously. Jiang Yun and the others shook their heads. But truth be told, Liu Qianqian's demeanor was quite amusing. Look at your eating style. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Jiang Yun chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. He was merely joking. The people surrounding Jiang Yun were all familiar faces, and upon hearing his words, they erupted in laughter. Only Liu Qianqian's expression darkened considerably, her complexion even turning pale. What is wrong? Your brother-in-law was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Lin Shui quickly interjected with an explanation. Jiang Yun, however, was puzzled. He remembered Liu Qianqian to be a rather open-minded woman, and with so many people watching, how could she genuinely get upset? In the next moment, Liu Qianqian abruptly flung her chopsticks aside, clasped her throat, her eyes bulging with blood vessels. The veins on her forehead were prominently visible. Bang! She leaned against the back of her chair and kicked the table over with her legs, crashing heavily to the ground, yet continued to writhe in agony. The people present stared wide-eyed in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Outside, tourists who were about to take pictures rushed over to peer through the window at Liu Qianqian's condition. Their expressions varied. What is going on? Jiang Yun quickly discarded his cigarette, but in rushed to help Liu Qianqian, who was still struggling in his embrace. Her face contorted in increasing pain. Quick, get her to the hospital. Chapter 512. Neurotoxin. Just moments ago, the lively restaurant atmosphere turned tense. The village chief and others quickly stood up, surrounding them. With the help of the crowd, Jiang Yun and the others soon boarded a vehicle, heading straight for the hospital. As they departed, the onlookers began to speculate again. That woman seems to have been poisoned. Poisoned? How is that possible? I came to eat here before and was perfectly fine. Perhaps you were served fresh ingredients? I just saw seafood on their table. Goodness, seafood can be deadly if it spoils. The crowd murmured various theories, many eyes filled with dread, yet no one left, remaining to observe the unfolding drama. With Jiang Yun and his party gone, the burden of the situation fell squarely on Du Yunhang's shoulders. That moment, Du Yunhang's face was extremely pale. He had heard the murmurs of the crowd. However, he had personally crafted these dishes and had been monitoring the kitchen closely. There was no way they could be toxic. There must be some foul play at work. Du Yunhang's eyes darted around, and he quickly signaled to a nearby waiter, saying, "Hurry up and clean this place up." The waitstaff snapped back to attention and hurriedly began to tidy up. Amid the crowd, a man in a server uniform stealthily approached, taking advantage of the distraction to pull out several small bags from his pocket, quickly collecting leftover food from the ground and concealing it. After completing this, he hurriedly exited. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jiang Yun and the others sat on a bench in the corridor, anxiously awaiting news, while Lu Qianqian was already being treated in the emergency room. What on earth happened? Does Lu Qianqian have some ailment? Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Lin Shui beside him. Although he was familiar with Lu Qianqian, he did not truly understand her. Lin Shui, comprehending his unspoken concern, shook her head gently and replied in a calm tone. "Back when we were in Ningxing, Qianqian always stayed close to me. However, she has always been in good health, able to endure even the most stressful overtime work. Furthermore, I have reviewed her health records, and there is no history of hereditary illnesses. Her health is remarkably robust." At this point, everyone was engulfed in confusion. What exactly just happened? From what I observed, Miss Lu seemed to have experienced an epileptic seizure. Just then, Dong Taizan spoke up. "When we were in the village, a boy I grew up with often had convulsions and would foam at the mouth. His condition resembled that of Miss Lu. Moreover, epilepsy cannot be detected when the individual is not having an episode." Jiang Yun and the others exchanged glances but remained silent. They could only wait for the diagnosis results. That moment, the elevator doors opened, and Du Yunhang swiftly emerged, making a beeline for Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang." Their eyes met, and Jiang Yun nodded slightly, gesturing for Du Yunhang to follow him as they entered the stairwell. After lighting a cigarette, Jiang Yun directly inquired, "What is the situation? Have the issues at the restaurant been resolved?" Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Qianqian's sudden convulsion at the dining table inevitably caused a stir. The establishment had just begun to establish its reputation. Any issues at this juncture were unacceptable. If public opinion were to sway, all previous efforts would be in vain. I have temporarily closed the restaurant. However, what exactly is wrong with Miss Lu? There were claims that she was poisoned, that Du Yunhang's voice was low, and his complexion was alarmingly pale. Clearly lacking confidence, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, exhaling a puff of smoke. He had never considered this possibility, for he held unwavering trust in Du Yunhang. Moreover, in broad daylight, how could food possibly be poisoned? "You are overthinking it." Jiang Yun patted Du Yunhang's shoulder, attempting to offer comfort. "Let us not dwell on this. We should await Qianqian's diagnosis." The Du Yunhang sighed and refrained from saying more. The atmosphere was decidedly oppressive. Soon, the attending physician emerged from the emergency room. After surveying the crowd, he inquired, "Who is the patient's family member?" "I am her sister." Lin Shui quickly stood up and hurried to the attending physician's side, urgently asking, "Doctor, how is my sister's condition?" "It is not optimistic. She may need to be hospitalized for a period of time. She has ingested a small amount of a neurotoxin, which is derived from a foreign plant. The toxicity is severe. We have already performed gastric lavage, but she will require systematic treatment. Otherwise, the toxin will damage her bodily functions, and in severe cases, it could be life-threatening." The attending physician spoke rapidly, his face etched with concern. In her youthful beauty, petite and exquisitely dressed, she was clearly no ordinary woman, yet she had suffered a grave misfortune. She truly has been poisoned. At that moment, Jiang Yun, returning from the stairwell, stood frozen, his lips twitching slightly. The physician's words resonated in his ears, filling him with shock and fear. Thud. Du Yunhang, standing beside him, was equally bewildered, collapsing onto the ground. The news of Lu Qianqian's poisoning, following the consumption of the food he prepared, indicated a direct connection to him. This time, there would be no absolution, not even by jumping into the Yellow River. Alas! How could such a lovely girl like Qianqian be poisoned? Chun Juga, standing nearby, also rose. Her eyes brimming with tears, her heart undeniably pained. There were only traces of food residue in her stomach. It must have been the food she recently consumed that caused the problem. You should investigate this lead. The attending physician offered a few words of advice before heading towards his office. Jiang Yun's expression darkened, yet he remained silent, exuding an air of profound contemplation. What are we planning to do next? After Lu Qianqian was settled into a hospital room, Lin Shui approached Jiang Yun and asked that we must uncover the truth, and no matter who was behind the poisoning, I will ensure they pay dearly for their actions. This poisoning incident nearly cost Lu Qianqian her life, and, if not for her greed for food, it could very well have been any of us lying in that hospital bed. It is evident how malicious the perpetrator's intentions are. Such a person must be rooted out swiftly to prevent future hazards. Chapter 513. Undercurrents. Meanwhile, in a sealed room, Kai Guoyang sat upright on the sofa, a cigar delicately held between his middle and index fingers. Before him stood a man dressed in a service uniform. The man retrieved a dossier from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Kai Guoyang. Sir, the matters you entrusted have been successfully handled. Tests from the restaurant's leftovers revealed the presence of a neurotoxin. Here are the test results, along with a video I recorded throughout the process that IT is absolutely authentic and valid. Once the video and report are disseminated, it will undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. Jiang Yun will be labeled as a murderer driven by greed. Kai Guoyang nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the box on the coffee table, he casually remarked, "Inside, there is 10 million in cash. Consider it your reward. You executed this task splendidly. However, the restaurant is equipped with surveillance cameras, so you will likely be exposed soon. Therefore, take this money and leave the country swiftly. Avoid showing your face for a while as long as you remain absent. There will be no evidence against you, and Jiang Yun will bear the blame." Kai Guoyang spoke coldly that it turned out that this entire scheme was his design. He had long prepared to sever ties with Jiang Yun, but never anticipated it would unfold so ruthlessly. Following the assault on his son, he had resolved not only to ruin Jiang Yun's reputation, but also to take his life. Regrettably, despite having arranged for someone to poison the food in the kitchen, with all factors seemingly in his favor, he had failed to eliminate Jiang Yun, instead leading to Lu Qianqian's hospitalization. Yet even this was not without merit. Once the situation escalated, Jiang Yun's reputation would still suffer. The man nodded, hastily taking the briefcase. Upon opening it, he was met with a staggering sight of cash, a visual shock of immense magnitude. He licked his lips, expressed further gratitude, and then made his way toward the exit. The best strategy is to withdraw. In the dimly lit room, Kai Guoyang exhaled a cloud of smoke, meticulously examining the dossier, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This time, he had achieved a resounding victory. What followed would be the true spectacle. Meanwhile, due to Lu Qianqian remaining in a state of unconsciousness, Lin Shui and Chun Juga stayed at the hospital to care for her. Jiang Yun and Du Yunhang had long returned to the restaurant, investigating the truth behind the incident that in the office. Jiang Yun repeatedly examined all surveillance footage from the restaurant, but he was certain that this matter had nothing to do with Du Yunhang. If someone intended to poison, they would undoubtedly leave traces. As expected, Jiang Yun soon discovered a clue. Who was this person? Jiang Yun pointed at a man on the video, hastily inquiring that as the footage slowed down. They observed the man sneaking into the kitchen, seizing the opportunity when a head chef was distracted, pulling out a small transparent bottle from his pocket, and pouring its contents onto one of the plates. "I do not recognize him." Du Yunhang shook his head. Previously, he had merely run a modest eatery, with few employees under his management, thus lacking in supervisory experience. His focus was primarily on developing new dishes. Leaving the staff matters to the front desk manager. "Then I will summon Xiao Lu immediately." After stating this, Du Yunhang exited the room. Jiang Yun maintained a cold demeanor, continuing to review the surveillance. Dong Taizhan, standing beside him, wore a grave expression. Outside the restaurant, A crowd had gathered, including numerous reporters and paparazzi, all awaiting a resolution. The pressure on Jiang Yun was palpable. Before long, Du Yunhang returned with the front desk manager, Xiao Lu. After glancing at the man in the surveillance video, Xiao Lu shook his head and furrowed his brow, stating, "This person is not one of our restaurant staff. Moreover, since the incident occurred, all the waitstaff in the establishment have been confined to their dormitory, with no one daring to leave." Suddenly, Jiang Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The Du Yunhang was equally startled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. How could outsiders infiltrate the restaurant? Locking eyes with Jiang Yun, Xiao Lu hastily began to explain, "Mr. Jiang, this situation is not entirely my fault. After all, the restaurant has been particularly busy these past few days. And with your unexpected inspection, everyone has been overwhelmed," he continued. "Moreover, when this individual poisoned the food, most of the staff were outside to welcome you. These circumstances were beyond our control." It was clearly an excuse. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, then rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Lu, and shouted, "I do not wish to hear your irrelevant ramblings. This person is crucial. Immediately retrieve him for me. Employ whatever means necessary. If I do not see him by tonight, you shall bear the full responsibility for this entire affair." Xiao Lu's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, before he hastily made his way towards the exit. Yet, Jiang Yun's fury remained unabated. His fingers rhythmically drummed on the table. With merely Xiao Lu, it would be exceedingly difficult to catch that slippery fox that it appeared he would have to take matters into his own hands. A dual approach was undoubtedly the best strategy. That be why the way. Jiang Yun endeavored to suppress his inner rage, turning his gaze towards Du Yunhang. His voice, though still somewhat somber, softened considerably. "You have spent a considerable amount of time in the Northwest. Could you assist me in locating individuals capable of gathering intelligence?" Du Yunhang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That I have a distant cousin, my second cousin by relation, that I've heard he spends his days with a questionable crowd, practically living in bars, that he should have some connections." Had Jiang Yun not mentioned it, he would never have considered reaching out to this cousin of his, as it was quite a source of embarrassment. However, it was often those very individuals who could yield unexpected results. "Excellent. Quickly arrange a meeting with him. I need to speak with him." Jiang Yun stated decisively that he was racing against time, before the situation worsened. An explanation must be provided to quell the mounting unrest. Only then could his reputation remain intact. The Du Yunhang acknowledged with a nod and stepped aside, swiftly dialing a number. Half an hour later, a scruffily dressed man sauntered in through the back door, with Du Yunhang in tow. Upon entering the office, Du Yunhang gestured towards the man and said, "Mr. Jiang, this is my cousin." Chapter 514. The 500,000 commission your Yun Ge. "Right." The man beside Du Yunhang leaned against the wall, casually speaking up. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the man, who sported green hair, donned a leather jacket, and wore tattered jeans paired with slippers from any angle. He exuded an air of sleaziness that is this fellow truly capable? Jiang Yun mused internally, but with no viable alternatives at hand, his priority was to locate the missing waiter. Thus he reluctantly set aside his prejudices. "You shall address him as Mr. Jiang, not Yun Ge." Du Yunhang interjected with a roll of his eyes. Yet the man plopped down into a chair, lighting a cigarette with an expression of indifference. Du Yunhang hurried back to Jiang Yun's side and quickly added, "Mr. Jiang, my cousin has some connections in the Northwest that I have briefed him on the situation. As long as the individual hasn't left the Northwest, he will undoubtedly find him." Jiang Yun nodded, though his expression remained grim. The public outcry was growing louder, and many eyes were on him, that if he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, not only would his market in the Northwest be irreparably damaged, but even the Yunxue group in the capital might suffer repercussions. After all, we now live in the era of big data. A single misstep could render him a target for public scrutiny. "Mr. Jiang, I'm just a rough man and tend to speak bluntly that I can assist you, but..." The man rubbed his fingers together, a greedy glint in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun. Though he did not finish his thought, both men present understood his implication. He was undoubtedly after money. Sun Long, how dare you speak to Mr. Jiang in such a manner? He is a significant businessman from the capital, with numerous ventures in the Northwest. If you successfully assist Mr. Jiang, not only will you gain his favor, but you will also be well compensated. Du Yunhang quickly interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. How embarrassing! Yet Sun Long paid no heed to his words, instead continuing to stare at Jiang Yun with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Enough, if you have more to say, please refrain, Jiang Yun gestured dismissively. Retrieving a bank card from his pocket and tossing it before Sun Long, there are 500,000 within. Consider it your operational funds. Upon successful completion of this task, I assure you a further monetary reward. Not less than 7 figures, Jiang Yun stated coolly to TO him. Any problem that could be solved by money was trivial. The utmost priority was to ensure the task was executed effectively. Sun Long's eyes sparkled. He truly was dealing with a wealthy individual. He nodded eagerly and promptly exited the room. Watching his cousin's retreating figure, Du Yunhang let out a resigned sigh, words lodging in his throat. He had no face left to confront Jiang Yun. After all, this predicament stemmed from his own actions. He had intended for Sun Long to help clean up his mess. Yet unexpectedly, his cousin had dealt him a staggering blow instead. Meanwhile, after leaving the restaurant, Sun Long headed straight for the BARDAS. It was still early. The venue had yet to open, with only his dubious companions lingering inside. Upon his arrival, they quickly surrounded him. Longo, I hear someone has introduced a lucrative deal to you. Is there a cut for us? They eagerly inquired. They spent their days idling in the bar, yet were perpetually short on cash, living a life of mere existence. Sun Long casually settled into a chair, producing the bank card Jiang Yun had given him and tossing it onto the table. Do you have any idea how much is in here? Eyes widened in anticipation. They awaited his response. 500,000. I've never seen so much money in my life. And once the deal is done, he'll pay me even more, far exceeding this amount, Sun Long boasted, raising a glass and taking a swig. Secretly envying Du Yunhang, that Du Yunhang was always by Jiang Yun's side, undoubtedly raking in a fortune. Why couldn't he encounter such a benefactor? Longo, you're really going to hit it big. Hurry, tell us what he wants you to do. They chimed in, their faces alight with mischief. Sun Long, feeling generous, pulled out the photograph Jiang Yun had provided him and slapped it on the table. This person wants me to find someone. Take a look and see if you recognize him. The group eagerly examined the picture, but soon disappointment washed over them as they all shook their heads. This is like finding a needle in a haystack. Sun Long furrowed his brow, continuing to sip his drink. That in truth, he wasn't nearly as influential as Du Yunhang had claimed, despite spending every day in the bar. He had no real connections. The friends surrounding him were nothing more than companions for drinking and fighting, mere societal dregs. Tasking them with locating someone would be no simple feat, however. Sun Long had already made up his mind. With this sum of money, he could enjoy life for quite some time, and when the time came to report back, he would simply claim he hadn't found anyone that asked for the money. He wouldn't return a cent to Jiang Yun. Worst case, he would forfeit any subsequent payments. He would treat the entire affair as a fee for services rendered. All right, everyone, put in some effort if you can find this fellow. Splendid. If not, let us consider this matter as if it never happened. They all nodded in agreement, and soon the group resumed their revelry. The bar was filled with the sounds of laughter and raucous shouting. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Du Yunhang remained oblivious, waiting in the restaurant for news. That as public sentiment continued to escalate, it was imperative to act swiftly. Should they fail to locate the missing waiter, Jiang Yun's reputation would be ruined, and the chain restaurant would collapse under his stewardship. Inside the bar, just as Sun Long and his friends were enjoying themselves, a group of men clad in black suits stormed in. Their entrance was forceful, and they immediately silenced the music. That in an instant, the bar fell deathly quiet, and Sun Long and his companions turned their anxious gazes towards the newcomers, their hearts racing with trepidation. The opposing party was not only numerous but also uniformly attired. Unmistakably a bodyguard team belonging to someone of significance, entirely from a different realm than that of Sun Long. A sense of unease stirred within him. Could it be that Jiang Yun had arrived? In the next moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Upon discerning the man's features, an astonished gasp escaped the onlookers. Could it truly be him? Chapter 515. Scheming in the shadows, Boss Kai. While those in the northwest might be unaware of who Jiang Yun was, there was no one who did not recognize Kai Guoyang. After all, Kai Guoyang frequently graced magazine covers and held an undeniable reputation in the northwest. Sun Long flashed a grin, although he was oblivious to Kai Guoyang's intentions. He hastily approached him, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, "Boss Kai, have you brought friends for a visit? I am well acquainted with the bar owner. I will have him open for you at once. Rest assured, you will have a splendid time." The individuals trailing behind Sun Long nodded eagerly in agreement. Kai Guoyang's gaze settled on Sun Long, appraising him before beckoning him forward with a flick of his finger. "Come with me." The atmosphere inside the bar was thick with smoke, the air acrid and oppressive. He had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Sun Long was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, two bodyguards closest to him firmly grasped his shoulders and propelled him forward. Suddenly, Sun Long felt a wave of panic wash over him, yet he could only acquiesce to Kai Guoyang's wishes. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves inside a vehicle parked outside the bar, with 4 bodyguards stationed at each corner, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seated within the car, Kai Guoyang appeared increasingly anxious. His hands entwined, eyes cast down, scarcely daring to glance at Kai Guoyang. Thoughts raced through his mind, wondering what misstep he had taken. But he was merely a lowly scoundrel. How could he possibly provoke someone like Kai Guoyang? "I just saw you meet with Jiang Yun, didn't I? He must have sought you out to assist him in finding someone," Kai Guoyang remarked, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. Sun Long, trembling with apprehension, dared not hesitate or conceal any details. Quickly nodding in agreement, that he proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. "And no need to search for that individual. He is under my employ and has long since departed the northwest." Kai Guoyang exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone indifferent. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment, Boss Kai." Sun Long responded hastily. Offending Jiang Yun was of little concern. His primary objective was to cater to Kai Guoyang. "Do you wish to make some money?" Kai Guoyang's eyes glinted as he posed the question. "Of course." Sun Long nodded fervently, for he was the type to prioritize wealth over life itself. As long as he could profit, he would risk everything. "That I happen to have a lucrative scheme in mind." A smirk played on Kai Guoyang's lips, a cold smile creeping across his face as he drew Sun Long closer, whispering a few words. After a brief discussion lasting mere minutes, Sun Long quickly grasped the plan and nodded in understanding. "Thank you for your guidance, Boss Kai. Rest assured, I will not let you down." Kai Guoyang acknowledged with a casual nod, gesturing for Sun Long to depart. Following their conversation, Sun Long was promptly dismissed. As the driver returned to the vehicle, Kai Guoyang cast a disdainful glance at the spot where Sun Long had just sat, then commanded, "Take me home first, then find somewhere to wash this car. It reeks. Who knows how long it has been since someone changed their underwear." The driver promptly nodded in agreement. Soon, the vehicles vanished from the bar's entrance. In truth, after the earlier events unfolded, Kai Guoyang had dispatched individuals to monitor the vicinity of the restaurant, which led to the discovery that Du Yunhang and Sun Long had entered through the back door. He quickly deduced Jiang Yun's intentions, prompting him to meet with Sun Long at the earliest opportunity, determined to catch Jiang Yun off guard. After all, Jiang Yun had harmed his son, an offense that could not be easily forgiven. As night descended, Jiang Yun remained at the restaurant, awaiting news from Sun Long. He had made several attempts to contact Lin Shui, and upon learning that Lu Qianqian's condition had stabilized, he finally felt a measure of relief. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated from the door, and soon Du Yunhang and Sun Long re-entered. "Mr. Jiang, my cousin has arrived. Du Yunhang announced respectfully as he pushed the door open that he had spent the entire afternoon at the restaurant. Yet his expression remained grim. The front of the restaurant was in disarray, and the previous establishment he had run, a shabby eatery, had its windows shattered. The online backlash against them was relentless, with accusations surfacing that the neurotoxin discovered in their dishes was intended to enhance flavor. Such claims had rapidly gained traction on the internet, painting Jiang Yun as an unscrupulous businessman, and the public outcry was deafening. "How is the investigation progressing? Have you located the person?" Jiang Yun inquired. Lighting a cigarette, his gaze fixed on Sun Long. "We have found him." Sun Long forced a smile, though his words lacked conviction, his eyes darting nervously. Jiang Yun noted these subtle movements, whereas he pressed, his voice steady and calm, that he is secured within a factory, and it is entirely safe. "I can take you there right away." Sun Long exclaimed eagerly. That Du Yunhang's face lit up with excitement, his fists clenched in anticipation. This seemingly unreliable cousin still possessed some skills. "Very well. You two wait for me outside. I will join you shortly," Jiang Yun instructed, waving them off. Once the door closed behind him, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After ensuring that all arrangements were in place, he proceeded to exit. Outside the back door, a brand-new black sedan was parked, with Sun Long seated inside. "Mr. Jiang, over here," Sun Long called out, waving as he spotted Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, having searched in vain for any sign of Du Yunhang, and asked, "Where is Boss Du?" "I asked him to stay at the restaurant. Just the two of us will suffice." Sun Long replied, flashing a toothy grin. Jiang Yun nodded, reaching into his pocket to activate the GPS on his phone before getting into the car. During the drive, he surveyed the interior of the vehicle, casually remarking, "Nice car. It must be new." The steering wheel was still adorned with a red ribbon, a clear indication that it had been acquired recently. "Indeed. You provided me with some funds, so I decided to upgrade my mode of transport," Sun Long hastily explained. Jiang Yun nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, though he found Sun Long's demeanor increasingly suspicious. Fortunately, he had his own plans in place. No matter what tricks this fellow attempted, they would not amount to much. After approximately an hour, the vehicle finally came to a stop in front of a dilapidated factory on the outskirts. "Mr. Jiang, this is the place," Sun Long exclaimed. Jiang Yun calmly lit a cigarette and stepped out of the car. Looking around, he observed the factory's state of disrepair. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, and the makeshift steel walls were warped. The entire scene was one of desolation. Within the yard stood a 3-story building, most of its windows shattered, and the walls were peeling and covered in moss. "Mr. Jiang, my men have everything prepared inside. You can go straight in. They are already secured, and I will wait outside to ensure nothing goes awry," Sun Long respectfully stated. Jiang Yin responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement and proceeded toward the crumbling factory. As he approached the entrance, he glanced at his phone, noting the distance between the two markers on the map decreasing. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. The red marker represented his current location, while the blue marker indicated others. His backup plan that he sensed that Sun Long might not be entirely trustworthy, so he deemed it prudent to retain a contingency plan to avoid being outmaneuvered. Jiang Yun tentatively pushed open the door to the 3-story building, peering into the dimly lit lobby, where visibility was poor. As darkness enveloped the area, he could barely make out his surroundings, and an ominous feeling began to creep over him. Having reached the center of the lobby, he noticed an unsettling absence of any presence. It was evident that Sun Long might have been deceiving him. Suddenly, the iron door behind him slammed shut, and the lights in the lobby flickered on. Before Jiang Yun could react, a woman lunged from the shadows, wrapping herself around his waist. He was taken aback, realizing that the woman was completely unclothed and frantically tugging at his shirt buttons. This unexpected turn of events left Jiang Yun momentarily bewildered. Yet he quickly recognized the situation's absurdity and hastily pushed the woman away, only to have several buttons torn from his shirt, leaving him in a disheveled state. Jiang Yun furrowed his brows slightly as he observed several buttons scattered on the ground. That in a cold voice, he reprimanded, "Who are you? And what about the people Sun Long arranged to be here?" The woman, licking her fiery red lips, teasingly caressed her collarbone, a seductive smile gracing her face. She made no effort to retrieve her fallen garments, standing before Jiang Yun unabashedly bare. "That I am Sun Long's sister, albeit merely his adopted sister. Are you not searching for me?" she asserted with conviction. Jiang Yun's expression darkened, and an unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. This was not a place to linger. Otherwise, he might invite unnecessary trouble. Just as he was preparing to leave, the massive iron door of the three-story building was kicked open, and a throng of individuals wielding cameras rushed in. Among them stood Sun Long. Well, Jiang Yun, I considered you a friend, yet here you are secretly meeting with my sister. Are you aware of her family's background? How can you justify this to your wife and my sister's husband? Is this how you repay my trust?" Sun Long bellowed angrily, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Yun, while those surrounding him chimed in with uproarious jeers that it seemed the wealthy were indeed not to be trusted, as the grand boss had chosen this place for his escapades. Enough of this nonsense. Such a person deserves a good thrashing. A few men without cameras or phones were already rolling up their sleeves, evidently ready to take action. The woman who had lunged at Jiang Yun hastily picked up her clothes, covering herself, and began to wail loudly. Her piercing cries filled the entire space. "That he claimed my brother invited me here. So I was unprepared, but I never expected that upon arriving at this dilapidated factory, he would forcefully strip me." Her sobs grew louder, painting a picture of utter desolation, almost as if Jiang Yun had committed a grievous act against her. The onlookers were incensed, one man picking up a brick and charging towards Jiang Yun. "Stop!" Just as the man reached Jiang Yun, Sun Long shouted, halting the assailant. The man, albeit reluctantly, refrained from attacking but remained menacingly close. His expression one of fury. At this juncture, Jiang Yun realized he had fallen into Sun Long's trap. No wonder he had not allowed Du Yunhang to accompany them. It was all part of a sinister scheme. "Mr. Jiang, I regarded you as a friend, yet you treat me as a fool. I know you have a wife and are a renowned entrepreneur, that we are merely ordinary people and wish not to escalate matters. What do you propose we do to resolve this?" Sun Long lit a cigarette and approached Jiang Yun, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The individuals behind him continued capturing the unfolding scene. Jiang Yun merely smiled, his face devoid of any concern, and replied, "This is my first experience with such a situation. Do enlighten me on how I should respond." Sun Long snorted derisively, raising his index finger, that he had not orchestrated this himself. Everything was executed according to Kai Guoyang's directives. With Kai Guoyang backing him, he felt invulnerable, especially now that he had leverage over Jiang Yun. "Here's the deal. You pay me 10 million, and I will ensure my sister and my associates keep today's events to themselves. You will continue to be a celebrated entrepreneur, and we will not cross paths again. A mutually beneficial arrangement." "Don't you think?" Sun Long proposed, his confidence soaring. "10 million. The crowd behind Sun Long clamored, expressing their outrage. "That is a bargain. It should be 100 million. I've heard this guy is loaded. We must make him bleed." A broader smile spread across Jiang Yun's face as he glanced at his watch and shook his head. "You truly are foolish. I have long since mastered such despicable tactics." Before they could grasp the implications of his words, the sound of roaring engines echoed from outside, followed by a thunderous voice. "Everyone freeze!" The unexpected shout startled the crowd, yet Jiang Yun stood unfazed. "What is happening?" Sun Long's expression shifted dramatically as he yelled back, turning to witness a daunting sight. A mass of people marching toward them. At the forefront was a burly figure adorned with a distinct black tiger tattoo, instilling dread in all who beheld it. "Anyone who dares lay a finger on Mr. Jiang today shall face dire consequences." The man, known as Black Tiger, declared, his tattoo a notorious emblem, having secretly arrived in the Northwest days prior to establish a security firm. Black Tiger had been poised for this moment. Jiang Yun had kept their connection discreet, intent on using Black Tiger as a trump card, which proved fortuitous now. Sun Long's realization dawned upon him. Jiang Yun had orchestrated this all along. Terrified, he stumbled toward Jiang Yun, hastily exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding." With a swift motion, Jiang Yun struck him across the face, lighting a cigarette as he did so. If it weren't for Black Tiger's timely arrival, I might have faced dire consequences myself. Black Tiger, restrain his men. Jiang Yun exhaled a plume of smoke, his demeanor calm, that in an instant, Black Tiger had apprehended Sun Long's associates, who complied, squatting on the ground with their hands atop their heads, too intimidated to resist. Typically, they would engage in petty disputes, but facing someone formidable like Black Tiger rendered them powerless in their eyes. Black Tiger was a fearsome entity. Recognizing the futility of their situation, Sun Long knelt before Jiang Yun. Desperate for forgiveness, "Mr. Jiang, I acknowledge my wrongs. My actions were orchestrated by Boss Kai. The restaurant incident is tied to him, and he has already sent the perpetrator away. I had no means to report back to you. Boss Kai compelled me to use these tactics against you," Sun Long confessed, seeking to save his own skin. This remote location devoid of witnesses would allow Jiang Yun to eliminate them with impunity if he so desired. "Kai Guoyang?" Jiang Yun's brow furrowed as he spoke coldly. "Indeed, it is Kai Guoyang," Sun Long quickly added. "Has that poisoner truly left the Northwest?" Jiang Yun inquired again. Relying solely on Sun Long's word was insufficient. He required tangible evidence. Sun Long nodded vigorously. Boss Kai confirmed this. Jiang Yun pondered deeply, then proposed, "You will stand as my witness and clarify the situation to the public. Is that agreeable?" The restaurant's reputation had already suffered that if the poisoning incident remained unresolved, not only would the Northwest branch falter, but future expansions of the chain would be jeopardized as well. The previous investments would amount to nothing. Furthermore, he had a wager with the village chief in the central business district. Failing to deliver sales would not only incur hefty penalties, but also result in a loss of face. Sun Long hesitated, aware that offending Jiang Yun would be perilous. Yet Kai Guoyang was also a significant figure in the Northwest. Offending either party would yield unfavorable outcomes. Jiang Yun had no time for idle chatter. Dealing with such individuals required a straightforward approach, winning them over with virtue. He gestured to Black Tiger, who promptly approached Sun Long and delivered a fierce blow to his face that in an instant, anguished cries filled the air. Minutes later, Sun Long lay battered and bruised. "What now?" After Jiang Yun called out to Black Tiger, he turned his gaze once more towards Sun Long if Black Tiger were to continue his assault unchecked. It was likely that Sun Long would be beaten to death. Although Black Tiger could now be considered the owner of a security company, he still trained his body daily, and his fists were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Sun Long spat out a mouthful of blood, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and quickly nodded in agreement, not daring to meet Jiang Yun's eyes, that he was clearly facing a demon. Seeing that Sun Long had capitulated, Jiang Yun and his companions finally led him away, while Sun Long's entourage was dispersed. The convoy sped towards the Kai family estate. There is a saying that debts should be settled with their rightful owners. Jiang Yun was not the type to bully the weak or fear the strong. Sun Long was merely a pawn in someone else's game, and he was determined to uncover the true mastermind behind the events. This incident had even led to Lu Qianqian being hospitalized, and she had nearly lost her life. Ultimately, an explanation was necessary for Lu Qianqian as the convoy arrived at the entrance of the Kai family estate. The guard stationed there hurriedly advanced, swiftly closing the grand gates. One of the guards shouted from behind the gates, "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" Jiang Yun and his companions swarmed out of their vehicles, and Black Tiger was the first to stride forward, delivering a powerful kick against the door while bellowing, "Open the door! Otherwise, we will ram it down with our vehicles." The others echoed his demand, their collective fervor intimidating. The guards of the Kai family were already terrified. They had served the family for so long, but had never encountered such a situation, refusing to open the door. "Are we?" Black Tiger said impatiently. "Someone, go get the car and break this door down." With Black Tiger's command, someone indeed returned to the vehicle, showing that he was not joking that if they delayed any further, Black Tiger would likely follow through with his threat. Although the guards were there to earn a living, they had no intention of risking their lives to protect the Kai family. Realizing this, the guard who had spoken earlier quickly opened the iron gate, though he still maintained a facade of composure, saying, "This is the Kai family. Boss Kai is a renowned businessman in the Northwest. If you dare to cause trouble, you will surely regret it." With a resounding slap, Black Tiger impatiently struck the speaking guard aside, exclaiming, "Stop wasting time with useless words. All of you, step aside." Seeing the fierce Black Tiger, the guards instinctively took a few steps back, none daring to obstruct Jiang Yun and his group. Just as Jiang Yun and his companions entered the Kai family mansion, a furious shout erupted from the crowd behind them. "How dare you? Do you think our Kai family is a marketplace?" Kai Guoyang, flanked by several individuals, approached slowly, his expression dark as thunder. Young Master Kai followed closely, coldly regarding Jiang Yun. When enemies meet, their eyes brim with animosity, and his gaze seemed to devour Jiang Yun whole. "Jiang Yun, you are truly overstepping your bounds, aren't you? I have chosen to overlook your insolence due to your youth, but how dare you come to my home and stir up trouble? Do you truly believe the Kai family is easy to bully?" Kai Guoyang spoke with a chilling indifference, his words dripping with authority, clearly unafraid despite the large number of people surrounding Jiang Yun. After all, Kai Guoyang had navigated the business world for many years. What storms had he not weathered? In broad daylight, Jiang Yun was no impulsive fool. How could he dare to engage in a brawl here? Although he had brought a considerable number of bodyguards, it was merely to bolster his presence and intimidate Kai Guoyang. Everything had already been seen through by Kai Guoyang. Ha! Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh, lighting a cigarette and responding with measured composure. "Boss Kai, shouldn't you clarify the situation regarding the restaurant?" Kai Guoyang's face changed abruptly, momentarily leaving him speechless that he had previously contacted Sun Long, intending to use him to harm Jiang Yun. Now, with Jiang Yun surrounded by so many people, and given the aggressive stance he took, it was likely that Sun Long had already failed. He might have even revealed the truth about the restaurant. Kai Guoyang furrowed his brow, tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. "Dad, why are you wasting words on this brat? The Northwest is our territory. He is merely a young upstart. Even if he brings a few people, does he truly believe he can do anything to us?" Young Master Kai, already brimming with fury, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Jiang Yun's brazen words that if it were up to him, he would have commanded the guards to act against Jiang Yun long ago. After all, the Kai family had ample resources. If Jiang Yun truly intended to engage in a war of attrition, the outcome was uncertain. Adults are speaking. What right do you have to interrupt? As Jiang Yun's expression darkened further, Kai Guoyang quickly glanced back at his son, his voice rising in anger. This was also to protect his son from Jiang Yun's potential retaliation. Jiang Yun. After chastising his son, his gaze returned to Jiang Yun. "Did I fail to comprehend your intentions?" With a mocking clap, Jiang Yun responded, observing his son Long was seized and pinned to the ground by two bodyguards. "Boss Kai, what further explanation do you require? The evidence is right here. As long as we find the man who poisoned Kai Guoyang, you will be thoroughly discredited." Kai Guoyang cursed inwardly, recognizing the predicament he was in. "Jiang Yun, you bring an unfamiliar person to our home and cause chaos. What is your true aim? You certainly seem to be distancing yourself from any blame." Jiang Yun scoffed disdainfully, while Sun Long, startled, hoped for Kai Guoyang's protection, only to find himself cast aside. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Sun Long scrambled to Kai Guoyang's side, urgently stating, "Boss Kai, we just met this morning. Did you not claim that the one who poisoned was one of your people?" Now that he has left the Northwest, I cannot possibly provide any answers. Do not let me fall into Jiang Yun's trap with seductive schemes to extort profits. But Kai Guoyang remained indifferent, coldly responding. You have no proof, do you? Kai Guoyang felt utterly despondent. Their conversation had taken place in his car. Had it occurred in a bar, perhaps there would have been surveillance footage to corroborate his claims. However, now, even if he had a mouthful of explanations, he could not clarify anything to Mr. Jiang. Seeing Kai Guoyang's stubborn denial, Sun Long looked desperately towards Jiang Yun, realizing he could only plead for mercy and hope for a chance at survival. Very well, that I did not expect the imperious boss Kai to resort to denial. A playful smile crept across Jiang Yun's face. Rest assured, no matter where you hide the poisoner, I will find him. At that time, you will be imprisoned for inciting murder, and I look forward to seeing you in a cell. Jiang Yun grinned nonchalantly, gesturing to his companions, who swiftly returned to their vehicles. Only Sun Long remained. Kneeling in place, he had intended to follow Jiang Yun, but was completely ignored. Now, he was a lost dog, trapped in a dire predicament. Having just betrayed Kai Guoyang, he dared not imagine what would unfold next. After watching Jiang Yun's convoy depart, young Master Kai hurried to his father's side, confusion etched across his face. Dad, what does Jiang Yun intend? He brought so many people to demand an explanation, only to leave like this. Kai Guoyang, with a cigar between his fingers and a cold smile gracing his lips, quickly discerned the truth. He possesses no substantial evidence that if he were to engage in a brawl with so many people, it would be an act of deliberate provocation. The initiative would then lie with us. Jiang Yun is no fool. He likely intends to return and gather evidence. However, I have already contacted the poisoner, and that person has left the country, hidden away. How could Jiang Yun possibly find him? This incident was destined to remain unproven, leaving Jiang Yun to suffer in silence. Shifting his gaze, Kai Guoyang turned to the kneeling Sun Long. Boss Kai, allow me to explain. Terrified and drenched in cold sweat, Sun Long's voice trembled. Kai Guoyang dismissed him with a wave of his hand to the steward behind him and coldly ordered, "Dispose of this waste." "Yes." The steward replied respectfully, and soon, two burly men dragged Sun Long away. Despite his cries of distress, no one paid him any heed. His plight was indeed a tragic spectacle, the fate of a rabbit when hunted. As the saying goes, was but a reflection of this. Chapter 519. Double the price upon returning to the hall. Young Master Kai hastily approached Kai Guoyang. "That I have heard that a security company has just been established in the Northwest. It is said that the personnel are from the capital and are comprised of many elite soldiers, quite reliable. Previously, some celebrities even hired them as their security team for tours. Why don't we also reach out to them and consider replacing our guards?" Young Master Kai's words struck a chord with Kai Guoyang. He had just witnessed the disgraceful performance of his own guards, who had obediently opened the door after being threatened by Jiang Yun and others. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Fine, go and make contact with them. Financial matters are negotiable, as long as their bodyguards are dependable. Other issues become trivial. The conflict between him and Jiang Yun had become increasingly pronounced, and it was inevitable that significant friction would arise in the future. With confrontations occurring in the marketplace, it was likely that clashes in daily life would also ensue. Having a few elite bodyguards would be beneficial rather than detrimental. Young Master Kai nodded in agreement and headed towards the door. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had already returned to the city and were making their way to the Black Tiger Security Company. Half an hour later in the company office, Jiang Yun and Black Tiger were brewing tea. The atmosphere surprisingly harmonious to Mr. Jiang. There is clear evidence that Kai Guoyang has been scheming against you behind your back. Why should we simply let this slide? I am absolutely capable of prying the truth out of Kai Guoyang. Black Tiger asserted firmly, pouring tea for Jiang Yun while speaking coldly. Clearly, he was quite incensed. Back in the capital, they had never endured such humiliation. Now that they had just arrived in the Northwest, being bullied by a Kai Guoyang was intolerable. Everything requires evidence that I recall Sun Long mentioning that they were having a conversation in the vehicle. While I'm unsure if there was a dash cam, we must check for the footage that if everything was recorded, Kai Guoliang would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Jiang Yun commented nonchalantly, clearly having devised a new direction. Of course, you should continue searching for the individual in the video. Locating that person could unravel the entire situation. Jiang Yun was acutely aware that if the other party took full responsibility, it would still not ensnare Kai Guoliang in the whirlpool of trouble. Their efforts would ultimately be in vain. So it was imperative to start with the dashcam footage. To be why tonight, I will go and retrieve the dashcam. Black Tiger declared that as they conversed, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Black Tiger's female assistant, elegantly clad in high heels, entered the room. She flashed a smile at Jiang Yun and then said, "Someone is here to see Brother Tiger. It is said that he wishes to discuss business." Jiang Yun patted Black Tiger's shoulder and chuckled. "We've only just arrived in the Northwest, yet business is already knocking at our door. It seems that bodyguards are indeed in demand, but that's only because Mr. Jiang has brought me fame. Otherwise, how could the security company have grown so large?" Black Tiger responded with gratitude. Acknowledging those who helped is essential, especially since Jiang Yun was his benefactor, and their relationship appeared mutually beneficial. "Then I won't delay your business discussion, that I shall take this opportunity to visit Qianqian at the hospital," Jiang Yun remarked with a smile. Preparing to rise when the female assistant interjected, "This is definitely a significant deal that I know the man's identity. He is the young master of the Kai family in the Northwest." Before coming to the Northwest, the assistant had conducted a brief investigation into the prominent families, serving as market research, thus recognizing young Master Kai's identity to is at him. Both Jiang Yun and Black Tiger were taken aback. Exchanging knowing smiles, Black Tiger waved his hand and stated, "Then let him in, that it was surprising that he sought them out so soon after their previous encounter." Jiang Yun was eager to remain in the office and observe the unfolding drama. Just as he stood up, he sat back down in his original position. The female assistant acknowledged and walked back toward the door. In the blink of an eye, young Master Kai stepped into the office. "What are you two doing here?" Upon recognizing the two seated in the room, young Master Kai's expression changed abruptly, and he coldly inquired. However, Jiang Yun paid him no mind, continuing to savor his tea. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of this security company. You may refer to me as Brother Tiger, just as they do," Black Tiger said, plopping himself into a chair and casually tossing a business card onto the table. Young Master Kai scrutinized Jiang Yun for a moment, and after a thorough inspection, he suddenly understood that all of Jiang Yun's associates were also from the security company. His eyes darted, and he quickly approached Black Tiger. Despite their recent near altercation, it was all instigated by Jiang Yun. "Brother Tiger, allow me to introduce myself. I am the young master of the Kai family in the Northwest. If you are willing to terminate your collaboration with Jiang Yun and sign a new contract with our Kai family, I assure you that your future in the Northwest will be smooth sailing. What do you say? Are you attempting to poach me?" Jiang Yun scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. It was unfortunate that young Master Kai was far more foolish than his father. He still could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Black Tiger feigned curiosity. "And how much can your Kai family offer me?" Young Master Kai pointed at Jiang Yun and replied, "Whatever he offers. We will double it. After all, our Kai family has no shortage of money." This was an audacious claim. Jiang Yun observed young Master Kai's ostentatious demeanor, nearly bursting into laughter. Truly, he was a fool with an abundance of wealth. "Mr. Jiang hires 100 bodyguards at a price of 1 billion per month. That means you would need to provide 2 billion. Black Tiger continued. Young Master Kai gulped. The Kai family was indeed wealthy, but they would not be dishing out billions. Moreover, even top-tier bodyguards would not command a monthly salary in the millions, would they? Wasn't he the one who claimed money was no object? Black Tiger pressed further. "What is the matter?" Young Master Kai licked his lips. Feeling embarrassed, he had already cursed Jiang Yun numerous times in his mind. Why raise the price so high? After a moment of hesitation, he approached Black Tiger with a forced smile. "Brother Tiger, 2 billion is simply too much. How about this? I will add an extra 10 million to Jiang Yun's salary each month." Chapter 520. Press Conference. Jiang Yun and Black Tiger exchanged glances, both nearly bursting into laughter. How had they not recognized until now that this young Master Kai was such a source of amusement? A mere 10 million. What was that, Brother Tiger? Young Master Kai's gaze fell back on Black Tiger, hastily approaching him and deftly pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Black Tiger. "Please consider it carefully, that if that is not feasible, I can add another 10 million. Young Master Kai felt a pang in his heart. However, as long as he could topple Jiang Yun, spending 20 million would still be worth it. Black Tiger had lost all patience and ignored the prattling young Master Kai, that he then raised his leg and delivered a sharp kick to young Master Kai's knee. A wail echoed as young Master Kai fell to his knees, utterly unable to rise again. Black Tiger stood before him, patting young Master Kai's fair face, and said with annoyance, "You're quite a grown man. Why do you look so delicate? Have you been frequenting beauty salons?" Although young Master Kai was seething inside, he dared not retaliate against Black Tiger. After all, this was Black Tiger's territory. Should a conflict arise, he might not even leave alive. "Go back and inform your father. Even if he offers me a mountain of gold, I will not betray Mr. Jiang in any way, and remind your father to publicly clarify matters for Mr. Jiang. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless." Having delivered his message, Black Tiger waved dismissively at young Master Kai, his face etched with impatience. He detested effeminate men, that a true man should be tough and daring. Otherwise, what distinction was there from women? Young Master Kai quickly acquiesced and scrambled out of the office, his disheveled appearance eliciting laughter from the crowd outside. This indeed tarnished his reputation. Once downstairs, young Master Kai hurried back to his car and instructed the driver, "Drive quickly, drive." He must depart from this tumultuous place as swiftly as possible. That as the vehicle gradually receded into the distance, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, narrowly escaping danger. Meanwhile, within the premises of the security company, Jiang Yun remained leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping tea, treating the recent events as nothing more than a farce. That Mr. Jiang, what are your plans moving forward? Black Tiger promptly closed the office door and inquired. The matter could not simply be dismissed. That it was imperative to reveal the truth to everyone, thus clearing Jiang Yun's name and ensuring the chain restaurant could continue its operations. Jiang Yun's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, and as he exhaled a plume of smoke, he languidly declared, "Let us convene a press conference immediately. Inform them that I have significant news to disclose." Black Tiger nodded, swiftly returning to his desk and beginning to make phone calls. Though he had only recently arrived in the Northwest, he had already begun laying the groundwork and had established quite a network in the region. Within merely an hour, everything was arranged, and Jiang Yun, accompanied by his entourage, set forth to the venue. As a car came to a halt by the roadside, a throng of reporters stationed outside the entrance rushed over, raising their cameras to capture the approaching vehicle. As if fearful of missing even a single frame, that Mr. Jiang has arrived. Black Tiger was the first to exit, respectfully opening the door for Jiang Yun. The bodyguards following closely behind had already unrolled a red carpet for Jiang Yun, who then stepped out with undeniable flair. Despite the presence of numerous security personnel maintaining order, the news of Jiang Yun's press conference attracted many curious onlookers, resulting in a chaotic scene. Observing Jiang Yun's grand entrance, onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, murmuring amongst themselves that isn't he just a small-time and scrupulous businessman, acting as if he's a major celebrity. Just recently his establishment had faced a scandal, and now he dares to walk the red carpet. Does he even deserve it? Did he not notice the multitude of bodyguards surrounding him? Surely, he is just afraid of being attacked. The crowd's disparaging remarks were plentiful, yet almost all were aimed at tarnishing Jiang Yun's reputation. Were it not for the presence of orderlies, they would have likely stormed in. Unfazed by the cacophony, Jiang Yun strode down the red carpet and entered the main venue. The sound of shutters clicking filled the air as reporters surged forward. "Mr. Jiang, are you here to clarify the incident of customer poisoning at your restaurant? According to reliable sources, you allegedly added neurotoxin to enhance the flavor of your dishes. Is there any truth to this? Please respond directly." The questions from the reporters came rapidly, their words sharp and incisive. Had this been a capital, they might have been more circumspect with their inquiries. However, this was the Northwest, where even Jiang Yun, a prominent figure in the local business scene, was merely a formidable dragon among a sea of lesser creatures. Thus, in pursuit of sensational headlines, the reporters felt no compunction. Suddenly halting his stride, Jiang Yun regarded the questioning reporter with a cool gaze and replied, "Where did your reliable sources originate? Did you witness my employees adding neurotoxin to the dishes? Furthermore, who informed you that neurotoxin enhances flavor? If you fail to present evidence today, I shall sue you for defamation." "Where's my lawyer?" Jiang Yun's voice rang out, startling the reporter into retreat, no longer daring to speak. Many journalists were equally taken aback. Typically, those holding press conferences would not so readily contradict their inquiries. Even when faced with sensitive topics, evasions were the norm. They had never before encountered someone as assertive as Jiang Yun. "I will remember you. After today's conference concludes, expect a lawyer's letter," he added, striding toward the interior of the venue. Followed closely by the reporters and onlookers, the spacious venue, measuring several hundred square meters, quickly became overcrowded. Jiang Yun ascended the podium at the forefront, tapped the microphone, cleared his throat, and surveyed the audience before calmly stating, "The purpose of gathering you all here today is quite simple." Suddenly, with a snap of his fingers, the large screen behind him illuminated, showcasing a video that instantly captured everyone's attention. Chapter 521. The Collapse of the Kai Family. The video was straightforward. Kai Guoyang and Wang Xian were engaged in a dialogue, discussing the origins of the restaurant poisoning incident. Reporters quickly raised their cameras, breathlessly recording the shocking footage. The revelations were astounding. Contrary to the rampant rumors, Jiang Yun had not intentionally added neurotoxin to his dishes. Rather, it was Kai Guoyang's deliberate act, with motives that were all too clear. Whether to eliminate Jiang Yun or to tarnish his reputation was evident. The truth was unveiled, and many bowed their heads, unable to meet Jiang Yun's gaze, realizing they had wronged an innocent man. For some time, Jiang Yun had been contemplating how to secure the vehicle's dashcam footage. And fortune favored the diligent. When young Master Kai came to negotiate with Black Tiger at the security company, Jiang Yun identified an opportunity. This involved the Kai family steward. Jiang Yun had first sent out a whisper to Kai Guoyang, hinting at his son's voluntary surrender to peril, that he then dispatched someone to bribe the steward handsomely to obtain the dashcam footage and subsequently duplicated the video, resulting in the current spectacle. It was a chilling realization. Yet, credit was due to young Master Kai. Were it not for this fool's unexpected visit to the security company, Jiang Yun could not have orchestrated everything so precisely. The venue buzzed with murmurs that "It seems we have wronged Mr. Jiang. I always suspected Mr. Jiang was a man of integrity. How could he commit such an act?" It turns out it was all orchestrated by Boss Kai. Boss Kai truly is ruthless to resort to such schemes. Some even began to divulge scandalous secrets. When the walls come crashing down, everyone pushes. The news spreads swiftly throughout the venue. Meanwhile, within the Kai household, Kai Guoyang was glued to his laptop, watching the live broadcast from the venue. His expression turning desolate, he spread his hands and shook his head, his face paling to a ghostly hue, veins bulging on his forehead. Suddenly he coughed up blood, overwhelmed by rage and despair. "Dad." Young Master Kai, seated beside him, hurriedly called out, rushing to support the staggering Kai Guoyang. "Someone, quickly take my father to the hospital." In his memories, his father had always been an iron man, steadfast and unyielding, and no matter the challenges, he believed his father would always protect him and provide for him, that he never anticipated that this incident would deal such a heavy blow to his father. "It's over," It's all over, Kai Guoyang murmured, suddenly appearing much older. With the assistance of those around him, he was quickly lifted into a vehicle, but before they could depart, a throng of reporters and paparazzi had already surrounded the front entrance. Is Mr. Kai putting on an act of self-pity here? What is your explanation for the poisoning, Mr. Kai? We hope to see you face the public. In this information age, news travels swiftly, within a mere half hour. Major media outlets had dispatched personnel to the Kai residence, eager for first-hand information to attract attention. Seeing their vehicle encircled, young Master Kai glanced back at his father, barely clinging to life, and then rolled down the window, shouting at the reporters outside, "Get lost! If anything happens to my father today, I will hold each of you accountable. I will destroy your families." At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd as officials arrived. Given the irrefutable evidence of Kai Guoyang's poisoning, along with the severe repercussions, the authorities had intervened. Before young Master Kai could continue his protest, they forcibly took Kai Guoyang away. Even if he required medical attention, it would have to be under confinement. The Kai family's glory had been irrevocably shattered. Young Master Kai, witnessing his father being taken away, felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Dad, the Kai family is finished. What am I to do?" The reporters captured the scene, and many couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Truly, he was an oversized infant, incapable of maturity. Meanwhile, within the conference hall, as the matters were clarified, the reporters from Zhongxin gradually departed, leaving the venue eerily empty. Jiang Yun, feeling a sense of relief, let out a long sigh and sank into a nearby chair, lighting a cigarette, his mood evidently lifted. "By the way, where is the butler who was supposed to provide us with the recording?" Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the man beside him. "Hey, who?" as he inquired. "I don't know." After he received his payment, "He simply vanished, Mr. Jiang. Do you have any new arrangements?" Hei quickly followed up with a question, his eyes filled with profound respect. It must be said that Jiang Yun possessed a unique acumen in handling affairs. He narrowly avoided a disastrous downfall. Yet he managed to seize such a small opportunity and turn the tide. He felt a twinge of relief, realizing that he had not attempted any petty tricks against Jiang Yun despite the burgeoning security company. Otherwise, his current predicament would have been far worse. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun spoke again. "Let him go," then that he probably left early out of fear of retaliation from the Kai family. By the way, if there is any news from the Kai family, do remember to inform me promptly. Hei nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. Once his cigarette was finished, Jiang Yun exited the venue, heading straight for the hospital. At present, the situation had settled, and there was no longer any pressure from Du Yunhang. Allowing Jiang Yun to set his worries aside, he believed that Du Yunhang would manage the forthcoming matters adeptly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun arrived at the hospital at this moment. Lu Qianqian had been transferred from the intensive care unit to a regular ward. As he approached the door, Jiang Yun heard laughter and chatter emanating from within. Standing guard at the entrance, Dong Taizhan quickly rose and respectfully said, "Mr. Jiang, you have arrived." Jiang Yun waved his hand in acknowledgement and pushed open the door. With Dong Taizhan remaining at the hospital, he felt completely at ease. After all, Dong Taizhan was far more reliable and had long since become his right-hand man. Hearing the noise behind him, Lin Shui turned her head first, her gaze landing on Jiang Yun, and she smiled, asking, "Have you finished with your affairs?" Jiang Yun shrugged, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then looked at Lu Qianqian and said with a smile, "Since Qianqian has been wronged to such an extent, I must seek justice for her. That sounds good, but is there any substantial reward?" Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she began to rub her fingers together, saying, "Perhaps a raise in my salary." Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at her. "Always thinking about money. How embarrassing. You truly are a miser," Lu Qianqian retorted, waving her hands dismissively at Jiang Yun and Lin Shui, saying, "I'm still a patient. You two hurry up and go show your affection elsewhere. I don't want to witness your lovey-dovey antics in front of me." Jiang Yun and Lin Shui exchanged glances and chuckled, bidding farewell to Lu Qianqian before exiting the ward. Deep down, they understood that Lu Qianqian merely wished to create a private space for them. However, once the door to the ward closed, a hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Qianqian's eyes as she recalled the scene from that day at the hotel. Just a bit more, and she could have climbed into Jiang Yun's bed. Yet, ironically, she had refrained from doing so for the sake of sisterly loyalty. Who knows how painful it had been for her these past few days. The feeling was something even she struggled to articulate, as if she had committed an act of betrayal against her close friend. After exchanging pleasantries with Dong Taizan at the door, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui made their way downstairs. Ever since Lin Shui arrived in the Northwest, she had been embroiled in numerous trivial matters, and with Lu Qianqian's hospitalization, they had little time for each other. Jiang Yun had been in the Northwest for quite some time, and the one he missed the most was his wife. That as they stepped out of the hospital, Jiang Yun wrapped his arm around Lin Shui's waist, pulling her close. "What are you doing?" Lin Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. She was the type of woman who was traditional and reserved, rarely engaging in affectionate gestures in public. "Dear, what do you think of Dong Taizan?" Jiang Yun ignored her question and instead posed one of his own. "Dong Taizan?" Lin Shui squinted slightly, then nodded earnestly, replying, "Taizan is quite decent. Moreover, he has been running errands for us at the hospital. Without his assistance, we would have faced numerous inconveniences. You should express your gratitude to him properly. It would be best to give him a raise. He is wholeheartedly dedicated to you, so do not let him down." Jiang Yun shook his head, clearly not intending that. "My dear, I have long considered Taizan as a brother. I care for him more than I would for a biological sibling. That I merely thought of introducing him to Qianqian since he is getting older." After all, Jiang Yun hesitated, the words unspoken, and shook his head instead. Years ago, Lu Qianqian was mistakenly identified as Lin Shui and fell into a conspiracy, being taken advantage of by a man in a car. Since then, she had developed a strong aversion to men. Despite having transitioned from Lin Shui's assistant to a formidable woman in her own right, she still harbored emotional scars and had yet to marry. As Lu Qianqian approached 30, it was unreasonable to continue in this manner. Older men, as long as they are talented or wealthy, can easily find beautiful wives, but women cannot. Lin Shui fell into a moment of contemplation, clearly grasping Jiang Yun's intentions. "How about this? I will ask Qianqian for her opinion first. If she has any interest in Taizan, we could indeed play matchmakers," Lin Shui said with a smile, as this was indeed a good deed. Marrying someone familiar is far better than randomly selecting a suitor. Besides, although Dong Taizan is older, mature men tend to be more considerate. Additionally, he is straightforward and lacks deceitful intentions, making him a decent marriage candidate. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic of Lu Qianqian and Dong Taizan any further. Just as they were about to get into the car, a series of whistles echoed nearby. "Hey, beautiful!" A group of young men in their 20s stood at the mouth of the alley across from the hospital, all their gazes fixated on Lin Shui. "Beautiful, would you like to join us for a meal? Look at that skinny guy beside you. Can he take good care of you? Why not come out and have some fun with us? We can surely make you happy." Their remarks grew increasingly vulgar, laced with condescension. Passers-by rolled their eyes at them, but no one dared to speak up, quickening their pace instead. Clearly, no one wished to engage with these idle youths. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Did these guys perceive him as invisible, standing right next to Lin Shui? Lin Shui's expression soured as well. Back in Beijing, as the CEO of Yinxue Group, she always had bodyguards accompanying her. If anyone dared to utter any disrespectful remarks, her bodyguards would likely leave them battered. Seeing that Lin Shui remained silent, the men grew bolder, advancing towards her, and soon stood right beside her, in an instant. Their gazes were fixated on Lin Shui. "Beautiful. You are so stunning. Why are you with this undernourished fellow? He clearly lacks the qualities of a real man. It must be so dull with him. Why not join us for a stroll?" The men continued with their taunts. Jiang Yun instinctively positioned Lin Shui behind him, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. The men exchanged glances, fully aware that Jiang Yun was calling for help. Yet their expressions showed no sign of fear. Instead, they all laughed derisively, their eyes brimming with disdain. You want to call someone? Fine, we'll wait right here. Mark my words, no matter who you call, if anyone dares to touch us. Ull regret it. One of the men pointed at Jiang Yun, his voice dripping with arrogance. Hey, someone call young Master Kai. Let him know we've found a beautiful lady. Young Master Kai. Jiang Yun paused slightly. Realizing why these men were so audacious, they had backing. However, why did that name sound so familiar? Perhaps we should leave first. Lin Shui had no desire to stir up trouble. She merely wished to leave swiftly and enjoy a peaceful world of two with Jiang Yun. However, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Yun's face as he tightly grasped Lin Shui's hand and resolutely declared, "With me here, fear not." Those standing nearby overheard Jiang Yun's words and soon erupted into laughter, with the man in the front clutching his belly in exaggerated mirth. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You are practically a picture of suboptimal health. What are you even doing here? Playing the gallant protector? When young Master Kai arrives, you will surely be scared out of your wits. In the entire Northwest, who does not know of the Kai family's young master? Who dares provoke him? Yet, Jiang Yun paid no heed to their jests. Instead, he lit a cigarette and patiently awaited the unfolding events. Regardless of whether the approaching young Master Kai was indeed Kai Guoyang's son, he intended to provide a thorough lesson. Having stirred trouble with him and Lin Shui, they would inevitably face consequences that in the blink of an eye. Dust swirled along the street as a fleet of cars sped toward them, shimmering in the night like shooting stars. Young Master Kai has arrived. The man who had laughed the loudest hastily shouted that a total of over 10 vehicles pulled up, the lead car being a luxurious Mercedes-Benz worth millions. Who else but young Master Kai could command such a grand entrance in the Northwest? However, as the car doors swung open, confusion spread among the crowd, for the man who emerged was not young Master Kai, but he briskly walked up to Jiang Yun. Mr. Jiang, the man, known as Black Tiger, said with utmost respect, swiftly inquiring, "Where are the troublemakers?" Earlier, Jiang Yun had briefed him thoroughly over the phone, prompting Black Tiger to hurry over to prevent any unforeseen incidents involving Jiang Yun. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Observing Black Tiger's actions, the onlookers were taken aback, realizing he was an ally. But how could they wield such influence? An unsettling doubt settled in their hearts. Yet having already contacted young Master Kai, they could not simply retreat. They remained convinced that once young Master Kai arrived, Jiang Yun would undoubtedly face repercussions. Jiang Yun glanced at the group standing nearby. Before he even spoke, Black Tiger understood his intent. "Surround them," Black Tiger commanded his bodyguards with a wave of his hand, roaring, "Dare to provoke Mr. Jiang? I see your skin has grown tight. Today, I shall teach you worthless fools a lesson on behalf of your parents." Just as Black Tiger and his men prepared to act, Jiang Yun abruptly halted him. Wait a moment. Jiang Yun was curious to see who these people were relying upon. Black Tiger nodded, temporarily sparing the group, but keeping a watchful eye on them. The area was already surrounded, with layers of guards ensuring that not even a fly could escape. The group grew increasingly anxious, silently praying for young Master Kai's swift arrival. That a few minutes later, a commotion erupted from the crowd, followed by the sight of young Master Kai, clad in a suit, making his way forward. Accompanied by only 2 close bodyguards, he exhibited no sign of fear as he surveyed the scene. He was from the Kai family in the Northwest, and just his name could send many into a panic. "Young Master Kai has arrived," the man at the front exclaimed, igniting a spark of hope among the crowd. However, young Master Kai's expression was grim. His father had just been taken away by officials, leaving him seething with rage. To his dismay, he discovered that someone had dared to bully his friend in public. The term friend was somewhat generous, as it referred merely to those with whom he occasionally drank and dined. A group of sycophants, really. Yet he rushed over not out of genuine camaraderie, but to vent his pent-up fury. "Who dares to bully my people? Step aside. Let those responsible come forward." Young Master Kai, brimming with arrogance, pushed past the bodyguards blocking his path and swiftly entered the throng. The man at the forefront hurried to his side, pointing at Jiang Yun, saying, "Young Master Kai, it's him. This fellow looks like he is in poor health, yet he has such a beautiful woman by his side. I thought to assist you in acquiring her contact information, knowing your interest in beautiful women and fine wine." But not only did he disregard my gesture, he even called in this many people. "If he want to give me face, that's one thing. But I even invoked your name, and he still ignored me." The man exaggerated the tale, hoping to incite young Master Kai's wrath and elicit his help that he has anticipated. Upon hearing these words, young Master Kai's expression darkened considerably. He glanced in the direction the man was pointing, and upon seeing Jiang Yun standing before him, he gasped in shock, inwardly cursing. How could it be him, with his father detained and the Kai family on shaky ground? Jiang Yun was the root of all his troubles. Though he craved revenge, he lacked the capability and dared not provoke Jiang Yun. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jiang Yun casually approach him, patting his shoulder with a sardonic smile, saying, "What a coincidence. We've barely parted, and here we meet again." The individuals following young Master Kai exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the nature of this interaction. Could it be that Jiang Yun was also a friend of young Master Kai? Young Master Kai's lips twitched, and he suddenly knelt before Jiang Yun, leaving his companions in a state of shock. What was happening? They had known young Master Kai for some time and had never witnessed such a display. "Mr. Jiang, the previous incident was entirely my fault. Punish me as you wish. I implore you to spare my father and not let him go to prison." Young Master Kai clutched Jiang Yun's legs, hastily pleading to AT home. He had already considered apologizing to Jiang Yun in hopes of securing a reprieve for his father. After all, Kai Guoyang was aging, and his own lack of survival skills meant that if his father were to suffer, the Kai family would collapse, and he, the once exalted young master, would find himself powerless. Chapter 524. The times have changed, yet Jiang Yun shrugged off young Master Kai's grip. "This is all a result of your family's own actions. You have no one to blame but yourselves." Jiang Yun's tone was indifferent as he lit a cigarette, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, forgetting even to assist young Master Kai. "Mr. Jiang, I can meet any of your demands. Just spare my father." Though young Master Kai was a spoiled rich kid, he possessed a modicum of cleverness to ensure his continued comfort. He needed to devise a way to extricate Kai Guoyang from his predicament. As long as his father remained free, they could continue to live in luxury. A playful smile crossed Jiang Yun's lips as he exhaled a puff of smoke, circling young Master Kai before stating, "There is indeed a way that if you are willing to transfer all of the Kai family's assets into my name, I will let your father go." This, young Master Kai hesitated, clearly troubled, without capital, even if Kai Guoyang were released. How could they possibly rebuild? "Not willing. That's fine." Jiang Yun shrugged nonchalantly. "Acquiring your family's assets is merely a matter of time. Since you are unwilling to relinquish them voluntarily, I shall take matters into my own hands. Rest assured, I will ensure you end up with nothing." Jiang Yun's stance was unyielding. Despair washed over young Master Kai, who sank to the ground, his eyes filled with helplessness. Had this been a different time, he would have dismissed Jiang Yun's words, but after their previous encounters, even his father had failed to gain any advantage against Jiang Yun. How could he then? Most crucially, he could not rally support. The Kai family's downfall was inevitable. "Mr. Jiang, if the Kai family's assets are handed over to you, how will my family survive? There are many branches of the Kai family, and we all depend on those resources for sustenance. The expenses are quite substantial." Jiang Yun patted his shoulder, saying, "I am a man who values old friendships. When I first arrived in the Northwest, Mr. Kai was quite helpful to me. Thus, I will ensure he is not left without means. How about this? I shall acquire all of the assets belonging to the Kai family for the sum of 100 million. Surely, you would not consider this a loss point. 100 million? To others, it may indeed seem like an astronomical figure. However, Young Master Kai does not share this perspective. After all, his monthly allowance amounts to several million, and his annual expenditures hover around 50 million. How could a mere 100 million suffice? Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed upon young Master Kai. Upon noticing the shift in his expression, Jiang Yun discerned his thoughts and continued, "Let us approach the matter from a different angle. If I were to simply hand you this 100 million, you might find yourself consuming it without foresight. However, if your father would manage it, it could potentially burgeon into hundreds of millions or even billions. You could then enjoy the privileges of being the young master of the Kai family, with financial independence intact." Young Master Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun's reasoning held merit. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. The priority is to bring Kai Guoyang back to the fold, and then we can deliberate further. Very well, I shall return to make arrangements and expedite the signing of the contract with you. Young Master Kai exclaimed, hastily rising from the ground and swiftly making his way through the throng. Disregarding those standing behind him, as young Master Kai departed, the onlookers regained their senses, quickly realizing that the man before them was not someone they could afford to offend. If even young Master Kai had to bow and scrape before him, what chance did they have? In an instant, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of apologies. "Sir, we were blind to your stature. We implore your magnanimity to spare us. Indeed, we are but the dregs of society. Please do not let your wrath fall upon us. Rest assured, should we encounter you again on the streets, we shall surely take a detour." The scene grew chaotic, and Jiang Yun felt as though a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly around his ears. With a mere glance, he turned to the imposing figure of Heihu, ignoring the clamoring voices, and raised his hand dismissively. "They have disturbed Xiaoshui to do as you see fit." Although Jiang Yun did not issue a direct command, he trusted that Heihu would understand his intent. Heihu nodded solemnly and observed as Jiang Yun led Lin Shui away from the commotion. In an instant, anguished cries echoed from behind, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet, Jiang Yun's brow remained unfurrowed. Everything felt remarkably ordinary. They had brought this upon themselves that dear, we can now relish our intimate world. Jiang Yun said, pulling Lin Shui back into his embrace as they strolled toward the distance. The two enjoyed a blissful evening reminiscent of newlyweds. They dined at a restaurant, shared drinks at a karaoke bar, and concluded their night with a movie. In the interim, young Master Kai had contacted Jiang Yun, ensuring all contractual matters were in order. However, due to Jiang Yun and Lin Shui's continuous companionship, these trifles were entrusted to Dong Taizhan. In truth, Jiang Yun had little interest in the Kai family's assets. After all, the Yun group had already established its dominance in the capital, and he was expanding into international markets. What was the Kai family worth in comparison? Rather, Jiang Yun sought to rattle the cage, using the Kai family situation to demonstrate his capabilities, thus facilitating Liu Qianqian's reintegration into the Northwest by the time Jiang Yun and Lin Shui emerged from the cinema. It was already past midnight that they hailed a taxi back to their hotel. Kai Guoyang had also returned home. However, the Kai residence had transformed into a desolate shell of its former self. Young Master Kai's determination to transfer all family assets to Jiang Yun had led to the exodus of several senior company officials and family elders, witnessing the once thriving Kai family reduced to emptiness. Kai Guoyang's expression darkened, rendering him momentarily frozen. Though only a few hours had passed since his detainment by the authorities, he felt as if decades had aged him. "Dad, you're back," young Master Kai exclaimed as he rushed from the hall upon receiving the news. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful. What on earth is happening?" Kai Guoyang's voice was hoarse, his icy gaze fixed upon his son, but he believed Jiang Yun would not easily let him go, suspecting that young Master Kai had struck some agreement with him. "Son, to secure your release, I sold the entire family business to Jiang Yun for 100 million. Otherwise, you would likely languish in prison," young Master Kai declared, brimming with self-satisfaction, convinced of the deal's merit. Suddenly, Kai Guoyang's countenance darkened, and he raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to young Master Kai's face. Trembling, he pointed a quivering finger at his son and exclaimed, "Fool! Has your head been struck by a donkey? Why would you acquiesce to Jiang Yun's demands? 100 million. That sum wouldn't even buy one of the Kai family subsidiaries." As he spoke, Kai Guoyang's chest heaved, his once vibrant face now ashen. Images of Jiang Yun's visage flooded his mind. Jiang Yun, his son's contemporary, possessed a prowess that left his own son appearing as nothing more than a snake in comparison. "Dad," young Master Kai protested, clutching his face, "I was merely thinking of your well-being. As long as you return, the Kai family will surely rise again. You built a family business from the ground up. Surely, given time, we can restore our former glory." Unfazed by his father's despair, young Master Kai remained optimistic about the future. Filled with excitement, meanwhile, Kai Guoyang, trembling, could only shake his head at his son's naivete, a bitter smile escaping his lips. "You are truly foolish. In my youth, I was ambitious and vigorous. Now, having crossed the half-century mark and with our families standing in tatters, those resources will be lost forever. How could I possibly reclaim my former pinnacle?" Young Master Kai stood frozen, taken aback by these harsh realities he had not considered. Suddenly, Kai Guoyang's complexion worsened, and he collapsed to the ground. "Dad!" Young Master Kai shouted urgently. "Where is he? Call an ambulance. Hurry, we must get my father to the hospital." Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had returned to their hotel that as they entered the presidential suite. Jiang Yun could hardly contain himself. He pressed Lin Shui against the wall of the foyer, his hand gripping her clothing as he leaned in for a kiss. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I can truly attest to that now. My love, you have no idea how much I have longed for you. This time, I shall turn off my phone. Nothing shall interrupt our intimate moments. Since Lin Shui's arrival in the Northwest, she had been entangled in various trivial matters, leaving little opportunity for tender moments. That as Jiang Yun looked at her with an intensity that suggested he wanted to devour her whole. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze, clearly too bashful to meet his eyes. Though not newlyweds, Lin Shui's conservative disposition rendered her somewhat reserved in certain aspects. Yet this very quality made her all the more enchanting. After turning off his phone, Jiang Yun tossed it aside, utterly captivated by the woman before him. His hand brushed against Lin Shui's cheek, trailing down her face before tracing circles around her neck. Then, with deep affection, he leaned down to kiss her lips. In response, Lin Shui raised her arms, embracing him as they shared a passionate kiss. Suddenly, just as they were lost in their fervor, the sound of a door opening interrupted the moment. Chinjuga emerged from her room, her gaze falling upon the couple. Instantly, an awkward silence enveloped them. "Ahem," Jiang Yun coughed, hastily adjusting his attire before taking a seat on the sofa. How could he have forgotten that his mother was still in the presidential suite, with Lu Qianqian's health improving? She had been moved to a regular ward, and a nurse was attending to her, with Dong Taizhan also remaining at the hospital. Thus, there was no need for Chinjuga to overly concern herself. "Mom, you're still awake." Lin Shui cleared her throat, quickly seeking a neutral topic. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Chinjuga, equally flustered, had merely come out of curiosity upon hearing the door open. Not expecting to witness such an eye-watering scene, I just got up for a glass of water. "You young people carry on." Chinjuga broke into a grin, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness as he hurried back into the room. With a resounding bang of the door, Jiang Yun turned his attention back to Lin Shui, clearly poised to resume their unfinished business. After all, Chinjuga was also eager to embrace the joys of grandparenthood. It would be better to assist his mother in fulfilling this long-held wish first. Having learned from past mistakes, Lin Shui dared not engage in reckless behavior in the living room any longer. As Jiang Yun lunged toward her, she swiftly dashed into the room, with Jiang Yun hot on her heels. Upon entering the room, they even neglected to lock the door before collapsing into an embrace on the bed. "Have you no sense of shame? Our mother is just next door." Lin Shui muffled her face with the blanket, whispering softly, "Fear not, the soundproofing in this suite is excellent, even though we are separated by just a wall. My mother won't hear a thing from here. Besides, I'm sure she would wholeheartedly approve of what we are doing." Jiang Yun replied earnestly, his hands already reaching for Lin Shui. The temperature in the room suddenly soared. Just as Jiang Yun was tearing off his shirt, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Xiaoyan, are you asleep? Taizan is looking for you. He called me." Qin Zhuge's voice came from the hallway. Jiang Yun sighed helplessly. Why was it so difficult to carve out a private moment for themselves? He lightly brushed Lin Shui's nose with his fingertip and said, "Wife, be a good girl and wait for me in bed. I'll just take this call." Lin Shui nodded gently, utterly too shy to utter a word at that moment. As the door swung open, Qin Zhuge peeked through the crack, quickly shifting his gaze back to Jiang Yun. "An ass, son. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Chapter 526. Heaven jealous of beauty? No, if it were anyone else, Jiang Yun would have already erupted in anger. After all, having his plans thwarted twice, how could he possibly remain in good spirits? Yet, standing before him was his own mother, forcing him to swallow his grievances. That Tieshan's call seems urgent. He has something important to discuss with you. Without further thought, Qin Zhuge handed her phone to Jiang Yun. After receiving the call, Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and casually asked, "What's the matter?" Soon, Dong Tieshan's voice came through the line. "That Mr. Jiang, I just saw Kai Guoyang at the hospital. That it seems he is critically ill." Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Considering the timeline, Kai Guoyang had only just been released from prison and had gone straight to the hospital. Was he attempting to feign illness? "Did you manage to gather any information about his condition?" Jiang Yun pressed further. "Heart failure due to emotional distress, that if he cooperates with treatment and maintains a positive mindset, he might recover. However, without cooperation, he likely won't survive more than a week." Dong Taizhan quickly responded. "Such is the nature of severely ill patients. Their mindset dictates everything. Much like those battling cancer, if they remain unaware of their condition, they may live for several more months. Yet, once they learn of their fate, their physical health deteriorates rapidly, all influenced by their mental state." Jiang Yun lightly tapped his forehead with his fingers, glancing back at the mother and daughter engrossed in conversation. Then declared, "Wait for me at the hospital. I'll be there shortly." With that, he hung up the phone. Since the two women were enjoying their chat, it seemed unlikely there would be any further activities that evening. Reluctant to send Qin Zhuge away, Jiang Yun merely bid them farewell before heading straight to the hospital. Half an hour later, in the hospital's inpatient department, as Jiang Yun stepped out of the elevator, Dong Taizhan was already waiting for him. "That Mr. Jiang, the patient is in the intensive care unit just ahead. That I shall escort you there." Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the ICU. The room was eerily quiet, with only Kai Guoyang present, devoid of any companions. Truly, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Jiang Yun pushed the door open and found Kai Guoyang slowly opening his eyes, still looking frail and pale. "Get out. You are not welcome here." Although Kai Guoyang's voice was weak, his tone remained chillingly cold, his murky old eyes fixated on Jiang Yun, as if piercing him with daggers. That he had reached this point entirely due to Jiang Yun. And naturally, he wished to take his revenge. Unfortunately, at this moment, all he could do was glare furiously at Jiang Yun, unable to take any further action. After all, even getting out of bed was a struggle for him. Kai Guoyang's son quickly rose, displaying a hint of hostility, but dared not speak more. Once his father passed away, he would have no means to confront Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun ignored Kai Guoyang's words and instead stepped closer. Speaking coolly, "What led you to this state?" Dong Taizhan promptly provided a chair for Jiang Yun, who then settled himself at Kai Guoyang's bedside. Kai Guoyang fumed, wanting to rise but lacking the strength. Ultimately resigning himself to lying flat on the bed. "That you've come to gloat. Haven to you?" Kai Guoyang glared at Jiang Yun, bitter words spilling from his lips. "You may have won this time. But don't get too complacent. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Someone will eventually take your place." Jiang Yun shrugged indifferently. He had already attained fame and fortune, even if replaced. What did it matter? He had once crafted a legend, and that alone sufficed. Moreover, when others spoke of him, they would always do so with reverence. Perhaps the day would come. Jiang Yun suddenly squinted, then chuckled. But I fear you won't live to see that day. You. Kai Guoyang was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Kai Guoyang's son rushed forward, patting his father's back to ease the coughing. Jiang Yun was not one to bully the weak. However, Kai Guoyang had committed too many heinous acts and had nearly taken Lu Qianqian's life. This debt needed to be settled. Observing Kai Guoyang's pitiful state, Jiang Yun merely shook his head and chose not to speak further, signaling to Dong Taizhan behind him before exiting the ward. Once the might of the Northwest Business Circle, now reduced to this. Surely the pain he felt in his body could scarcely compare to the agony within his heart. In the stairwell, Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, yet his smile had vanished. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he inquired, "How is Qianqian doing?" "Miss Lu is nearly recovered. She should be able to discharge in a couple of days." Dong Taizhan responded promptly. By the way, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted, recalling his earlier conversation with Lin Shui. He turned back to Dong Taizhan, smiling as he asked, "What do you think of Qianqian?" "Miss Lu is a wonderful person, possessing both competence and charm. Her appearance and figure are exemplary." Dong Taizhan quickly praised her. "Is your evaluation of her quite high?" Jiang Yun asked with a grin. Dong Taizhan scratched his head, remaining silent, choosing to lower his gaze. "Are you aware of what transpired in Qianqian's past?" Jiang Yun inquired. Dong Taizhan shook his head, but he was not well acquainted with Lu Qianqian. Without Jiang Yun's presence, their lives would have likely never intersected. Their interactions were limited to work-related matters, lacking any personal connection, let alone familiarity, with Lu Qianqian's past. As Jiang Yun smoked, he reminisced about Lu Qianqian's history, all the while observing Dong Tieshan's reactions. Compared to others, Dong Taizhan was remarkably candid, his emotions readily displayed on his face. After hearing about Lu Qianqian's story, Dong Taizhan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a pity." Chapter 527. One must learn to take risks. No wonder Miss Lu is so exceptional, yet remains single. It turns out she harbors a heartache. Jiang Yun shook his head, thinking him rather naive at "Oh, you know why I am sharing this with you." Jiang Yun was not one to indulge in gossip. At this moment, he fixed his gaze on Dong Taizhan, clearly awaiting his response. Seeing Dong Taizhan shake his head, Jiang Yun continued, "If you have feelings for Qianqian, perhaps you should consider pursuing her. Certainly, I shall also lend my assistance, and I shall encourage my wife to persuade her, urging her to accept you as much as possible." At this moment, Dong Taizhan was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Yun, his eyes quickly drifting back to his own legs. Since the last car accident, he had been left with a disability, and now he walked with a noticeable limp. Although it did not hinder him from performing any tasks, it was far from aesthetically pleasing. The thought of Lu Qianqian, who appeared as flawless as a celestial being, filled Dong Tieshan's heart with a tinge of bitterness. Jiang Yun had already discerned his thoughts and promptly patted him on the shoulder, casually advising, "During this period, make an effort to spend more time with Qianqian and engage her in meaningful conversations that do not dwell on whether you are worthy of her, that if you have feelings for her. Strive forward. One must attempt to seize opportunities." Dong Taizhan nodded vigorously, realizing that with Jiang Yun's support, they had already achieved half of their goal. He understood the importance of making an effort, though he possessed a hint of masculinity. He lacked any pretentiousness, and the plight of Lu Qianqian naturally evoked sympathy within him. Just then, a sudden wail pierced the air, prompting both Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan to turn in the direction of the sound. They beheld a man descending the stairs, clutching his disheveled hair, and weeping uncontrollably. The sight of a man reduced to such despair must surely indicate a monumental blow he had suffered. It is often said that men do not shed tears lightly. They merely have not reached the depths of sorrow. As the man reached the bottom of the staircase, he leaned against the window, repeatedly slapping his own face, muttering incoherently. Dong Taizan instinctively pulled Jiang Yun aside. Clearly concerned for Jiang Yun's safety in the presence of this distraught individual, and no one knew the man's circumstances, nor could they ascertain if he was mentally unwell. Mr. Jiang, shall we head back? Dong Taizan suggested urgently. Jiang Yun nodded, but just as he prepared to leave, a sudden ringing sound caught their attention. They turned to see the man behind them answering a phone call, exclaiming, "Second Aunt, we have always had the best relationship. The last time you renovated your new home, I provided you with the design plans, remember? I beg you, I only need to borrow 200,000 this time. Once Yao Yao's condition improves, I will repay you without delay." The man's voice grew hoarse as he spoke, and he soon sank against the wall, discarding his phone in despair. "Why is it so difficult? We just bought a grand villa. Can't I even borrow 200,000? You are my own aunt. This is driving me to the brink of despair." He muttered hopelessly, banging his head against the wall with a series of dull thuds. Soon, a bruise appeared on his forehead, even oozing blood, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, mechanically repeating his actions. Jiang Yun, who had halted in his tracks, focused his gaze on the man, scrutinizing him closely. Despite his ordinary casual attire, the man possessed an air of righteousness, with his eyes gleaming with intensity. However, at this moment, he appeared utterly defeated, devoid of any vitality. Jiang Yun approached the man, crouching before him, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. After lighting one for himself, he offered the other to the man. "What troubles you?" Jiang Yun inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke, that he perceived a reflection of his past despair in this man. During his time in Ningqing, he had encountered similar hopelessness. Not once but multiple times, ultimately reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Fortunately, fate had granted him a second chance, allowing him to rewrite his life's narrative. The man accepted the cigarette, shaking his head as he replied, "My daughter has leukemia, and we have spent a considerable amount on treatment over the years, yet we have not found a suitable donor. Thankfully, we finally identified a match." But his voice trailed off, and he began to weep again, the weight of despair evident on his face. "However, we have exhausted our finances, and we still lack the funds for her surgery, despite borrowing from numerous relatives and friends. Not a single one is willing to assist, and I once considered them family, treating them with utmost sincerity." Jiang Yun sighed. Though regarded as an exemplary entrepreneur, he too had endured similar struggles. Back then, his despair was even greater than this man's. For it was he who lay in the hospital bed, with only Lin Shui by his side. The so-called friends and relatives who had flocked to him before had abandoned him, casting him aside as if he were worthless. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Jiang Yun asked, "What do you do for a living?" "I am a residential designer." The man replied mechanically, lacking any enthusiasm, that "Yes, it happens. I am planning to establish a restaurant chain across several major cities and require designers. I can assist you financially," Jiang Yun stated matter-of-factly. "You could also choose to work for me to repay the debt." "Really? Would you be willing to advance my salary?" The man's eyes brightened, and he grasped Jiang Yun's hand eagerly. Awaiting his response that "I have already mentioned it, that I will cover the surgical expenses," Jiang Yun replied with a warm smile that a mere sum of hundreds of thousands was insignificant to him. "Excellent. As long as you are willing to save my daughter, I would face any peril without hesitation." Chapter 528. A father's love. The man quickly knelt before Jiang Yun, bowing deeply in gratitude. Jiang Yun helped him up, patting his shoulder gently as he spoke. "You need not go to such extremes for me. Just focus on helping me establish the restaurant chain." The man nodded vigorously, his eyes shimmering with newfound hope. "By the way, may I know your name?" Jiang Yun inquired. "Li Chengbai." The man replied promptly. "That name sounds familiar." Jiang Yun mused, scratching his head as he recalled. His memory was exceptional, and he rarely made mistakes, that he was certain he had heard that name before. Li Chengbai, however, shook his head, chuckling, "I am merely an obscure individual. How could I possibly have any connection with you?" Suddenly, it dawned on Jiang Yun, and oh wonder, I recognized your name. When I was preparing to renovate the restaurant in northwest China. Someone recommended you to me that I heard you were a somewhat renowned designer in the region, having participated in national design competitions and possessing unique insights in the field. That am I correct? Li Qingbai's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he nodded that he had long fallen from grace. Ever since his child was hospitalized, his work had suffered. He had not even participated in any design competitions, and the projects he completed were no longer sought after. He felt like a relic of the past. Surprised that someone still remembered him was unexpected. Jiang Yun understood this as well. He had ceased to contact Li Qingbai after learning of his decline and had sought other design teams instead. Wonderful. Having your assistance will surely ensure flawless designs for the establishments. As long as the results meet my expectations, the medical expenses I fronted will serve as your reward. You need not repay me with your salary, Jiang Yun declared, clapping Li Qingbai on the shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Li Qingbai nodded emphatically, and the two proceeded downstairs. That Mr. Li, the surgical fees are no longer required. The staff at the payment desk returned Jiang Yun's card, stating indifferently, due to your failure to pay on time, the matching has been reassigned to another patient. Li Qingbai stood frozen, as if struck by a heavy blow, trembling with disbelief that he sank to the ground, his face paling significantly. This was the end, that he and his daughter had waited for years to find a suitable match, only to secure the funds. Yet the match was now lost. That if one were to continue waiting, it would be impossible to predict when that moment would come. Although he could afford to wait, the condition of his daughter was deteriorating rapidly, and she could not hold on much longer. In an instant, Li Qingbai's mental defenses crumbled once more. The crowd behind him, impatiently awaiting their turn to pay, began to voice their irritation. Are you going to pay or not? If not, just leave. Don't waste everyone's time here. Truly lacking in civic responsibility, the cacophony of voices, coupled with their ghastly expressions, urged him even more to know. I must consult with the doctor. Li Qingbai hastily rose from the ground, disregarding Jiang Yun and the others beside him, and rushed towards the office upstairs. Jiang Yun and his companions followed closely in his wake. The trio swiftly arrived at the attending physician's office as soon as Li Qingbai pushed open the door. He was before the doctor, urgently grasping the physician's hand and pleading, Doctor, I have managed to gather the funds. Could you possibly make an exception and return the matching type to my daughter? You must be aware of her condition. She cannot wait much longer. The attending physician looked at Li Qingbai, whose face was streaked with tears, and shook his head with a heavy sigh. Yao Yao is my patient, and I am fully aware of her situation. It pains me to see her suffering. However, the hospital has its regulations, and given the rarity of bone marrow matches, since you have missed the payment deadline, we must extend the opportunity to others, and there are other patients who are also a match. The physician sighed again, his eyes filled with sorrow, but he did not elaborate further. Li Qingbai's eyes brimmed with tears once more, and he fell silent, turning to leave. That it was clear to all that the physician was not intentionally making things difficult. The reality was indeed as such. How could he not have arranged the funds sooner? He then trudged to the stairwell, lighting another cigarette, his expression darkening significantly. All his efforts had been in vain. The outcome remained unchanged. He could not save his daughter's life. Designer Li, things may not be as dire as you think. Perhaps I can assist you. Jiang Yun approached Li Qingbai from behind, gently patting his shoulder, and said with a smile that in an instant, Li Qingbai's eyes brightened, and he grasped Jiang Yun's hand eagerly, asking, Sir, are you truly serious? His daughter was his very lifeline, and he was willing to pay any price to ensure her recovery. Jiang Yun nodded affirmatively, smiling as he continued, Absolutely, that I will reach out to all my contacts and expedite the search for a suitable match for your daughter. If we cannot find one domestically, we will look abroad. We are bound to find a match. Jiang Yun was not speaking idly. He indeed possessed the capability. After all, he had certain connections with individuals in his business circle, and his father had received treatment overseas. Thus, this task was not overly challenging for him. Ultimately, it would depend on how fortunate Li Qingbai's daughter was, as bone marrow matching often relied on serendipity. Excellent. Thank you so much, sir, Li Qingbai's eyes sparkled anew, and he instantly regained his vigor. Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction, noting that this state of hope should be maintained. By the way, leave the hospital matters to Taizan. I heard your daughter is in the intensive care unit. Even if you stay here, you can only watch her from behind the glass. Jiang Yun also worried that Li Qingbai's health might not withstand the strain. Chapter 529. Do not discipline my man. It would be far better to engage in productive endeavors and earn a little more, thereby earning the respect of those who look down on you. Li Qingbai nodded gravely, his gaze filled with gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries with Dong Taizan, Jiang Yin departed with Li Qingbai. On the way back, Jiang Yin contacted Jiang Qingying, briefly explaining Li Qingbai's situation, and urged him to seek a bone marrow match. Given Jiang Qingying's capabilities, it would not take long before good news arrived. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Yin arranged for Li Qingbai to stay in a room where he could rest as much as possible. Once everything was settled, Jiang Yin returned to his room, only to find Lu Qianqian seated on the sofa. This surprised him momentarily. You're better now. Lu Qianqian nodded with a smile, linking her arm with Dong Tieshan's, and declared, thanks to Tieshan's care, otherwise I would have had to stay in the hospital a bit longer. The smell of disinfectant has made me nauseous. Tonight, I shall go to the bar and drink to my heart's content, returning only when I am thoroughly intoxicated. Jiang Yun was utterly baffled. What on earth was happening? Dong Taizan quickly embraced Lu Qianqian, sternly stating, you have just recovered from a serious illness. You absolutely cannot drink. If you do, I will send you back to the hospital for a few more days of disinfectant. You? Lu Qianqian gritted her teeth in indignation, but refrained from saying more. Jiang Yun understood then that Dong Taizan had indeed succeeded in winning her over. This was a fortuitous resolution for both of them regarding their personal matters. Mother, why are you so happy? Has someone found their other half? Do you wish to abandon Dad and seek a second spring for yourself? Jiang Yun sat beside Chenjuge, jokingly remarking. Although he was jesting, Chenjuge's expression shifted dramatically, and she promptly struck Jiang Yun on the head. He winced in pain that the entire Northwest, who dared to lay a hand on Jiang Yun. Even the business moguls from the capital treated him with utmost respect. Only Chenjuge had the audacity to treat him so rudely. You truly have no sense. Chenjuge rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun and retorted. Your father's condition has improved, and he is on his way back. He is expected to arrive at the Beijing airport tonight. Jiang Yun's eyes instantly lit up, and he exclaimed, really? Although Jiang Qingying was by Jiang Shan's side, Jiang Yun remained anxious. After all, his father had a tumor in his brain. Despite the advanced medical facilities abroad, there could still be complications that as long as his father had not returned home. Jiang Yun would be plagued by concern. Hearing this news, how could he not feel exhilarated? Quickly pack up. We are returning to Beijing right away, Jiang Yun urged. Chenjuge pointed to the suitcase at the door, saying, you can pack your own. Ours is already taken care of. Jiang Yun's mind raced, filled with grievance as he glanced at Lin Shui. Were they truly abandoning him? Wife, Lin Shui chuckled softly, her tone affectionate. All right, I will help you pack your things. By the way, there is something else I need to tell you, Lin Shui said. Turning back to Jiang Yun, I'm pregnant. In an instant, not only was Jiang Yun stunned, but so were Chenjuge and the others. Wife, is that true? Jiang Yun asked excitedly. This had been his long-held wish. What would I have to gain from lying? It's been about 3 months now. In a few months, our baby will be born. Lin Shui replied with a beaming smile. Just then, Chenjuge gave Jiang Yun a playful kick on the backside, scolding, your wife is already pregnant, and you still let her pack. Hurry and get over there to do it yourself. Jiang Yun quickly nodded and dashed back into the room. The others burst into laughter behind him, in their eyes. Jiang Yun had always been unflappable, but this was the first time they had seen him in such a state. Indeed, the charm of a child was immense. Just as Jiang Yun was packing his belongings in the room, a knock sounded at the door, and he saw Lu Qianqian and Dong Taizan enter. What brings you here? Are you here to flaunt your affection? I'm sorry, but my wife is already pregnant. While you two have yet to get your certificate, Jiang Yun teased at Mr. Jiang. I came to discuss something with you. I hope you will allow me to stay in the Northwest. After all, Qian wants to develop business here, and we cannot be separated by distance, Dong Taizan said softly, lowering his head that he served as Jiang Yun's personal bodyguard, ever at her side. Now, as he prepared to part ways with her, an undeniable discomfort settled in his heart. He was acutely aware that all he possessed was a gift from Jiang Yun, and he understood the importance of gratitude and reciprocity in life. Jiang Yun paused her actions, then walked over to Dong Taizan, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. After handing him one, she lit it for herself and gestured towards Lu Qianqian, saying, "You must take good care of her. I treat Qianqian as my own sister. If you remain in the Northwest to bully her, or allow others to do so, don't blame me for being unkind." Dong Taizan nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with emotion. TOB by Jiang Yun's side was the fortune of his lifetime. "Enough! Stop intimidating my man!" Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun, retorting sharply, "He may fear you, but I do not. Moreover, you are not allowed to reprimand my man." Half an hour later, Jiang Yun had packed her belongings, exchanged farewells with Lu Qianqian, and headed straight for the airport. In her haste, she failed to secure an appropriate flight and ultimately opted for a private jet. This aircraft, once an asset of the Kai family, now belonged to Jiang Yun. After a half-day journey, they returned to the capital. Chapter 530. Her name is Zhang Muyu. As she stepped out of the airport, a familiar scene greeted her. A crowd awaited her at the entrance, and a long convoy of vehicles lined the road, instilling a sense of reverence. Jiang Yun adjusted her collar and, accompanied by Lin Shui and Chen Juga, approached the lead car. Onlookers whispered among themselves. Yet Jiang Yun's expression remained stoic, for she had earned this honor. She had ascended to become the undisputed king of commerce in the capital, a man perched atop the pinnacle of success, with the city lying beneath his feet. Soon, the convoy arrived at the Jiang family estate. Although the moon hung high in the sky, the Jiang residence was ablaze with light. "Brother," as Jiang Yun and her companions entered through the main door, they spotted Jiang Qingying rushing towards her, leaping into her embrace. "That if you were a woman, I'd almost suspect my husband of infidelity," Lin Shui remarked, shaking her head. "Two grown men, so overly affectionate. I haven't seen my brother in 3 months and 6 days. How could I not miss him?" Jiang Qingying replied quickly. Jiang Yun and the others exchanged amused glances, impressed by her precise recollection. "Father." Upon seeing the familiar figure emerge from the hall, Jiang Yun's eyes brimmed with tears, and she called out. Although Jiang Shan remained in a wheelchair, his spirit had visibly improved. "When I was on the operating table, I feared I would never see you again," he said with a smile. "Let's not dwell on such morose topics. You couldn't bully me in the first half of your life, but in the latter half, you must take good care of me. So you need to maintain your health and recover swiftly. And until I depart this world, you old rascal better not leave before me, or when I arrive in the afterlife, I will not let you off easily." Chen Jiugo approached Jiang Shan from behind, embracing his shoulders, his voice thick with emotion. Now, we're all together again. It should be a joyous occasion, so let's not speak of unhappy matters," Jiang Yun said with a smile, leading the group into the hall. The Jiang estate resonated with laughter throughout the night. A year later. "Mom, where are the baby's diapers? Oh no, he just soiled me. Hurry and help." Jiang Yun's voice echoed through the Jiang estate. Over the past year, he had entirely entrusted the Jiang group to professional managers, while Qin Yue and Lin Mu's gaming company had also relocated to the capital, under the combined efforts of Li Chengbai and Du Yunhang. Their restaurant chain had expanded across major cities, thriving splendidly. Liu Qianqian had also ventured into the Northwest market, emerging as a leading figure there, and was now ready to wed Dong Taizan, even expecting a child. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had set aside all responsibilities to embrace his role as a devoted father. "Enough with the noise. It's driving me mad. You insisted on hiring a professional postpartum caregiver. Why did you refuse?" Lin Shui pushed open the door and impatiently entered, taking the baby from Jiang Yun's arms. With your capabilities, do you really think you can handle another child? You can't even manage our little princess. Jiang Yun sheepishly scratched his head. This is my first time being a father. Please, dear, have some understanding. Lin Shui ignored him, focused on changing the baby's diaper. Honey, are you even listening to me? Jiang Yun asked. Sensing her silence, in response, Lin Shui raised her hand, and a diaper flew toward his face. Caught off guard, Jiang Yun was struck squarely by the diaper. Who would have thought? My daughter is indeed exceptional. Even her diaper smelled delightful, he chuckled, before hastily retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Lin Shui shook her head in resignation, noting how her husband was all talk but quick to act. After Jiang Yun finished bathing, he found the baby asleep, and he and Lin Shui made their way downstairs at last a bit of lightness. Mr. Jiang. As they reached the first-floor hall, two familiar figures approached. Taizan? Qian, what brings you here? Jiang Yun inquired, pulling them onto the sofa, that he had missed Dong Taizan during their time apart, that I came to see Miss Jiang. Dong Taizan replied with a smile, having been busy expanding the Northwest market. He finally had time to return to the capital. Miss Jiang is asleep, but if you saw her waking up, you might wish you hadn't, Jiang Yun said with an amused shake of his head. By the way, what is the baby's name? Lu Qianqian asked, settling beside Lin Shui. Jiang Muyu, Lin Shui replied as she led Lu Qianqian upstairs, clearly preparing for some private conversation. Jiang Yun shook his head in exasperation. Knowing women always had secrets to share, a truly vexing matter, by the way, where are Uncle Jiang and Aunt Shin? Dong Taizan asked, scanning the room for Jiang Shan and his wife that they've gone on a trip, claiming they want to travel the world. They likely won't be back for a while, Jiang Yun explained. Initially, they had urged him to have a child, but now that he had, they had run off on vacation, leaving him and Lin Shui to manage the household. Truly a burdensome task. However, it was also a well-deserved break for his parents after a lifetime of toil. That you're absolutely right. I should encourage my father to travel more. Dong Taizan agreed. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Lin Shui's voice echoed from upstairs. Jiang Yun. The baby is awake again. Jiang Yun felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he sprinted upstairs. It seemed his later years would be devoted entirely to serving his little princess.